Hello and welcome to the Humanity, where we do the things with the stuff for the people. I am Matt.
And I'm Tommy, and welcome back to us and to all of you. It's good to be here. I think that's, at least for me, definitely the longest I've ever gone without doing the show. What, like 2 weeks? I mean, unless you count for New Year's Eve, that we just did a premiere of a clip from a previous episode featuring Dr. Kip, which rhymes with clip. So I'm proud of myself for that. But speaking of people in the waiting room, Aunt Jur, who was the second here, second only to Ember. But yes, the music, I guess it does sound like poor music for robots. So if
What
you're into
the-
that sort of
Is that our waiting music, the waiting room music?
I'm assuming that's what Aunt Jur is referring to. But it's almost Ember's third favorite flavor of porn. So I guess let us know in the chat, what's your favorite kind of porn, and where does robot porn rank on your list? I unfortunately don't quite know for myself. But that's all I'll say about that right now. But yeah, welcome everyone.
My beer foamed over.
I know I've been having to pour mine very slowly to keep that from happening here off camera here.
I
But
did just knock it over. Like,
Ah.
I opened it.
Yep. Yep. Mistreat your beer, it'll mistreat you. That's for sure. But yeah, I'm excited for tonight for several reasons. One, like I said, it's just been a while. I've really missed doing the show. I've missed all of you. I guess I've still seen some of you here and there around the YouTubeosphere, which has been fun. But and it was the holidays. Holidays involve family. So as much as I love my family, it can be a lot. So not having this during the week for 2 weeks in a row is a little retreat for myself, which is how I usually see it. Yeah, like I said, I missed it.
Get my lights the same way, and I'm really thrown off. So
it's a new year. So all right. Well, while Matt does that, I guess. Yeah, to kick off the new year, we're also doing something new on the show we haven't done before. We're actually doing a series, at least an intentional series. There have been a couple other times where we did what ended up being a series, but only because we ended up not being able to fit everything in one episode. So we decided to just do it again the next week. But this time we actually planned on doing a series, and I think we might actually do it. And it's not just going to be spilled over into 2 weeks. This is going to be 4 weeks, because we just feel like torturing ourselves for 4 weeks. So what are you talking about, Tommy? What's this series about? Well, this is why I go to the trouble of typing all that stuff in the show description. You should have read it by now. Why are you asking me?
You have failed.
I guess I felt like starting this year off being a dick. But it is about
season in the U.S. apparently at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
Just.
Mm-hmm. And I love it. Like the robot porn discussion is continuing in the chat. I love you all for that. But yeah, so the series we're doing is on a series by Crossroads Church, the church that me and Matt used to attend years and years ago, back when we were doing the whole Crimsbian thing. And yeah, they did this series a couple years ago. So it was after we had already left. They did a series on.
I'm sorry, I cut you off as if you had already said something.
Yeah, it's a series on deconstruction. Now, because I remember when this came out, this was it was like near the end of, I want to say 2022. I think is when it happened, because like I remember at the time, like I said, I was already like well beyond. I was done with church. I was probably already an atheist at that point. I'd gone through the whole deconstruction.
Beyond saving.
Yeah. But I was still interested enough just to hear what their take on deconstruction would be. And for some reason, I felt optimistic that it might be interesting. Well, it was interesting, but
I thought it would be at least thoughtful.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, we thought they would at least put some kind of effort and such into it. Ooh. Now, our good friend Emily here apparently was still attending when they did this. So yeah, so Emily, as we're going, and we've probably discussed this in the past before, but yeah, feel free to remind us of your thoughts as we're going along. I don't know how many of these you saw. Also, I don't know which sermons you saw because for people who aren't familiar with Crossroads, they're a mega church here in Cincinnati. And for a while, like even before COVID and the whole like online streaming services was a thing, like that was already like something they were like really good at, like did a lot of. So, but by the time this series came out, obviously with it being 2022 or whatever, like, live in person services were still happening. But we found out they had separate versions of the sermons, but they put them both online. So it's not like they were like hiding one or the other, but
Yeah.
there was a version of the sermon they preached like on site, like on the weekend, but then there was like a different version taught by someone else that they put out just on the online only version.
That was the Hey Fellow Kids version.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Ember doing the research. 8 campuses. I'm surprised it's only 8 by now, and that's actually they've closed at least one.
Yeah.
So,
which one was that?
The Uptown, the one that was in like the old St. George Church.
Yeah, they put a bunch of money into that place.
Yeah, they still own the building. Last I heard, like they still own the building. They use it for stuff. It's just not like one of their official campuses where they have services and whatnot. But
yeah, well, you're gonna try to be at a college campus, but you're gonna be anti-LGBTQ plus. Bad plan.
Yeah, yeah. But then to be fair, like I know, like so it was at the University of Cincinnati. I remember there was this whole thing like. I don't remember what exactly the deal was, but there was something going on with college campuses and how they were doing like the gender labeling for restrooms. And again, I don't remember all the details. I just remember UC was on the wrong side of it. So it's, yeah.
Well, like the conservative wrong side?
Yeah, like they were not being accommodating to trans people, basically. They were the whole like this bathroom for men, this bathroom for women. Like, and
you know what that means? That means they've got a lot of enormous like money donors for the college.
Oh yeah, yeah, because like
who were not on board.
Yeah, because like cities, especially ones with like big universities, they do tend to skew a little more liberal than like your more rural areas. But as far as cities go, Cincinnati is still pretty conservative, especially for being this far north. Very conservative. So,
yeah.
But so anyway. So that's Crossroads. They did this series on deconstruction. And I remember, like I said, at the time being interested because one, I just want to hear what their take is, but also because, and I still do now, but back then, even more so, had like friends and family who still attended Crossroads. So knowing like, okay, they know I've gone through the whole deconstruction thing. So basically just hearing like, okay, what is this church telling my friends and family about me, basically?
Yeah. I was not. The trauma was still kind of fresh too, because I remember I only watched one of this series, and this wasn't the first one that I watched. We're doing the first one tonight. But I remember being pissed, and
yeah,
it was a raw experience.
Yeah. So, but we'll get more thoughts on that. But yeah, so Ember, kind of want to go and see what they do about intersex folks. Warren, they would probably have absolutely no idea what to do.
No.
Yeah, it's like, because when it comes to like the whole like LGBTQIA plus, like they're barely like comprehending the LGB part.
Right. They're still angry. There's a lot of gay people.
Yeah.
Intersex, they'd be like, they would probably hear you say trans every time you say intersex.
Yeah, probably. But all right, we've got more folks. Yeah. First, just pointing out, make sure, just saying hey to all the people. Flint and Steel.
How do you do, Flint and Steel?
Chris Moore. Hello. And of course, like anyone else, I think I've shouted out everyone else who's showing up. Thanks to Ember and Aunt Jer for being here early in the waiting room. So yes, what are we drinking tonight?
Well, I am drinking Winter Storm. It's a Category 5 ale, it says, from Heavy Seas. They have a very cool bottle cap, little skull. This is a 7.5% alcohol ESB, which stands for extra special bitter. It's a
You're extra.
It's a British. It's not like an IPA because it doesn't have. It's just like an ale with extra bitterness. This is kind of like an imperial.
Nice.
It has a 7.5, so it's up there a little bit. It's pretty good.
Awesome.
Here's the color. Murky.
Ooh, that does look extra special bitter. So, all right. So I decided to kick the year off with one of my old favorites, and thought it was appropriate tonight because it's the kind of mood I'm in. I kind of feel like being one of these. Good old arrogant bastard ale.
Oh, what's that? The 6-pack is still like $14 or something, right?
It's more like 12 or 13, but yeah, it's a 6-pack of Tall Boys. This is a 16-ounce can, not your regular 12-ouncer. It's a 7.2%. Like I still have yet to see this beer like definitively labeled as far as what style it is. Like I've seen it called like Imperial Red Ale, Strong Ale.
American Strong Ale is usually the category it's in.
Yeah, but so basically, it looks like this. So, and if you're asking like, well, so what's it like? Is it like really malty? Is it really hoppy and bitter? And the answer is yes. It's just all the things.
Yeah, their old spiel used to say there was more flavor in one sip than a case of regular beer. That's kind of true.
Yeah. All right. So I just read this in Flint and Steel, and I know your real name, but I feel so bad that I forgot what it is. So please remind me if you want. But relationship with your best friend is officially over. Bro called me apostate on the way out. Still emotionally all over the place lately. We never did talk things out. Damn, dude. Well, hopefully, like thanks for hanging out here. Like, hopefully we can provide some sort of something that you need. That's just commiseration. Hopefully some laughs or something, or we can all like laugh at the silly sermon series together. Maybe that'll. But there's some other things we wanted to get to as well. So there was something I was wanting to bring up and something Matt was wanting to bring up. Which order do you want to go?
It doesn't matter to me.
Okay. Oh, but first I want to point this out. So I probably should have worn the shirt tonight. I was thinking about it, but this one was Sam Ale because classic. But I got the Rhythm with the Tism T-shirt. Finally, over the holiday, gave your oldest the Rhythm with the Tism shirt. Finally, over the holiday, and they thought it was the best thing ever. Oh, that's awesome. Well, they're correct because it is the best thing ever. Okay, what really makes it the best thing ever is the picture on it is a frog with a cowboy hat and human hands giving finger guns. So I mean. Oh, and yes, let us know what you're drinking in the chat. Like our buddy Chris here, we got Honeybee Elixir, 34 horsepower HP. I'm assuming that's what HP stands for. Sounds exciting.
It sounds like a mead something.
So, all right, down for laughs. Cool. Well, so I guess maybe we'll start with what I have to say because it's maybe somewhat more lighthearted than what Matt was wanting to get into, or at least where I'll be taking it is a more lighthearted approach. But I
can make mine end better.
That's good. But something I just wanted to address. So for those in our section, especially on like the YouTube end of our community, I guess there's been some drama and schisming or whatever happening, going back to something that happened again. This is something I'm very fuzzy on the details. Apparently, there was an incident at NanoCon over the summer involving like some content creators, and like I said, I've heard people like reference it in chats, and I watched a video that Maya Atkinson put out recently where she was on the Kentucky Atheist show talking about it. So literally, like what she shared in that episode, that's basically all I know about it. So I felt like it wasn't necessarily my place to talk on it because, like I said, I don't really know. I was not involved whatsoever, and I only somewhat know some of the people involved, like Maya, in that she's fan of the show, and we're a fan of her show as well. But basically, just to say, but I still wanted to bring it up just basically to express my support for people like Maya, and also another one of our good friends and viewers, Ember, who was apparently caught up in this whole thing somehow. Like,
Catching's hard.
yeah,
difficult strays.
Yeah, so first, like for Maya, like obviously, like I appreciate her for like being so outspoken and the help that she has offered for the people involved, and even though she's been catching a lot of very unnecessary flack, to put it mildly, for it. So I don't know if I haven't seen Maya in the chat, but if you see this, you watch it later, just want to make sure you express love and support for you and what you're doing, like not just in this situation, but just what you do for the community in general. Enjoy your work, appreciate your perspectives and all that. But also, since she is here, also wanted to specifically give my support to Ember, because like I said, in part of this, like one of the things I caught in when Maya was talking about it, or maybe this was on somewhere else, I don't remember, but just hearing like somebody saying something extremely like off base, like I can't think of bad enough adjectives to say for this, something that somebody said to Ember, like involving her as a person and her kids. And so
horribly dehumanizing.
Yeah. And because I was thinking about it's like someone said like who it was who said this to you, but honestly, like I don't remember. It's like I'd heard the name before, but I don't even remember what it is. But you know what? Whoever it was, whatever your name is,
it doesn't matter what your name is.
That's all I got to say about that. But just wanted to let you know, Ember, like, and I know you know this, but that's bullshit. You're a wonderful person, a wonderful parent, and we're glad you're here. But speaking of things like in the community, like also wanted to shout you out for all the wonderful things you do in this community of ours. So yeah, it's all appreciated. So if you're not familiar with Maya Atkinson, check out her channel. She does Bad Science Sunday, which we're actually scheduled to be on her show on February 8th. So keep watch out for that. Yep. And also check out Better Than Ember in the chat. Like if you don't follow her, what's wrong with you? And check out her website, Better Than Ember. It's got a bunch of great resources, including a whole list of different content creators in our community on the YouTubeosphere. So yeah. Fuck yeah, more bad science. And hey, and we're like, I can be bad at science, so that should be good times. All right, so yeah, wanted to express that and show off the new video clip that I made.
I agree with Tommy. We're not going. Are we avoiding detail on what the original impetus for the conflict was?
I was, but I mean, it's up to you. I don't care. So
something bad happened to somebody at the event, and things are a little unclear. That apparently there are some people who think other people are not outraged enough, and they see that as like a moral failing on the part of the people who are not outraged enough. People are trying to do things without the support of the person whose opinion really matters on what needs to happen next. And those people tend to be the ones who are saying other people aren't outraged enough. The other people who are being accused of that are saying, no, we're taking our lead from the person whose opinion matters. And
you do.
Yeah. Because if you don't, you make it worse for them. And what good does your outrage do then?
Yep. Yeah, it's like I say, if you're trying to do something to help someone and they don't want you doing what you're doing, then you're not helping. So
yeah.
But
if you don't listen to that, well, that's the kind of sentiment that allows that thing to happen that happened.
Yeah. But speaking of Maya's video, like I said, I totally love and appreciate all the things Maya was sharing, like giving her perspective. But also, speaking of Ember, like Ember was in the chat and you can see a bunch of her comments, and she was making some fantastic points on like how to deal with like people in this kind of situation and how to best help and like what it means to help people in this situation. So
yeah, whoever owns the trauma, follow their lead.
Yep. All right. So yeah, so that's I think that's about all I had to say on that. So basically, all that to say, we love y'all's. Keep being awesome. So
my thing had to do with something that happened earlier today. I heard about it while I was working. I heard it on a live on the Majority Report, which is streamed live, but I was like an hour behind. A legal observer of a protest in Minneapolis was murked by ICE, shot in the face 3 fucking times while she was basically trying to comply. And get away because they were trying to drag her out of her car. At no point in the video did they announce they were law enforcement. They got out of an unmarked vehicle.
Yeah. Oh, and I just want to make sure you said a legal observer.
A legal observer.
Yeah, a legal observer. Yes, not illegal. Yeah.
Oh, correct. That's illegal.
Yeah, because the way
people aren't aware, that's somebody who shows up at a protest. They tend to be attorneys or somebody in the legal profession or legal or something, and their job is to observe what's happening and document anything law enforcement does that's illegal, in case the person they're doing that to wants to press charges later, and so anybody that's breaking the law will get them in trouble with their superiors. It's totally fine to do that. It's also totally fine to use your vehicle temporarily to cause a disruption. She was blocking the road a little bit. They ordered her to move. It appeared in the video that she had started to move, was pulling away from ICE. And the guy who fired, I think if I remember right, he tried to open her door. No point in the video did they say federal police, federal law enforcement. Didn't identify themselves. So as far as she knows, they could be mega dipshits trying to drag her out of her car and beat her. So she starts to pull away. The dude wasn't having that and shot her in the face 3 times. Beyond horrible. Also, not surprising. Like a lot of people expected, myself included, expected this kind of thing to happen. And it will probably get worse before it gets better. Because unfortunately, in the United States, I don't know what this woman's race was, but in the United States right now, I don't think it will turn around until enough white people are hurt.
Yeah. Fortunately.
And I don't know what that number is. I don't want it to happen, but that seems to be how it's going to play out.
Yeah. And I hate to interrupt with the little logistics, but something I noticed looks like Ember noticed it too. It sounds like you're on your earbud mic and not your actual mic, because we're getting like some shirt noise or something.
Shit. That shouldn't be what's happening.
Like I noticed it sounded different. I was gonna say it earlier, but forgot.
Okay.
But
It's better.
Yes.
Okay. It was taking input from my microphone, but it wasn't. So.
Interesting. Yeah, it definitely sounds different now. So.
The good news is,
but yeah,
I've been the whole time so far. That would suck.
No, it wasn't making noise the whole time. It just, we could still hear you fine. It was just like every now and then we would hear like rubbing on your shirt or whatever. Like we could still hear you just fine. It was just, it just sounded different. So
the good news with this situation is, for things to be escalating like this so quickly in the new year, it means they're freaking out. It means they noticed what a lot of other people have noticed, is that like they've lost their momentum. And public opinion is rapidly turning against them, including the base, their old base. So while it's getting worse, that's also because it's getting better.
Yeah, in a way.
So yeah, I don't know. If you go to a protest, take those assholes seriously. There are people who are willing to put themselves in harm's way. Let those people do that. And if you're not one of those people who's willing to do that, don't be near the front.
Yeah.
And also, I did hear Tim Walz has begun the process of activating the Minnesota National Guard. And if ICE isn't withdrawn from Minneapolis, he's going to send in the Guard because they are breaking the law.
Right.
And that's what you do. You send in the National Guard to restore order. What?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For
real.
Yeah.
And you don't really train them. Don't really tell them what the laws are and make it kind of obvious that it doesn't really matter to you what the laws are.
Yeah. It's also really fun when I see those YouTube ads and I see like the signing bonus they're giving for new ICE agents is slightly more than I make in an entire year.
Yeah.
So that feels wonderful.
Also,
by the way,
that's unsustainable. And the higher that number is, the faster they run out of money.
Mm-hmm. So I guess, yay. So,
and the more terrible people they're going to get to do it, which is ultimately not in their favor. Yeah, bunch of neo chuds.
Yes. All right, but to bring it back to like the previous conversation about the alleged events at the NanoCon and Maya's video about it. Also, yeah, I saw this pop up in my feed as a thing that's coming up on Saturday from Ember. Definitely check out her channel. Subscribe if you haven't. You know, whatever you do to the notification bell, ring it, smash it. I don't know the things.
What is?
But yeah.
What's happening where assholes think that they're good-natured people? I don't. Assholes used to know they're assholes.
Yeah, them's were the days, I guess. But
we needed some good old-fashioned assholes back.
Well, speak. I don't know if this is necessarily good old-fashioned assholes, but I'm using it as a segue. Let's say we get into that video for tonight.
By the way, if anybody's noticed, I can't stop noticing. I have weird hat hair right now.
Oh. See, in situations like this, I can never tell if it's good or bad to say I didn't notice. Because I don't know, is it good to say, well, I didn't notice how it looks bad. It looks fine to me. Or is it like saying like, well, of course I didn't notice because it always looks bad. It's usual. Like,
so it's part of my it's part of my autism and also like a superpower for work with doing wallpaper and paint and stuff. I notice really tiny details when things are out of little tiny detail problems with things.
Yeah. Yeah, same with me. Like that's why, like, as much as I love having a beard, it always drives me crazy. Because like right now, like I'm looking like this is something like people probably notice like on stream, like I'm just doing this all the time or little things. Part of it's just like for feel, like just like stroke it or scratch it or whatever, or get.
If you feel something out of place, you're like,
yeah. Or if I just like the mustache hair off my lips or whatever. But a lot of times I'll just see it like on my screen and say like, oh. It's like part of it will just be like kind of jut off to the side, or there'll be like a gap or something in it, and it's like kind of drives me crazy. But thank you, BS. So yeah, I do notice this sometimes too. But all right, oh yeah, but another point because I saw Ember mentioned this. I think it was on your stream this morning or yesterday morning. I think it was this morning. Like time is a blur. But yes, apparently one of the things Ember's trying to do is get to the 10,000 subscriber mark, not just for herself, but so that she can do the awesome thing of having fundraisers and having a fundraiser button. So everyone, give Ember the button.
That's garbage that they don't give that out until then.
Yeah, which is, it's like...
We won't let you fundraise until you make us enough money first.
Yeah, it's like whatever we would want to fundraise for wouldn't want like the $50 or whatever that like... our crowd might scrounge up. It's like, yeah. Anyway, so yes, so a lot easier than not having. Yeah, that's because it is like I hate shaving my face. Like that was the thing because I actually shaved the beard last year. It's like almost a year and a half ago. Just like hadn't done that. Like I don't think I'd been completely clean shaven in like over 20 years. But I basically I started growing the full beard because I just had a goatee for a while. I started growing the full beard during COVID because I was at home and that's what everyone did. And I was like, my previous job, like just having the beard wasn't as couth or whatever. But like, oh, good. Flint and Steel is helping us out or helping Ember out, helping Ember to get to the point where she can help even more people, more than she already does, which
Ember's good people.
It's astounding. Yeah. It's our kind of people. But what was I saying? Oh yeah. But I had forgotten how much I absolutely hate shaving my face, especially like around like the neck, because like my skin gets real sensitive, it gets all like bumpy and it just hurts. But as far as like the head's concerned, I actually find shaving it so much preferable to getting haircuts. So, yeah. I mean, honestly, that would freak me out if that actually happened. But I feel like if we
YouTube does not like us. We say a lot of things that the algorithm just says nope, and
so yeah. Oh yeah. So I guess if people want to see us like have fundraisers, give us some more subs and like send people our way and whatever. Like, but I feel like I was actually, and I swear we're getting to the video soon, but I was thinking about like if we were like, obviously like we aren't at the point where we can like make money off of YouTube because not nearly enough like subscribers for like ads and stuff. But I don't know if like can like anyone just set up a Patreon and is it literally like you just set it up, because that's the kind of thing. But the thing with setting up a Patreon is like it's like it's not like the show has any like expenses really. Like even like the restream, like we said before, like our good buddy Derek Day, who's also been on the show, friend of the show and of us in general. Basically, he's the reason the show is a thing. He's basically just letting us and a couple other guys, like a bunch of us, just kind of share like this restream account. We have our loose association of shows or whatever.
We might be the only one that's current.
Well, no, Derek and Aaron are back on Fridays now.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I think they just came back this past weekend. And Aaron, he's been doing his like weekend stuff, like in his like Facebook group and whatever, like the whole time. But
I kind of want to reconnect with Aaron. I feel like I have things to contribute.
Yeah, Aaron's good people.
Questions
like I'm on a very different place than he is with a lot of stuff, but as I like to tell him, he's one of my favorite people to disagree with. But
I'm definitely confused in some very specific ways.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'd love to explain it, because like one of my favorite things about Aaron was I was actually on his show like before we started this, and it was because like he posted something on Facebook and I basically like responded in like rebuttal saying like, I think you're way off on this, like here's my experience with this, and his response was, oh, you should come on my show and we can talk about it. Like he didn't try to argue with me. It wasn't like, oh well, you're just wrong. It's like, so like, yeah, that's just the kind of dude Aaron is, and I appreciated that. And we've had him on this show a couple times, so go back and look for those. Especially I really like the one we did with him on the left-hand path, like philosophy and thinking. That was a really fun show. But
which is Luciferianism.
Yeah.
And I kind of wonder if that's what he is.
Well, he definitely considers himself left-hand path. Yeah, for sure.
Right, but that's like also another term for Luciferianism.
Well, I guess the way he would put it is it's more like Luciferianism is a type of left-hand path, maybe, as in like all Luciferians are left-hand path, but not all left-hand path people are necessarily Luciferian, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ooh. And we're apparently at 2 shares on Facebook. Well, one of them was me.
Look out.
Because I always share it to my personal page every week. Not that anyone except Emily notices, but
Facebook has felt sinister to me for a while now.
Yeah. So that's been something else I was wanting to bring up. So I don't remember the exact day. The exact anniversary probably isn't till like tomorrow or Friday, but we've been doing the show for 2 years now. Like I remember we first started like early January of 2024, and it's early January 2026 now. So this has been fun. Thanks everybody. Yeah. So we're start. I swear we're starting a series tonight. So,
well, to prolong it further, I'll be right back.
All right. So I guess just wanted to say something real quick. Something else. While we're all like glazing ember up here, something else I wanted to. Oh, thank you. See, look how awesome she is, everybody. I remember it was. I want to say it was probably our last episode we did the Bible character tier list. I think that was the one where it was a different episode that we brought her on and we were discussing something, and it was something, and she brought up something having to do with like buttholes and Bisquick, and we had a good time. And she said, "What's that?"
Does my butthole taste like Bisquick?
Ah, yes.
Like that was
and she,
graphically specific.
Yes. But she mentioned something about how like that was mentioned later how that was like the first like good genuine laugh she had in like a week or something. So I just felt really cool, like to make this about us. It felt really cool that like we were the kind of space for that kind of thing to happen. So yeah, that made us feel good. It made us feel good that you felt good being here with us, because that's really at the end of the day, if I may sound all like cheesy, like the wrap up scene in like a Full House episode or something where Danny's his daughter down on the bed, like that's just what we're here for, At least
I remember somebody had said that they said this is part of their support network, like this little community. Like that was awesome.
Yeah,
that was awesome.
Which like it blows me away, makes me feel awesome. That's the kind of thing like when people get like compliments and things like that, they say, "Oh." I mean, it's like I kind of get what they mean, but the super literal autistic part of my brain, which is almost it's basically the whole damn thing. But they say things like, "Oh, when I get all these compliments, like it humbles me or whatever." I'm like, I don't know, it makes me feel awesome. I don't really know what's meant by being humbled by that, or maybe I should. Maybe that's a me problem. But
like a little bit of we are not worthy. And a little bit of that. Yeah. That feels very good to hear.
Yeah. Apparently, it was right after hateful cultists started to attack, and I was getting a lot of cyberbullying. Yeah, not for you. That's for them. Yeah. Well, I'm glad that we could be like some part of a good thing in your life. So, I mean, I always loved like the stuff you do, like times we've had you on the show. It's always been a lot of fun. Always love being in the chat on your shows.
Yeah, I don't. What the hell with the cyberbullying? Like there are some people who deserve it. You do not at all.
Yeah, like the exact opposite, in fact. All right. Now, speaking of cyberbullying, maybe. So I swear we're about to get to the video. So here I'll go ahead and like bring it up on screen, kind of. All right. I was gonna like here, Matt. Talk for a second. I'm just gonna cue this up real quick.
It's me talking for a second.
All right. You're done. All right.
Oh.
Thank you for your service. Why does it keep coming up on that side? I go through the trouble every show beforehand, setting up my scene, so when I hit the button, it goes to the right side.
It disagrees. It vetoes.
Anyway. And now, like, it doesn't have our names up there like it was supposed to. Man, anyway. All right,
seriously. Who troubleshoots this programming nonsense?
Yeah. He says complaining about the program that he literally just got talking about how he doesn't pay for it and someone else is letting him use. But anyway. So, But speaking of cyberbullying, I'm not saying I'm going to take it to this approach, but it just reminded me of, because people remember, like I said, so this is a sermon series from Crossroads. Yeah. Yes, lets you customize your scene so it can ignore you. Yes. To give give you false hope. Because it has to give you something in order for it to yank it away from you. So,
well, that's how it knows it's in charge.
Yeah. Oh, see, it's not cyberbullying, Emily. It's spiritual warfare, right? Yeah, we're just an attack from the enemy, in their parlance.
Goddamn angels trying to wreck our day.
Not today, Jesus. All right. I should have worn that shirt. Actually, I was thinking about it. I have a couple "Not Today, Jesus" shirts.
Didn't you wear the pentagram? What is there a pentagram one?
Yeah,
you wore that to Oktoberfest in Cincinnati, which is like, that's where racist people feel comfortable.
Yep. Well, I like to make them feel uncomfortable. So, yeah. So that's one, but the other one, it's more like rainbow colors and has like a very cartoony looking like Baphomet, like figure, little goat figure. Anyway, so, but speaking of not quite cyberbullying, but just kind of the mood I'm in tonight and how I'm going to approach this. If people remember before, because we've covered a couple like Crossroads sermons and videos before, and I remember at the time saying, okay, I'm going to try to be like civil and cordial about this, just because like, one, because like I said, I've got a lot of friends and family who go there. And also at the time, my kids still went there, so I didn't want to. Oh, yeah, so only bring blessings to the worthy and righteous, because
has Gabe the Angel been here before?
I recognize that name, but
okay, I thought I did too. Then here's another good one.
Yeah.
Wait, are we the powers of principalities? Maybe.
I don't see why not. So before I was taking that approach, trying to like, be nice, like still like being very honest in my evaluation of the things they were saying, but like trying to be civil about it. Tonight, like, guys, like, so my kids don't go there anymore. Like, yeah, I still maybe know some people there, but I'm just kind of in a fuck it kind of mood. Partially just like it's just been, I've just been in that kind of mood just with life generally recently.
And they've caused enough problems to enough awesome people that like I kind of feel like they don't deserve pulled punches anymore.
Yeah. And so like I said, I mean, I don't know if anyone like from Crossroads, whether it's like people who go there, like I said, I still have some friends who go there. So if anyone catches this, if anyone actually from Crossroads sees this, like I'm certainly willing to talk with you about it, because one of the things we picked up from watching the series before, then rewatching this episode for this week, is y'all really need to actually talk to someone who's gone through deconstruction, because spoiler alert, they don't handle it very well. Like as if they really don't understand the people that actually go through it, which is what made me so fucking pissed off the first time I watched it. Like I was literally doing the literally shaking right now thing as I was talking about it, like on Facebook and stuff. But as I told Matt earlier today, because I rewatched it a couple times while I was working, it's kind of like maybe a little sign of like personal growth. Like I was no longer just like blindingly enraged by it, but more I just found it like just so laughably stupid.
It's like that's all you got.
Yeah. Like still frustrating, like for sure in a lot of ways, but yeah, a lot of times like there were several points I was just laughing. It was like, this is fucking ridiculous. So
also,
all right.
I do want to now let's get started.
All right. So, and I know Matt, like you took some notes. So if you want, like, so I don't know if you had in mind to just watch the whole thing through, or if you wanted to kind of like just highlight key points as we're going through it, or
let's go through it. And we might, there are going to be stretches I think where we pause it a lot, and then parts where we don't.
Yeah.
So. Because there isn't much being said.
Yeah. And I've already failed at this, but this is another thing I talked with Matt about before. Like maybe we'll try to make these episodes a little shorter, because we want these to be things that maybe more people come back and watch later.
We'll see how that goes.
I feel like we're already sucking at that, because like we're 45 minutes in and haven't even started the damn video. But that changes now. Here we go. Here is Crossroads sermon series on deconstruction. Oh, and if this is any kind of indication of where they go with it, they titled the series "Rock Solid." So strap on, strap in, whatever you got to do.
Let us begin.
Yeah. Oh, that takes me back to the old 3 Beer Gospel days. I think that's how we started our second episode. Anyway, yeah, by strapping on. No. Anyway, here we go.
Have you ever built something and recognized that what you built isn't what you wanted or it's not working? It's so deflating because what you got to do is you got to
bad at Legos
and start from scratch. I've worked in.
Yeah, so right off the bat, I don't like here. I want to play that again because Matt talked over it. It was good talk over, but I want to make sure we hear what he said there.
He said basically he's like, and what you built isn't, that great or whatever. It's like, yeah, because you suck at Legos.
Right, but what he said that you got to do, like, kind of stuck out to me. So
that what you built isn't what you wanted or it's not working. It's so deflating because what you got to do is you got to tear it down and start from scratch.
I mean, do you have to start from scratch like every time? Like
already with the false dichotomies.
Yeah, like
which is a bad dichotomy. Doesn't even like feel like they're trying.
Yeah,
we're not good at wordsing right now.
yeah. So this is one of the things that struck me throughout this entire thing. It's like for all the issues I have with Crossroads, still like I always felt like if you can say like nothing else about them, at least when it comes to them like producing content, like they're good at it. Like it's usually very well produced, well written, scripted, right, performed, like all that stuff.
Like but very professional looking. Yeah.
Yeah, but going back and watching this, I'm like, I was about to say not to poison the well, but fuck it, I don't care. It just so much of this, at least by their standards, just seems so sloppy. It's the impression I got from them doing the series. It's almost like, because this was back in like 2022, so I don't know when exactly you consider the whole height of the deconstruction movement. It was maybe a little earlier than that, but it totally had this feel like, oh crap, people are deconstructing. We got to put something out fast. So they just kind of like slapped this bullshit together and put it out there. And yeah.
And having the tiny Lego house next to like the real life size construction of a house just makes the Lego thing look so dumb.
Right. And it gets better or worse. Like at the end of Brian's little segment here. Yeah. Yeah. Just wait. It's
almost a parody of itself.
Right. Exactly. So through this whole thing, I'm just like, this just is not well done, especially like by Crossroads standards. But as people are pointing out, sometimes you just need to redo the bathroom or the electrical. If your bathtub leaks, you don't have to tear down your whole house, right? But I guess for whatever the hell point he's trying to make, that has to be the way it is. So let's hear him.
They're trying to like. So instead of telling people not to deconstruct, because I think they had data that a lot of people, they data mine people's activity. Like if you use their Wi-Fi, they're data mining you, I'm pretty sure. Mm-hmm. And their app they had, which is kind of...
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm sure they knew people were already deconstructing at their church. And they're like, well, we can't stop it. There's too many. But what we can do is like encourage deconstruction, but redefine what that is.
Yeah, or as we said, deconstructing the Jesus way. Again, that will tell you, because like that's the other thing.
Hijack people's personal growth, personal and spiritual growth, for their purposes, which is kind of sinister.
Yeah, and I will say, deconstructing the Jesus way. I tempted to say that's kind of a tentative title. Like I'm opening to renaming it as we go, because Matt had another idea, like something like deconstructing the impossible way, because basically the way they describe deconstruction, like that's not actually how you deconstruct, and if you try to do it the way they're telling you to, it's just not going to happen. So,
also, don't let his casual shirt fool you. That's an expensive shirt.
This dude, well, he's a senior pastor at a megachurch.
He's making 6 figs. And he lives in a upscale part of Cincinnati. I've done some work there. They pay well.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, not at his house, just that area. Okay.
No, that would be super awkward, and I'd just be with.
I would love that though.
Sending him like develop a cough vibes. I don't really want to hurt you, but I don't want you to have a pleasant time sometimes, depending on my mood.
Yeah, pretty much. But speaking of like the people on staff and how like they're clearly well off, so that's another thing to look out for in this series. Like, it's very apparent that this church was started by people from the corporate world, specifically Procter and Gamble, which is based here in Cincinnati. Like, if you're not familiar with Procter and Gamble, you probably actually are, because they make like everything when it comes to like household products. But
the church is run by a corporation.
Yeah, pretty much. But I remember like during COVID when they were doing like the online only sermons, like they would just film one of the pastors just like on a location somewhere. And one week when it was Allie, she didn't say where she was at, but she was at a restaurant here in town. And she said like, I'm here at like one of my favorite restaurants. And you can tell it was a place called The Precinct. And for people who don't know, here in Cincinnati, I don't know if it's the most expensive restaurant in the city, but it's got to be up there. So
everything
for her,
yeah, I don't know if the food is the most expensive, but like everything they have there is expensive. Like expensive booze, expensive wine, expensive water.
Yeah. So for her, especially like during COVID, when like a lot of people are like losing their jobs, among other things, and like a lot of financial hardships, she just comes on screen. I'm here at one of my favorite restaurants. I'm like, oh, so relatable. Like, it just pissed me off. Anyway.
She seems like a nice person who just doesn't realize.
Yeah. To be fair. So, all right. But speaking of pissing me off, let's get back to Brian.
Okay. I've worked in construction for a bunch of years. I built stuff on my house. I built stuff on my motorcycle, on my truck. Most recently, put a rack on the back of.
Also, just in case you couldn't tell, Brian's a man.
He's a man.
He's a manly man. Like, he builds stuff. He's got a motorcycle and a truck, and yeah, that's
he kind of wrote a book called The 5 Marks of a Man. He is the founder and trademarked speaking guest. Like, his name is like a registered trademark and shit. And yeah, it's called Man Camp. Man, all the time.
Thank you, Amber. I'll try to keep that up as we go. But
it's a common face he makes. He has like a handful of expressions, and
yep, that is definitely one of them. So
my truck, and I realized I did something wrong. I had to undo it. This is the thing.
Had to take apart his entire truck, apparently. So.
No. Sometimes when you're building something, you have to take it down to get it right.
No, he would. All right. Yeah, this is a guy who gets his. Like, so he would probably be like, yeah, I know what it is. He's looking for tips.
Yep. Or good old devil's doorbell. All right.
This is a reality that's happening in people's faith. We're seeing people who have built faith, and the faith isn't working, and what's happened is called deconstructionism. They're
What a terrible definition.
Yeah. And also just like the way he's talking here, it's like part of, like I said, part of just the performance of this, because it's a performance. Like part of it, did he rehearse this? Because like that's another thing I know from because I used to because I used to volunteer like with the sound team, like for like services over the weekends, so I know like everything they do. Yes,
that is one of the best descriptions of him.
He'd probably take that as a compliment, actually.
Yeah, he would.
But basically, I'll have to say, like, I know, like, every single, at least my impression from, like, when I was involved, like, volunteering there, like, every single thing they do, everything they put out there is so well, like, rehearsed and written, and it's, like, done by a committee. Like, they have a whole group of people. Like, everything's got to be worded certain ways, approved by certain people and all that. But, yeah, watching this, and so this, he doesn't deliver the official message that's done later by another guy, but even like when he's talking, I still got that same impression. I was like, was this just the first take and they forgot to put out the better ones? Or
I think
just so bizarre.
the vibe I'm getting is this isn't necessarily a series they wanted to do. This is a series they felt like they had to do, but they have no idea what to say, and they're so afraid. I feel like they're like collectively afraid of deconstructing, like for themselves, and they didn't want to find out too much about deconstruction because I think that maybe they felt like they might catch it because they didn't talk to anyone.
Yeah,
and it would have been way more effective to have like a guest on the stage asking them questions.
Yeah. But see, it's not deconstruction, Matt. It's deconstructionism. Which is another thing. Like when he said that, I'm like, that's not how it's like commonly referred to. It's like people just say deconstruction. Like I don't know why he said that's deconstructionism.
Well, because there's a lot of isms that are villainized. By that group, like communism, socialism, evolutionaryism.
Yeah, it's anyway. All right. I backed him up a little bit. Let's
happening in people's faith. We're seeing people who have built faith and the faith isn't working, and what's happened is called deconstructionism.
This is an important point.
yeah.
Like it wasn't the faith that failed, it was their faith. They had bad faith.
Right. Yeah, the way they built it wasn't working.
Yeah. Not that they realized fundamental flaws in the reason for faith. No, they just had bad faith.
Yeah.
Weak faith. Poor foundation faith.
Yeah. Yeah, a couple key words to keep in mind throughout this series. Definitely this episode, but the other ones, as I remember, gaslighting and victim blaming.
Yeah.
So
and sloppy fallacies.
Yes. Just sloppy all around. But as you can see on his arm here, he's got a tattoos because he's not one of those Marine pastors. Yeah.
Did he get an earring yet?
I have no idea.
No, he wouldn't get an earring because that's too close to like something women do.
Yes. Right.
They're deconstructing their faith. There's a good thing about this is that you're trying to deal with your faith and get the faulty things out. The bad thing is it's really in vogue right now to just deconstruct your faith instead of actually building your faith. I don't want you.
See, that was part of the sloppy wording there. He just said like, no, deconstructing is good. It's a good thing to do. But the problem is people are deconstructing. I'm like, I don't even know what he means.
No. And Paco later does a similar thing where it's like deconstruction is good / bad, do it / don't.
Yeah. Yeah, it isn't that God isn't real. It's you aren't believing hard enough. His infinite powers is limited. You have to cast the right spells. You have to cast the spells right and the right spells. Yeah.
Your picture of God is inaccurate. That's your problem.
Right. Oh, I do remember this. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, Emily. Yeah, you got that in the Holy Land on a trip for one of their series. Yeah.
Was that on land that is supposed to be Palestinian land, right? Like right now, like according to the UN, like demarcation? Because there was one place he did go. He was in the Golan Heights for like one filming. He has an inn, and he was like in the trenches at the Golan Heights. That's not really Israel. Yeah. But yeah, Emily with the inside information. Emily also used to go to Crossroads like us, maybe a little more inside. And works for a spinoff.
Yeah.
Which is doing better things. Much better things.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. So, but let's hear more about Brian not really... I don't know if he doesn't understand deconstruction or if he's doing this on purpose to try to make us misunderstand.
Both.
So, yeah.
You to tear down your faith. I don't want you to tear down your life. I want you to build your life the right.
Wait. Also, like, you see how he like quickly conflated there, tearing down your faith. I don't want you to tear down your life. It's like
that happens again later, and
those are different things.
This is on fucking purpose too. Like. We're not just glazing them. Like the people who are on staff who do these things, like they had legit jobs in the private sector doing something like this. Like they had jobs writing copy for advertisements, or they they were in professional video production or audio work. The set building that they have is done. They have like guidance from professional like set designers. Like it's so that wording isn't sloppy. That's on fucking purpose. They're trying to put in people's heads. If you deconstruct your faith, you're tearing apart your life. So it's like. It's not that it's the church is not a cult. However, they do tick a collection of things on the cult list characteristics, and so well that and avoid other ones that I swear it's like they looked at the list of how to build a cult, but not, and consciously chose which ones not to do.
Just so like the whole so they could have some plausible deniability. It's like, oh, see, we're not really a cult. See, look, all these things we don't do. Yeah.
And they assume people come to church because they want to be reprogrammed in a particular direction. So they probably do not think they're doing anything wrong at all. If they reprogram people towards their faith without the people knowing that, well, that's just best practice.
Oh, well, good to know. Turned cultish after we left. Awesome. That's
there was a guy
not surprised.
There's a guy who was working there for years. One of the longest people on staff, and did all kinds of stuff like spiritual growth.
I just love how you worded that. One of the longest people on staff. How long was he, Matt? How do you know?
No, we did the story form life group where it's like, not your story, it's God's story. Get over it. Also, laughing, it's fun.
Yeah. Also, we think we understand midrash, but with an answer key in the back of the book. So.
We talked to a Jewish guy once.
And he used this term that we really liked and wanted to reappropriate.
Yeah, we thought, why not reappropriate it?
Yeah.
God, they do that with a lot of trademark stuff too.
Also, hi Chris. I don't know if Chris is watching, but if he's not, Emily, tell him we said hey.
Do that.
So, yes.
No, so this guy was working there, and I bumped into him at like a person's birthday party, and they knew each other. And he's talking to my wife and I, and he's like, he's had a little to drink, but he's not drunk. And he's like, we're like, you still working there? And he's like, yeah, sometimes we're like, is it a cult? Like, I don't think it's a cult, but is it a cult? I mean, no, but it kind of is, right? And so that was really interesting to hear. Like he wasn't just kidding; he was being honest.
Yeah. They don't actually condone because they're not Catholic. Otherwise, I guess Catholics do in a weird way, but they'd probably say they don't either. But anyway, I do endorse cannabis, even though it doesn't work on me.
So as do I.
More for the rest. Yeah, more for the rest of y'all, I guess.
At least in Ohio, at the dispensaries, because it's not technically for smoking, it's supposed to be for vaping. Even the actual dry herb stuff, they're allowed to spray it with a shit ton of like pesticides and herbicides, and it doesn't combust at dry vaping temperatures. But if you burn it, it does, and it puts carcinogens right in your fucking lungs. They don't really tell people that. So if you know somebody who does it on their own, go local.
Good to know. All right. Back to Brian, I guess.
Yeah, the anxiety.
The way God wants it, and the way that actually works. Your life. I don't want you to tear down your faith. I don't want you to tear down your life. I want you to build your life the right way, the way God wants it, and the way that actually works. That's what we're going to be.
Yeah, because you always want to go into deconstruction with the end goal of, but I'm going to come out of this on the other side the way God wants me to be. It's like,
yeah, assume the conclusion.
Yeah, it's like, again, like, if that's how someone wants to do it, like if they are dead set, it's like, I just cannot live without my faith in God. So I definitely want to re-examine things, but that's a part of my life. I just feel like I can't lose. Like, okay, like the thing I like to say about deconstruction is like the only right way to do it is your way. So if you're doing it your way and you're being honest about it, if you just honestly, genuinely want to keep believing in God, but you want to just deconstruct certain aspects of it, like, yeah, cool. I'm not going to tell you that's wrong because that's how you're doing it. But what he's doing is say, like, no, there is a right way to do it. And that's basically what this whole series ultimately is about is, yeah, go ahead and deconstruct, but just make sure you rebuild on Jesus in this particular way. So they're like, yeah, just get rid of the bad stuff, but not the good stuff. But really, the whole point of deconstruction is you're supposed to be looking at all of it and determining what is good, what is bad. Is any of it good? Is any of it bad? Like, do I want to keep any of it? Or as our friend, speaking of our friend Derek Day, friend of the show, he said, like, a quote from him that I love is like, if you haven't at least considered atheism, you haven't fully deconstructed.
Yeah.
And again, I don't want to, again, I don't want that to be taken as, again, like him saying there's a right way to do it.
Like
but
gatekeeping, yeah.
Yeah. But if you want to go into it, like if you're thinking, no, I do actually want to completely deconstruct this faith and this religion and examine everything, like if that is your goal, then that's what it takes. Now, if you don't want to go that far, again, fine, but don't. I'm struggling to find the words because I was about to say, don't say you've like fully deconstructed if you're not willing to go. But
I think
hopefully y'all understand what I'm saying. But yeah,
there's a decent amount of I was going to say mental fortitude. That's not really it. Ability to handle uncertainty that you have to be able to do or handle because if you can't, I think people can end up in a really bad place. So, like, ideally, everyone's able to fully deconstruct. I think some people aren't equipped to do that because if they were, they would. Like it, because if you want to find out all the ways you were wrong about God, okay, but also. Maybe you're wrong. There is a God. It's like,
yeah.
But some people just like, I don't know. Some people would just like,
yeah.
I don't like to imagine what they would be like if they had, because it is hard.
Yeah. Okay, but as you were talking, and so thanks for the inspiration, whether you're meant
welcome.
it or not. The way I would word it, like I said, I don't want to word it in terms of, well, you're not deconstructing the right way, you're not deconstructing enough, or what. So I think really the way to look at it is in terms of, okay, what is your goal? And if your goal is just to figure out what is true, like if that's your goal, then you have to put everything on the table.
Yeah, you got to question
examination. Yeah. So. But if you're going into it, like I said, I'm not saying this is wrong or whatever, but if you're going into it like, I have to keep my faith in God, I have to keep my belief in Jesus, then okay. Then I think at that point, then I don't think you can honestly say my goal is just whatever's real and whatever's true, which, okay, fine. If your goal is just like, I feel like I need to hold on to these things, great. But to me, and this is like, was my experience going through deconstruction, was my goal was I want to know what's real. So that meant I put everything on the table because I don't care what it is. Like, I want to know if it's real. If it's not real, then I'm not going to be building my life on it. Like, that works for some people because some people can mentally be at the point where like, okay, I know it's not real, but like I still want to build my life on it because just like the principles around it or the ideas behind it or whatever. Like, again, I'm not saying that's wrong. Like, if that works for you, great. That just doesn't work for me. But the way Brian is presenting people who go through this process just does not at all line up with my experience for it. But he's still, squirrel.
So, hold on. I hijacked your whatever. So Emily said a little while ago, isn't it also that you have to be able to handle that as a Christian as well? Yeah. But I think part of people's brains, maybe their subconscious, realizes that if you look too closely, that there will be problems.
Yeah.
Because they're like, test your faith. Also, don't. Which is kind of what we're getting in this lesson so far.
Right. And also,
God damn it, I said lesson like I'm on the inside of the cult. Wow.
No, it's content, Matt. But Flint and Steel with a fantastic point here. Like, didn't he say earlier that sometimes you have to tear something down to rebuild it correctly? Already contradicting himself. Yeah, because now he's saying, like, don't tear it down all the way. But earlier he was saying that's what you have to do.
This will be a pattern that repeats.
Yeah.
And they'll use absolutes and black and white language the whole way through while describing a gray area. So they're like, yeah, take it apart all the way. Also, don't, because it'll ruin your life.
Right. All right. So he's wrapping up here. So I want to get to the payoff on like the very anticlimactic end to his little Lego house thing here. Which
also, keep in mind his back is not great.
Yeah.
The way God wants it, and the way that actually works. That's what we're going to be dealing with.
Oh, it's a little heavier than you thought, isn't it?
Called Rock Solid.
He's not making any friends. First of all, he looked like a weak old man picking that up. Second,
yeah. Also, let's watch this part again. Because, like, this was supposed to be something, Brian Tome using a jackhammer, destroying a house and a block thing, but, like, that totally, like, just completely didn't land for me. Like,
no. And the house is already broken up. The house is already broken up, so this is not the first take. This was the best one.
Yeah, because like I feel like this was supposed to be some big, like I said, Brian with the jackhammer going, like they probably should have been playing some like metal in the background or something. But it's still, it's like it just went like or burp.
But they had that like stone block thing. It's on dirt, right? So use a jackhammer on something that's backed by dirt, and then it's just like. Yeah. Tap thud over and over again.
Yeah.
It doesn't even
Hey. Well, hey, and we hope too. Like I said, glad you're here. So
yeah,
we'll but
see,
what
your friend doesn't realize is even though he tried to run away from the threat to his faith that was you just having your best life, like he can't get away from that because he still turned his back on his best friend. That's going to eat at him. Like now it has to be worth it, right? Is it? Is he going to see it wasn't?
Yep.
So it's not that you didn't have any impact on him. You threw the wrench you had into those works.
Yeah. And it was some works that maybe needed a wrench too.
Yeah. But if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
But I think if I could put a sound effect to what we just saw here, I think Aunt Jur nailed it.
Womp womp.
It's like that whole scene was just the epitome of sad trombone.
That's like the new mission statement of this church. They're like past their prime. It's just a full exploration of womp womp.
Yeah. Yeah, but once again, I think that just the fact that they called their series on deconstruction Rock Solid, I think that pretty much epitomizes where they're going with it and why it's like, oh, this is not going to be good. So, all right, well, we've only barely not even begun. So,
to
build something rock solid, it's got to be inside of code. When code is really working well, it's not a system to frustrate contractors. It's a system that reflects the truth of reality.
So I love how he's framing this, and that's not a pun because he's literally walking through framing. Or maybe that's how he meant it. But it's like saying like, oh, everything's got to be in a certain code, which again, right off the bat, you're not getting the point of true and like full deconstruction.
Yeah, it's got to be fundamentalist.
So I'm going to be using. Yeah, so I know earlier I said, and this is something I still find tricky because I haven't really landed on a good way to express it. So I'm going to be probably still throughout this whole thing going to be using terms like fully deconstructing or doing it like completely or honestly or whatever. Like just know like maybe I'll figure out better ways to word things, but until then, just know like I guess really if you're maybe I should just be turning it more in phrasing it more in terms of like, are you actually going for what's actually true? Because if that's the point of your deconstruction, just going into but there's got to be like frames and code and making sure I'm in certain boundaries. Okay, well then your goal isn't to find what's true. Your goal is to find what fits in these boundaries.
Yeah, you have code for building things. You just have OSHA requirements for deconstruction.
Right. Yeah. Codes are made by humans. No. Yes. Is there an I would love to know about it if there is. If anyone has information on the code dictating aardvark, let me know. We'll have him on the show, or her, or them, or whoever. But yeah, but here's the thing. Like, I guess in a way, if there are going to be any like codes, if you will, on your deconstruction, it should be reality. Because to me, that's what it came down to. Is like as I was deconstructing things, I'm like, okay, these things that this Christian faith is teaching me don't line up with reality. So it's like, am I going to take the reality in front of my face? You know, as much as I can know what reality is, I don't want to get into that. But am I going to take the plain reality in front of my face or what some dudes wrote a couple thousand years ago about it? It's like,
I don't know. They seemed like they had the best science to work with back then.
Yeah, for their time, sure, but humans progress. It's not that we're better than them. It's like we just know more shit. So, I don't know.
Which makes us better.
Flex, load bearing, how thick things need to be. It's a matter of science.
Oh, you're thick, my friend. But
and math and physics all in one. That's the truth you need when you build something. Our culture is fixated on living your own truth. I'm fine to live the truth, but first...
because you got to throw some culture war stuff and like more relativity in the world these days. Am I right? So
also set the pot to the kettle.
Right? Yeah. So again, like, so he's so close to being right here, which is like, yes, if you're going to be deconstructing and examining something, you have to have some kind of standard, but that standard should be just like truth and reality. And like, does this line up with reality? But I mean, believe it or not, that's not the standard he's talking about.
No, because who's reality?
Mm-hmm. Hey, this could be this show. I mean, go nuts. Well, we try to be all things to all people. And speaking of all people, here's one of the all people.
Hello, How's people.
It going, Jimmy? Good to see you, man. All right. So we're talking about this guy talking about deconstruction and how he's kind of full of shit about it. Spoiler. All right. But let's let him continue. But after backing him up a little bit.
Culture is fixated on living your own truth. I'm fine to live the truth, but first we have to find the truth that is foundational and structural for building a great life and
Yes, again, he's so close because that on its own, like, yes, you do want to find what the truth is, if as much as we can, and build your life on that. So, but, well, hey, like I said, if you do you. All right. So, did you have a thing to say on?
A little bit of he's like, I'm fine if you do that. It's like, cool, thanks for your permission. And I know that doesn't necessarily mean that when people say that. However, it did feel like that when he said it.
Yeah. Which, so another thing like to keep in mind as we're watching this series, like to me, like this series basically seems like it's aimed at people who, whether they mean it this way or not, I kind of feel like they maybe do, whether they know it or not. It seems like it's not aimed at people who actually want to go through like an honest deconstruction process. This seems like this is
a vaccine against that.
Yeah, this seems like it is aimed at people who are scared of people deconstructing. To let them know, like, one, there is a right way to do it, but also, and this is what pissed me off so much when I first watched this a few years ago. Again, knowing that like friends and family of mine were going to this church, saying like, this is what they're saying about me to like my friends and family, and saying that if it's like I was very public about it, people knew I was deconstructing, questioning a bunch of stuff. So basically, my old church was telling them, okay, obviously not mentioning me by name, but essentially telling them, oh, but he's doing it wrong. So you need to watch out for people like him.
But then their brain has to go, wait, is he? Is Tommy actually doing this?
Yeah, then they're like, oh, Tommy must be doing something. He's not just deconstructing, he's just destructing. As I don't remember if they use that terminology on this, but I have heard other people like use that. But now he's answering the question about whether the clitoris is real.
He's like real serious about it. It is. Let me tell you.
Oh, and Aunt Jur. So I know it's pronounced Jur, but is it aunt or aunt? I want to make sure I got that right. But got your tea. Also, I forgot to ask people, like, because as people know, we always go through what we're drinking every night.
No, you did
if y'all are drinking something and eating whatever you're doing right now, let us know how you're enjoying your evening with us. So, yeah, but yeah, he's making the comparison. The Bible is not building code. Stop it. Yep. All right. So,
the truth that is foundational and structural for building a great life and a great faith.
What's the most important?
Also, like they totally like cut him off there too, and like mid sentence. So like they really did not rehearse this. They're like, even with that text, like, no, we don't need the rest of the thing he said.
Or it was
a great life and a great faith.
Yeah. What's that?
Yeah, or like the original version was even more garbage than this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they totally cut him off.
Yeah. Make some garlic bread. Like, man, if you can like send some our way somehow, that sounds really good right now. Also, because I realized I forgot to eat dinner, so
that sounds extra amazing. It's like right so saturated, it's just a vehicle for butter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which, I mean, what more do you need? So, I mean, does it need to be anything more than that?
Ooh, you know what? Butter both sides and then like grill it like a grilled cheese. Toast that on both sides on the griddle.
Mm.
That would be amazing.
Yeah. I mean, why not? So,
America.
Don't let anyone pressure you into thinking. Yes, Alan Parr, which we've covered on the show. Maybe we need to.
Don't let anyone pressure you into thinking.
You almost said that loud enough. Almost.
No, I couldn't do it because I was going to irritate myself too much.
Well, we appreciate that. But yeah, drinking water, smart. Yeah, I wish I had some hard cider. Hard cider is good too, but hey, water.
I also didn't open my mouth wide enough. He does it like he's used to like performing on a stage for like an audience that's far away from him.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no monitors.
All right, so again, we haven't even gotten to like the actual message yet, and that's not even what's next. Like, what's next? Like, we're about to just get into some padding. Like this whole next section, I found like completely unnecessary because it's like, so basically what Brian just did was supposed to be, it kind of acts as like an intro to the series, but now they're like, now we need to do another intro, but this time with animation.
This time for the visual learners.
Yeah. Which cool, I guess, but yeah.
Do you want to skip it?
Well, I'll play just a little bit just to kind of give like a feel for it, but
what's the most important part of any house? The doors? Windows? Maybe the drapes or the landscape?
And also, this is just the thing, like, for me, like, does the quality of the recording of her voice sound, like, super nasally to anyone else?
How about the roof? Nope. None of this stuff will make your house stand. We definitely need them. But when life...
Yeah, so that bugs me just right off the bat. But also this whole thing, like, where she's like, what's the most important part of the house? Is it, like...
Is it the fucking drapes?
Like, the drapes, like... It's like this is one of those things, like, it's like, nobody needs this. This is just pure filler fluff.
But,
like...
They... Yeah, at first I was gonna say, hey, like, do they actually think people are this dumb? And no, this is so people can feel smart hearing this, so they can hear all those all those examples, and they get to be like, "That's dumb. I'm smart." And then
it's like, they're like, I can just imagine. I'm just imagining, and I was like, "What's the most important part of the house? Is it the curtains?" And so everyone can be like, "No, silly." Ooh, and gave the angel drinking nectar. Greeks have much better drinks than the Canaanites. Ooh, shots fired.
Yeah.
Well, unexpected shape
to the descendants of the Canaanites who are in Israel.
Yeah, like, can bring a whole room together. Not as much as a good rug.
Really brought the room together, dude.
Like, tied that room together. Did it not? Like, anyway,
I don't know the exact quote you do.
Yeah. Also, Chinaman is not the preferred nomenclature. So, over the line. Anyway, but yeah.
Hits, we need more. So, what is the most important part of any house? Spoiler alert, this is not about the house. We are all
cool. Glad you talked about it for a while.
Yeah, but also, like, the whole, like, spoiler alert thing, like, that comes up later. I'm like, you use spoiler alert as a joke like twice in the same video. That to me is like that. No, you can't do that. You can't do that. So anyway, again, maybe that's just me. So
hold on. This was a good part to posit. So the faulty foundation that they're gonna put this house on. Two of the things in this faulty foundation are love and family. Like, God is love, and, like, have you read the Old Testament? Family is kind of the whole deal. Like,
yeah. Like, yeah. So yeah, let's see a little more of what
building something. The question is not what we are building.
Yeah, love, family, like, yeah, acceptance. Who needs to feel accepted?
I don't know. It's kind of a core need.
Like, or like culture, like
some of these make sense, but this isn't even the same category of stuff. I don't.
Yeah. Like,
all of these things are not like the other.
Building, but what we're building on. Lots of our foundations are weak. If you're feeling tossed around, pressured from every side, and weathered out by the world around you, there's good news for us. Jesus says we can have a faith that stands up to the turmoil, tensions, and even the terrifying stuff of life.
Oh, so Jesus says we can have a faith that stands up to it. Oh, and thank you, Windmill. So, yes, again, one of the things that surprised me about, like, something coming from Crossroads, because, like I said, they're usually, like, on point when it comes to, like, production value and stuff. I'm like, yeah, this recording sounds awful. I mean, or I guess this just occurred to me, unless you're talking about us, which I hope that's not what you meant.
At this time, they had an in-house studio, like recording studio.
Yeah. They probably still do. Yeah. Also, did Jesus say that? Oh, you crazy deconstructionism people.
He said a lot of mostly vague things. So you can kind of make him have said whatever you want.
Yeah. Or even if that's like the writings we have of people writing about him have him saying all kinds of things.
Correct.
So we don't know. Like, oh, biggest blasphemy of all right there.
Ice.
Damn it, BS. I haven't read the whole thing
Or
yet.
did he?
Yeah, that's the extra spoiler. Spoiler is he actually didn't. But
they say.
okay,
some people say.
Windmill, their audio. Thank you. All right, good to know. Thanks for clarifying. Love you all. In the Kids Club videos, my kids probably would, but yeah.
No, her. Yeah, I recognize her voice from when we showed my son those videos.
Yeah.
That's all right. He's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, your kids are awesome. Crossroads influence notwithstanding. Is that the proper use of that term? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, so well, here I just want to hear one thing that she said here real quick.
Our foundations are weak. If you're feeling tossed around, pressured from every side, and weathered out by the world around you, there's good news for us. Jesus says we can have a faith that stands up to the turmoil, tensions, and even the terrifying stuff of life.
Wait, yeah, pause it.
Then why didn't mine, Jesus?
Yeah, like that's exactly why people deconstruct. Is like it didn't hold up.
Yeah, but again, like using this language of like, oh, if your faith doesn't stand up to like the pressure and the turmoil and the storms of life or whatever the fuck, again, that's like, okay, usually, again, I feel like the basis here should be what is real. So if like that, usually when people are deconstructing, that's what they're trying to figure out is this stuff actually real?
Yeah, because Jesus
usually when we're
said a different thing.
Yeah. And what did he say? The truth will set you free.
Cool. What is that?
Yeah, I mean, ironically for him, it ended up setting me free from him.
Well, he said, "I am the truth."
Yeah,
but cool. You didn't answer my question.
Yeah. Oh, but Paco, we'll get to that later.
Will he?
Yeah, he'll try to.
Will he?
But to me, so when you're trying to figure out what's real and true, what's the way things usually work, like in any other circumstance, we're trying to figure out what's real is like we measure something against reality. And if something doesn't withstand the pressure of things being real and contradicting it, usually our answer is, oh, then this thing that I thought was real must not be real because it's not standing up to the real.
No, what you thought was real is not real.
Well, yes, that's what they say. But what I'm saying is, like in any other circumstance, like that's how we decide what's real is, does it actually hold up to scrutiny? Does it withstand the turmoil and whatever?
Right. But they're not really doing that because you see science is also a religion. Secularism is like also a religion.
Right. And science is all secularism. But what I will say, like to their credit, when it comes to like the whole like faith and science thing, like Crossroads is not, at least officially, I'm sure a lot of people in the church maybe, but they are not officially like a young earth creationist. In fact, from stage, they've acknowledged evolution and like how you can still be a Christian and
talk about it.
Yeah. And they're like,
weird because when they talked about trans rights, they didn't have anybody with any expertise in trans stuff except somebody who is paid to speak at places to tell people trans bad.
Well, you see, this guy's expertise was he agreed with them, so good enough. But anyway,
and he wasn't them, so like they could disown the whole thing afterwards, like they did.
Yeah, exactly, and then do a whole sermon basically blaming people who got mad about it as not being loving enough, which was awesome. But anyway,
oh my
God,
that's abusive boyfriend shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah. So this is why I don't feel like being so polite to them anymore. Anyway, so that's kind of all that. It's basically just more like bad analogies and
she says things with the same inflection over and over again.
Yeah, it's just like more filler content and a poor recording quality, which is funny because like Brian sounded fine. Paco here, who we're about to hear from, he sounds fine. But this one thing where it's a voiceover, it's literally like you're in a studio. So you think, if anything, like recording on location versus like recording in a studio voiceover, like the voiceover should sound better because like live on location, like it's not live, but recording in a room, like there's so many more variables like it. So if you think if one was going to sound worse, it would be that one. But anyway, anyway, tangents. Ember loves them. All right. So now we're finally getting to the actual message here. So we're
good.
Ready? All right. So, and again, Matt, like you, if you have notes, if there's any certain parts you want to skip to, hold on, you let me know.
Let's let them go for a bit. Near the end, it gets not near the end. A little over halfway through. There's not a lot of much.
Yeah. All right. So here we go. Here is Paco. I don't remember his last name. I also remember Paco is not his real name, but
nickname given to him by a racist guy.
Yeah, I do want to point this out because, again, like in the interest of throwing the bones to them when I can, this is something he shared the story about how he got the nickname Paco, and I thought it was genuinely hilarious. And I feel for the guy as well. Apparently, his real name is Neville, but he told the story about when he was a kid in like youth group at church. He said like, "Yeah, my name's Neville," but like the youth pastor was like, "Well, maybe this will make more sense after you actually see the guy," but so not him.
In 19.
So this is Paco. But so he said his youth pastor told him, like, "Oh, you don't look like a Neville. You look like a Paco." And he replied, "Well, you look like a racist." And I thought that was genuinely hilarious. And yeah,
he does have Hispanic background.
Yeah. But I mean, he still goes by Paco, so I guess
weird.
Yeah. And hey, I have that mug. So actually, in this cabinet right behind me. But anyway, so all right. So let's listen to Paco tell us about the deconstructionisms and how we should do the things.
1949, Henry Rowan Gardner had closed-door meetings with Robert Fitzgerald Diggs. They met behind closed doors to discuss a booster tracing method that they'd use to trace citizens. What'd they know? What were they planning? Did you also know? None of that's true? Henry Rowan Gardner? That's the lead character from Rookie of the Year. Robert Fitzgerald Diggs? That's Rizzo from the Wu-Tang Clan. But why did so many of us want it?
First of all, like
his little story wasn't even coherent. I wasn't even sure what was happening. This is the third time I've heard it.
Yeah, so again, this totally didn't sound like it sounded like he was just trying to like throw out some just random words like, "Oh, these are words that people use when they talk about this like conspiracy theory-ish type stuff." But yeah, none of it made sense. It didn't sound like he was talking about a real thing. Like it was, but it was just a bit, and it was funny, right? So therefore, it worked. No, but something he saes here. So
that's Rizzo from the Wu-Tang Clan.
Rizzo.
But why did so many of us want that to be true?
Did anyone, like, chat, let me know, did anyone, first of all, did you actually understand what the fuck he was talking about? But did anyone want that to be true? I would be genuinely curious if anyone wanted that to be true.
He's overestimating the impact of his story. And not enough had happened for anyone to be invested in anything he was saying so far. So everybody was just trying to figure out what the hell, like at that point.
Yeah. So again, one of these things, like with how super like scripted and well thought out as their stuff usually is, it's like that was just fucking dumb. but then it's like, so I've heard like, why did so many people want it to be true? Like, I don't think they did. So apparently you were, but good for you for not. Like that's a good sign. Never change. So, but.
And why did the other half of us want me to think it was true so that you could show me how wrong I am?
Was anyone thinking that?
Again, you didn't say enough for any of these things to happen yet.
Yeah. This was so bad. Just so bad.
Well, it's because the truth matters.
Oh.
I think we all want truth. The issue is we don't really know what it looks like. We don't know where to find it.
Oh, no!
And I see a tragedy happening to people today. I see good people breaking down, walking away from their faith, their families, their entire lives crumbling.
Wait, okay.
Again,
I want to point out, like, if you walk away from your faith, and because families can be assholes sometimes, and when you walk away from your faith, if your family is mistreating you, then you have to walk away from parts of your family potentially. But to him, this is the equal to everything falling apart. Like,
Yeah.
if you got to leave your shitbag family and because you lost your faith, like, no, that's you building. That's you building a new life that is good for you.
Yeah. Yeah. Plus, he's saying like, I don't want to see this happen to people. So first of all, like, even though not explicitly saying it, but this is the only version of deconstruction that he's offering. He's like, people deconstruct their faith, their lives falls apart, their family crumbles, and he's like, and I don't want to see that happen to people. It's like, well, first of all, it doesn't happen to everyone who deconstructs, fortunately, but
because you already said
so,
maybe sometimes you have to destroy everything.
Right, but here's
not
the thing:
the foundation, because that's not part of everything.
Right, but so again, like he's so close to saying something good. It's like so when he says, "I don't want to see that happen to people," like, well, yes, like that is a tragedy. Like that should not have to be the way it is for people who deconstruct. But so I'm sure that what he's going to say is like, since he doesn't want to see that happen, his angle is going to be like towards like the family members who forsake this person who's deconstructed and say, oh, because you don't believe the same things that I do anymore, we're just going to shut you out and like disown you or whatever. And like, so he's saying like, yes, that shouldn't happen. Like these people in the church shouldn't treat people who are deconstructing that way because that's terrible. And I don't want to see that happen to them. So therefore the problem is the people doing it to them. Like that's what he's going to say. Right.
Well,
right.
And I know we take it that way because from his perspective, he sees stories or people he knows, they walked away from their faith and then they turned their back on like members of their family in certain degrees. In his mind, that's them like leaving faith, leaving family. But what we know is what was probably happening is that they had to leave their family alone because their family was being abusive or just really unhelpful.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and I had experiences like after leaving the faith, and that I won't go into all the details, but yeah, it unfortunately was a contributing factor to some relationships ending, and then having another friend tell me like, well, yeah, I understand why they feel that way because like you rejected God or whatever. And I was like, no, I didn't reject God. I just stopped believing. Kind of couldn't help it. It wasn't like a choice that I made. And then this person tried to tell me, like, no, you like basically tried to tell me what I was thinking. It's like, no, you rejected God. I'm like, no, I am telling you I didn't. And he's like, no, you did. Like, yeah, I'm like,
no, I literally realized I didn't believe he was real anymore. It wasn't like a decision I made exactly so much as it was a decision I realized.
Yeah. And he's like, well, I just can't go there with you then. I'm like, all right, I don't fucking care then.
So you see how this is you being a problem and not me?
Apparently they didn't. Emily knows what I'm talking about. Anyway. But yeah, maybe a story about Einstein sitting. Yeah, and because all the best stories, like that's the mistake Paco made. His story didn't end with, and his name was Albert Einstein. That's all the best fake stories.
Yeah, it had to be something like awesome about Albert Einstein too, like something like everybody would kind of want to be true, just because it's awesome.
Well, okay. Well, this is good to hear. Family, but remarkably supportive. Mom still prays I come back someday, but doesn't push it. That's key. Needs to be personal relationships, so it can't be forced. Yeah, that's great. Like I will say, like that was my experience. Like when I first like told my parents, like my mom had that reaction, but with her, she's like, oh, I don't know. And to her credit, she was like very like cautious with it, but she's like, I mean, I don't know how you feel about it or what you think, but I do pray for you still. And I told her, and what I told her was like, that's great. Like, because I know coming from you, someone who believes in prayer, for you, that means you care about me. So even though I don't believe in prayer, like I still I still accept that as a loving thing, because I don't believe in prayer, but I believe in what it means to the people who do believe in it, if that makes sense. So
at the same time,
yeah.
I assume this wasn't the case, but if somebody is praying for something to happen to you that you yourself do not want, like that's I don't know, that's a little weird to me.
Yeah,
like, I don't know what to do with that.
Yeah, but I take it just from like on the emotional level of like at its base, it's this person caring about me and wanting what's best for me. Now they may have different opinions on what's best for me, like that its own thing, but yeah, like I'm not one of those people, because this is something I see like a lot of atheists do that kind of bugs me. But again, well, if that's how they feel, I guess I can't tell them they're wrong or whatever. But it's not for me. It's like people's like, oh, don't tell me you're going to pray for me. Prayer is bullshit, and that's insulting. It's like I'm not there. I'm like, you don't need to. I just don't need to go that far. But
no, I do think it'd be like. Okay, I appreciate that, and like, if you're praying for something for me that I don't want for myself, maybe think about whether or not you like that.
Right, there's that. But I will say, like, me talking about my mom, like, she didn't say this, and I don't think this is what she meant. She didn't say she was praying that I would come back, which I'm sure she is. But what she was saying more just praying for me in general, like she's praying that I stay safe and healthy and like good things.
Yeah, that's
like,
what I figured.
Like, yeah, that's great. And also, yeah, Emily, yeah, you do know what I'm talking about. Quoting the person. Which I want to just touch on this real quick, because I had a response to this that I was like super proud of. There was in one of my posts saying like, "Hey, here's a thing I think about Christianity that's kind of bullshit," and this person responded saying like, "Hey, I get what you're saying, but it was something along the lines of like why the things I say seem to upset Christians so much. But like, I'm just trying to examine it, say what I feel about it honestly, point out problems I see, say, hey, I see this as a problem. What do you think?" And I don't know why people are getting so upset. I mean, I do know why people get upset, but anyway, so he was trying to say like from the perspective of a Christian, like, try to be understanding, because this is like them saying like, well, hey, this is my dad you're talking about. And like, so my response to that was, okay, well,
first of all, bullshit.
Yeah. But
because like, really, like, how absentee is your dad that you think that's being a good dad?
Right. Yeah, which is a whole other issue. But what I said, okay, but here's the thing. He used to be my dad too. And when I'm talking about things like in the church, whether you want to blame God for it or like you're trying to blame God, but it's really just people. Okay, but God's letting his people do the bullshit that's hurting people. So what are you going to say about that? So but my response is, okay, he used to be my dad too. And here's the thing, like, fortunately, in real life, my actual dad, great dude, does not do things that hurt a bunch of people. But if my actual dad was doing such harmful things to people and hurting people or just letting terrible things happen to people that were perfectly in his power to stop, it's like, I would hope that people would talk about that and blame him for that. Because here's the thing, like, so this guy, he was trying to get me to like, you got to understand like why this is upsetting people. I'm like, okay, here's the thing.
Why do we have to understand? Why do we have to understand?
I was getting to that.
Okay.
So my thing was what that I told him. It's like, look, when I'm expressing things that like the church is doing that are actually hurting people, and it's like legit harmful, and like a lot of times science can even back it up. And your response is, oh, but you got to think about how they're feeling, because this is like, it's their dad, they love him, and you're saying bad things about my dad or whatever. I'm like, okay, I'm done like trying to be tone policed.
Yep.
When it comes to like people who are more concerned about offending the sensibilities of some invisible, imperceptible being that's supposed to be above all of this anyway, and like impervious to any kind of harm.
You're hurting my feelings that you're hurting God's feelings.
Yeah. If you're more concerned about that than you are about the just flesh and blood people right in front of you who are hurting, it's like, I'm done playing that game. Just not doing it anymore. Now, to his credit, he heard it, accepted it. It's like, yeah, you're right. So, or in so many words, he's like, or I don't know if he said I was right, but he's like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. So anyway,
empathy works two ways.
Yeah. So anyway, like I said, I was proud of that, but not proud of this. So let's get back to Paco or Neville. Wow, I clicked on you. Why aren't you playing?
Walking away from their faith, their families, their entire lives crumbling because what they held on to as truth, it got destroyed when pressure was put on it. How do you?
So again, when something gets destroyed by pressure, like, doesn't that usually mean maybe it wasn't true? But their stance is, oh, well, what you believe, you were just believing the wrong things. You just weren't doing it right.
You didn't have the whole truth.
Yeah.
Because if you did, it wouldn't have fallen apart.
Right.
You know this won't happen to you. Well, I've got good news. You can experience. How do you know this won't happen to you?
Ooh, so you got to get them scared.
Oh no, I thought it would. You're saying maybe?
Oh no. Yeah.
Well, I've got good news. You can experience truth, and you can have truth and build your life on it. But first,
again, good. Like, that should be what you're going after, is building your life on truth. But let's see how he fucks that up.
First, we've got to deal with some ginormous barriers that are standing in the way. In an era of conspiracy theories, alternative facts, truth claim power moves, and retruthing, you can have a foundation of truth. Truth is important. It determines what lasts and what...
That sentence didn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a long sentence, so okay.
Barriers that are standing in the way. In an era of conspiracy theories, alternative facts, truth claim power moves, and retruthing, you can...
So he's basically saying, okay, so in an era of all these things...
Truth claim power move? Is that...
Yeah,
okay.
or retruthing you, I guess that's a thing. So basically...
Well, no, like, retruthing is a thing you do with your truth that you've posted on Truth Social. It's not shared, it's retruth.
Yeah. So here's I guess, so here's the sentence structure so far. He's saying, like, so in a world, like, that's the other thing that pisses me off. Like, it's so, I just hate the cliche of, like, so many things. Again, you can tell how corporate so much of their language is. Like, in a world where, so the sentence structure here so far is basically, in a world where all this stuff is the thing and in vogue,
have a foundation of truth.
Hold on, let's back.
Claim power moves and retruthing you.
All right, so in a world where all this stuff is happening, let's see if the next words out of his mouth make sense with that sentence structure. I don't think they do. Tell me if I'm wrong. So in this world with all these things,
can have a foundation of truth. Truth is important.
Can have a foundation of truth. Did they cut out a U in there?
Era of conspiracy theories, alternative facts, truth claim power moves, and retruthing, you can have a foundation of truth.
Oh, so he wasn't saying retruthing you. He was saying retruthing, comma, you can have a foundation. Okay, so that
also
was
just the cut was like not at the punctuation in what he was saying, and so it or not the cut, the angle change.
Yes, their indestructible foundation crumbled under pressure. What? Like, well, but that's the thing. That means that they were just wrong about what they believed. And now they're going to set us straight, though. So don't you worry.
Well, it wasn't an indestructible foundation, because even if it was on Jesus, it wasn't the right view of Jesus. That's what deconstruction is for, to make sure you have the right picture of Jesus.
Yeah. See, here's the thing, Ember. Like, you're going to have to save yourself, even though it's God that saves you. But you got to do the right things.
Yeah, because if he didn't, it's because you didn't.
Yeah. So that's basically another way. If I could sum up this entire sermon series, it would be, sounds like your fault. So, Okay, so my apologies to Paco. That sentence actually did make sense structurally. He just paused in the wrong spots, so it's still kind of his fault. But I'll cop to that. So.
Truth is important. It determines what lasts and what crumbles. This is why I don't buy it.
That's not a thing. Truth determines what lasts and what doesn't. No, evolution, like
Unfortunately,
problems, it's because like those problems didn't get in the way of surviving. So like, it's not true that we are we're the most optimized we could be. Like, just be what? This doesn't make any sense what he said.
I know it's
delivered with such confidence.
Right, so it must be true. Speaking of truth, see that's how you find truth. When a dude on a video says it confidently, and he says it's because of Jesus, then I mean, can't argue with that.
He's in front of a concrete set.
Because it's cool and modern and edgy.
It looks like the set is like a dystopian 90s.
I feel like the crow is going to come crashing through that window any second. But
to there is no truth argument. Here's why. If truth doesn't exist, I don't buy into the important. It determines what lasts and what crumbles. This is
so. Yeah, so I want to make sure you get all of this, because this I thought might have been one of the dumbest parts of the video. So I want to make sure we get the full impact here. Like, again, not to poison the well or anything, but let me know what you people think of this like logical. I was about to say argument syllogism, but it came out legit. It didn't even come out because I knew right away this is a fucking stupid word. I'm not even going to finish it, but. I don't know if it's a syllogism technically. Anyway, just watch and let me know what you think.
Truth. Truth is important. It determines what lasts and what crumbles. This is why I don't buy into the there is no truth argument. Here's why. If truth doesn't exist, then it should have no opposite.
What?
It was 3 parts of nothing. It didn't add up to anything. This is why I don't buy the claim that there is no truth. No, nobody's saying that, Paco. Is that what you think relativism is?
Yeah. I mean,
also, there can be facts in a situation, but then every person who's in that situation is experiencing a different version of reality.
See, that's the thing. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say there is no truth besides Christians who are trying to tell me that other people say there is no truth.
That's what you think. That's what you think because your truth isn't my truth.
Yeah. Now, some people, there is the argument that maybe there is not one singular ultimate truth, or maybe there are certain types of truth, like moral truths. I know like there are certain like moral philosophies that don't believe in absolute moral truths or things like that, but like what you were saying, like, yes, there can be the truth of my perception and the truth of my experience versus the truth of your perception and your experience. They can be conflicting, even if they're about the same thing that happened. But but this whole
like my truth and your truth, like it's because like none of us really knows for sure what reality is. Like science just boils it down to like as best humans can know. Like here are the facts. But then like every experience is being filtered through a different person.
Yeah.
So for instance, like that's how that person experiences that thing. That's true.
Yeah, but for instance, like it's my truth that like arrogant bastard ale is absolutely delicious, but I'm disappointed. It actually doesn't say on the can, because usually that's one of my favorite things about Stone Brewery is like the writings they have on like their bottles and stuff, but they don't have it on here. But usually if you get this in a bottle, it'll have this whole paragraph on the side talking about the beer, and it basically starts by saying like, this is an intense beer. You probably won't like it. So... But it's my truth that it's delicious, but it's other people's truth for a lot of them that it's not. So in that case, but All right. So, but listen to why Paco explains why he doesn't agree with this argument that no one's making. Because it's not just that no one's making it; his actual defense of his position on it is even worse. So let's.
And what crumbles. This is why I don't buy into the there is no truth argument. Here's why. If truth doesn't exist, then it should have no opposite. So let me ask you a question. Is there such thing as lying? Well, if yes is your answer, then truth has to exist.
Oh! No, he didn't.
Because if something doesn't exist, it can't have an opposite.
I mean, kind of true, but
Yeah, but I feel like if there was such a paradigm where nothing was true, then would there be lies?
I think he's trying to show these people who don't exist, who are saying this thing he thinks they're saying about there being no truth. He's imagining himself talking to them, saying, "But are there lies?" And they're like, "Well, yeah," said the person who didn't say what he thought they said.
Yeah. So
and then he's like, "I win."
it's just so fucking stupid. Like that.
And then the person just goes, "Sure," and walks away.
Yeah. He really, and here's the thing, I promise you, there was an entire committee of people who approved that. If not this committee wrote that for him even. Yeah. Who knows? But hey, like I will say, Flint, at least you felt your brain cells doing something, and they haven't been completely decimated by that brilliance.
There are times where, so they do have people who write the sermon, and then whoever's going to be delivering the sermon, then they kind of like tag team. Okay, here's how we're going to punch it up in your voice. But like the people can also, if they have like their own ideas, or like, here's something I think is great, I really want to work it in. That was probably his thing. He really wanted to work it.
He's like, no, guys, I came up with this brilliant argument, even though, like, okay, this whole concept.
But people agreed.
Like, okay, but here's the thing, like I said, me and Matt, like, we are not professionals in any like relevant field when it comes to like philosophy, theology, like any of this stuff. But anyone who maybe does have more expertise than us, like, please let me know, like, is that an actual like argument? Like, if something isn't real, then it can't have an opposite, or whatever the fuck. Let's hear that.
I do want to look into that. I've never heard anybody say that. It sounds correct.
Well, I did ask ChatGPT, and it disagreed, but for what that's worth.
It disagreed as a thing.
Actually, let's see. If I can bring this up.
Can holes exist? While you're doing that, Gabe the Angel says, can holes exist without an infinitely high mountain? And compared to an infinite height, what is the difference between a tall mountain and a hole, really?
Yeah, great point. Yeah, like Andrew said, he really thinks he's saying something. But I think this really captures the level of intellect we're dealing with here. Do you wonder how the Easter Bunny gets all those presents on your pillow? That's why I don't believe the claim that aliens don't wear sweaters. Brilliant, Ember. I couldn't have said it better myself.
That was so disorienting.
All right, so basically,
man, my brain tried to make sense of that the whole way through Ember's sentence. It didn't work, and it just hurt.
Well, see, there's the problem. You tried. That'll teach you. So I asked ChatGPT, is the following a logically sound argument? If truth doesn't exist, then it should have no opposite. If lying exists, then truth has to exist. And it just says, short answer, no.
Now let me elaborate.
It isn't logically sound. It gestures at something intuitive, but it relies on unstated assumptions and a category mistake. So.
Wow.
And then it goes into like this whole like multi-point.
GPT is a bitch. Also,
Okay.
That was the best and shortest undressing of Crossroads I've ever heard.
Yes. So it says, bottom line, the argument is rhetorically punchy but logically unsound. Yep, Crossroads. That's it in a nutshell. It relies on undefined terms, equivocation, and an invalid inference. It's the kind of argument that feels right in conversation but collapses under philosophical scrutiny.
That's their whole brand of teaching. Is those descriptions.
Yeah. That's yes.
Which then would indicate they're doing it on purpose. If you keep hitting the same nail so well, you're trying to hit that nail, I think.
Oh, and look at Flint and Steel being productive. Man. Hats off to anyone.
You don't want that laundry to get moldy in the washer.
Yeah. And also, like, hats off to anyone who can actually do something constructive with their lives while watching our show. I'm glad you're...
Challenge accepted.
But yes, Ember with the great point here. Cold isn't real in an objective sense, but heat absolutely exists. Yeah. It's like...
Yeah,
so
there it is.
Yeah. So heat exists, or think of this like...
Or same with darkness and light.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, darkness can exist even if light never is actually a real thing, because then, okay, then just everything is dark. Like,
can it though? Because aren't photons everywhere? Like, even in like what we can consider utter darkness?
Probably. But I'm saying, but let's just say there were just like no such thing as photons even. It's like, so literally all there was dark. So that does not necessitate that light exists just because dark exists. Like, no, light doesn't exist because dark exists. Light exists because photons exist.
Oh, wait, that reminded me of something that I thought of after I had plenty of a certain thing.
Real quick, our friend Sarah, remind me what we need to put on a T-shirt, because I would love to put it on one. But and also, hi, how's it going? Good to
see you.
Yeah,
I don't know why that sounded sarcastic. It's not.
It's just been a while, so
I was like, I'm going to do a people thing, and then it didn't do well.
But good try.
All right, so correct me if I'm wrong. Ember will probably correct me.
And please do.
So, like, the essence of everything, like the smallest things we know so far that we're aware of so far that make up anything are quantum particles. But quantum particles aren't exactly a thing. They're like a collection of like constraints, behaviors, and what's the other thing?
I don't know.
God damn it. Potential. Constraints, behavior, and potential. Right? Those aren't things. So the essence of everything, including us, is constraints, behaviors, and possibilities. And then it collapses into something, and that's when we have things. Or it doesn't collapse. I'm probably using that word incorrectly. But somehow, from nothing, things.
And yay.
Because of constraints, potentials, and behaviors. Just, this is what all that does. Everything's really nothing.
Adulting complete. Did miss anything important? I don't remember.
I was just talking about how we all probably don't really exist and nothing really exists. It's just like what nothing is doing is something.
Nothing do be like that though. All right. So let's just see if we can hear this one more time. Like why he doesn't buy the argument that truth doesn't exist, even though no one's
he doesn't buy the argument he made up.
Yeah.
Important. It determines what lasts and what crumbles. This is why I don't buy into the there is no truth argument. Here's why. If truth doesn't exist, then it should have no opposite. So let me ask you a question. Is there such thing as lying? Well, if yes is your answer, then truth has to exist. And no one likes being lied to. If lying...
Okay, that was another thing. Like, let's see that.
Truth has to exist. And no one likes being lied to.
Who is he looking at there? Who is he talking to?
I don't know, but he has a problem with them.
Yeah, like I want to believe that there is just someone like on the crew that he's like being like super passive aggressive towards right now.
It's just like the lighting guy. He's like, what? I'm literally not doing anything. I do the lights before and after, but I'm not doing anything right now.
It's like, you told me that this lighting complemented my skin tones, but like I can see on the monitor, but it's like no one likes being lied to. It's like no one likes being lied to, Steve.
He's like, from that nod, like, you know what I'm talking about. You know what you did.
Really not good at that.
Well, he's not usually teaching. Oh no.
Yeah.
You know she's gotten that look. That sucks. You know
he doesn't like so he doesn't like the straw man he made up. So yeah. Want to know what he was smoking. I don't want any.
He can't punch his way out of a straw man.
Thanks for doing it for science, Flint and Steel. No. I know, right? It's like he was just showing up. He's probably all like, again, knowing how like Crossroads treats their staff who aren't on camera. He's poor guy's probably like overworked and like hasn't seen his kids in 2 months. And
yeah, if you're on staff and you don't feel burnt out, you didn't give it your all.
Yeah, and you're looked down upon, actually. So. But yes, but at least someone is thinking of the lighting guy. Thank you, Sarah.
So someone I know got fired from Crossroads, and that person's dad was a volunteer in I don't know, audio visual stuff for this weekend services.
He's not talking about me, by the way.
No. And they go up to Brian Tome, because like he's the head pastor. He's probably in charge of shit.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, the guy who like totally brutally and awesomely jackhammered the Lego house.
Yeah, big tough guy. Yeah, working through those Legos with the jackhammer. You big strong
That's still
man.
like we may need to go back and watch that again after this because that part was so fucking funny to me. But anyway, continue.
It's just so thinking of how he went to pick it up. There's like that little delay when he picked it up, where he's just like, whoa.
All right, so okay, I feel like we definitely while you're talking, I'm going to cue it up. So everyone remember, we're at 5:13.
Okay,
that's where we're coming back to. So
okay. So to finish my little story,
yeah.
So the dad of this person who worked at Crossroads, Brian was chumming it up with the AV people because if they're not happy with him, they
keep talking. I'll be right back. But yeah, keep
they
going.
might do as great a job with weekend service, and maybe he looks bad or something, right? So he's pounding around with them, and this person's dad was like, "Hey, Brian, like, my daughter works in IT, and like, she's getting like the short end of the stick, real bad, and like getting the run around, doing her best, give her an improvement plan. She succeeded, like." At like 80% of it in a real short amount of time, and like most of the stuff on there is pretty ridiculously high expectations, but like she's getting let go, and it's like her family needs health insurance, and this really doesn't sound like a good thing that's happening at all. And this is his daughter he's talking about, and Brian was like, I'm sorry that's happening to her, and like that sounds really rough, but like, what do you want me to do about it? And I was like, when I heard that story, because maybe that person's daughter I might be very close to. I was like, you son of a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want me to do about it? Aren't you fucking in charge a little? So I don't know anything about that. I'm sorry, I can't weigh in on that. Maybe find some shit out, because like if that's true, people are being mistreated and let go because like they didn't kiss somebody's ass enough. Like in exactly the right way. Like, basically, this person wanted this employee to kiss their ass as them. It's like, be me, but kiss my ass.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, and I know the story you're talking about. It's like, yeah, that's just all kinds of fucked up.
There may or may not be legal reasons why I can't share more specifics.
Yeah. This is all just like allegedly in our opinion.
Correct.
But before we get to like what is already my favorite moment in this entire series, so I've moved on to second drink.
I did as well.
Yeah, you may notice like it's much lighter than the first, but this is
so is mine.
Ooh.
It's a healthy
This
peat
is the one I haven't had in a while, and I think probably my first time on the show from Rogue Brewery, Bat Squatch.
I haven't had that yet.
And my kids really appreciated its alcohol level, the 6.7, because you know all that stuff. Which
wait,
so
wait, go ahead.
I was gonna say I found out what that actually means. Again, thanks to our friend Maya Atkinson. She shared a clip on Bad Science Sunday. I don't think it was this past week, maybe it was the week before, but this linguist essentially like going through the song, because people don't know the whole 6.7 thing. Like for I guess for the meme itself, it doesn't actually mean anything. It literally just like anytime kids see the numbers 6 and 7 together, they just go 6.7, and it's the thing.
But I think that's because white people didn't understand something about like a very specific locale of rap culture and what certain shorthand means.
Yeah, because like I heard this guy break this down, and like Maya showed it on her channel. It's from this rapper Skrilla, I think.
Yeah, sounds right.
Forgive me for forgive me. Like I haven't been into rap since like middle school, so my apologies. So if we're not talking about MC Hammer, I'm clueless.
I had that tape. I didn't have Vanilla Ice though.
Yeah, I never got him. I had Please Hammer Don't Hurt Him and Too Legit to Quit. And actually, I preferred MC Hammer's first album. That was my favorite. But like Ring 'em, Turn This Mother Out, good shit. Anyway, but it comes from this song from Skrilla, and basically the song basically seems to be about like he's speaking from the perspective of a guy driving a car, like while one of his passengers, like as they're driving like on the highway, or like no, they're not on the highway, they get on the highway later, but while they're driving, like the guy shoots and kills somebody that they were after or whatever. And so the phrase was 6.7, like bip bip on the highway or something. Basically, so the 6.7, like there's a code, like it's like a police code for like, oh, we got a code blue 87 or whatever. But there's some code. It's something 67 is the code for we found a dead body.
Yeah, it's the last two digits of dead body police code, and the area of Philadelphia knows what that means. It's
yes. Yeah, because that's the other thing.
It's a particular kind of like dialect where people who don't want law enforcement to understand what they're saying use, and it became. I imagine that like it became popular in the black community because police in the United States, some of their original jobs was catching runaway slaves. That was like their main deal. And so, of course, you'll develop a dialect so that law enforcement doesn't know what you're saying.
Right. Yeah. So anyway, because that's one. Because speaking of Skrilla, so he's from Philadelphia. Because one of the misconceptions about where the whole 6.7 came from, or like what he was referring to in the song, I guess there was this theory going around that he was talking about like 67th Avenue in Chicago or something, and like something happening there. And it's like, no, he's not from Chicago. He's from Philly. The fuck you talking about? So basically, he's saying like, "Oh, we killed this guy. Oh, now it's a 6.7. We better get out of here." Kind of.
And then in an interview, when somebody asked him what 6.7 means, the song is basically him confessing to being part of a murder. But he can't really say that in the interview.
Yeah. So he's like,
he's like, doesn't mean anything when they ask what 6.7 means. And so then like a bunch of white people were like, doesn't mean anything, ha ha ha, and turned it into this thing where they don't realize they're mocking a subculture.
Yeah, so basically, so my kids, they like to do the 6-7 thing because they're teenagers. But I explained what it was to my kids. So now, at least like between me and my son, so now I told them. So now, like anytime you go like see 6-7, I'm just going to go dead body. So that's what me and my son do now. We just go dead body.
Said the descendants of a coroner.
Deputy coroner.
Was there an actual coroner?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was an official coroner in Clark County where I grew up, where my dad.
Did he have a badge? Coroner. Like was like a sheriff's badge, like there's deputy sheriff?
I don't think so. I mean, if he did, he never wore it. But that was kind of my. I feel like my dad, even if he did have a badge, he wouldn't wear it because he'd think it was ridiculous. But
what if it looked like the Lone Ranger's badge?
See, here's the thing: my dad, he would either not wear the badge in that case, or if he
just
would
wear the cowboy hat.
No, he would. Oh no, here's the thing: if he would wear the badge, he would also wear the cowboy hat and vest, and so
that sounds true.
Yeah. Also, have I mentioned autism is hereditary? But speaking, like, I feel like this is the second time I've shouted out my dad tonight, like on the show. But so I highly doubt he's watching. But
oh no.
If he does, like, so many questions, I'll see you this weekend. But one of my favorite pictures ever of my dad involving his duties as deputy coroner. No, it's not going that direction. But in the newspaper, Springfield, Ohio, where I'm from, yes, that's Springfield, Ohio, where they were fucking not eating the dogs and the cats. That's a fucking lie. But yeah, that's my hometown, Springfield, Ohio, that the Republicans used as a campaign tool. There are a bunch of fucking campaign tools. Anyway. No. Hey, okay. Good. I'm glad you're here. I was worried. Like,
about to do a wellness check.
I know. Good to see you, Spooky. Thanks for showing up.
Just in time for me to cough at you.
Yeah. But anyway, so one of my favorite pictures ever of my dad in the Springfield newspaper. It was on the front page. It was below the fold, but still front page. Because I guess when they were like, there was like some new construction going on in town, but like as they were digging, they found like some old well and there was like a dead body at the bottom of it. So they had to like halt like the digging and the construction and everything. So they had to bring on, obviously like the coroner and different investigators or whatever. So basically the photo on the front page of the newspaper talking about it was kind of like wide shot. So in the area, how they had like the little like tent and stuff set up over it. And there was like people in hazmat suits everywhere. But like kind of framed like lower, like in the center of it, there were two people like down on the ground leaning like right over the hole, like the top of the well. One guy, full hazmat suit, like gloves, like the hat, everything. And then right next to him was my dad, who the only protective equipment he had on was latex gloves. Other than that, like he had his usual Oxford shirt and tie, but the tie was like tucked in the buttons and his sleeves were rolled up. And he's
just like, get on in there.
Yeah, so
because
my mom,
that makes sense though, because that person, like, how dead was the person? Like skeleton?
I actually don't know. Like this, I'm telling you all I really know about it. So that's basically it. Is all I know about the actual situation. But I remember like my mom like reading the newspaper in the morning, seeing this picture. And seeing my dad, like literally everyone else around this thing, like I said, full hazmat protective gear, but there's my dad in like just his regular clothes, like literally right over the hole, looking down into it. And my mom's like, what are you doing? Like, why weren't you wearing like the hazmat suit or whatever? And his answer was like, well, if I was, they would have made me go down in the hole. It's like,
Put one of these yahoos in the hole.
Yeah. I mean, so smart. So if you're wondering why I'm autistic and so smart and sensible about things, that's also, where I get it from.
It's not like the body was just gonna explode all of a sudden and put goo everywhere. Like,
yeah, but again, if you are gonna go down in the hole, you should be like in all that. But speaking of Chris, which we were a while ago, good to see you, buddy. I hope did Emily tell you we said hi? She better have.
The last thing
But,
you
yeah.
want at a school is the custodian going, dead body.
Yes, so do that, and hopefully one of the students is filming it and putting it on TikTok. Send me that link. I want to see you doing that, please.
And I don't know what would be better, having like a giant grin on your face or no grin at all.
Yeah, like this total different, like dead body.
Like Adam's Family tone. Wednesday's a great show on Netflix and nobody's watching it.
Yeah. Like, it's not wrong. Was he confined space trained? I actually don't know. I might ask him about that. But
Your dad, though, is the most deputy coroner looking guy.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Because, like, if you had like a lineup, a police lineup, and you're like, which one of these people is a deputy coroner?
Which, if here's the thing, like, I would show his picture, but like, I don't have his permission to like put his picture out anyway. He's not on social media or anything. So, but the way I would describe it is like he looks completely normal, like just very like, I don't want to say like generic as a like pejorative or anything, but like he just like there's nothing about it, like any of his features that stand out. And I feel like he kind of does that on purpose. He's just very low key, just like in every sense of the word. But it's that kind of normal that says like he looks normal, but in such a way that he probably isn't.
That's like
Correct.
a normal costume.
How do you disprove the 6'7"? Okay, if Frank Turek ever says 6'7" in that context, I am going to lose my shit.
Also,
and we will cover it here.
Also, at that point, 6'7" is well and truly dead.
Yes.
Yeah, so let's watch Brian.
Hey, so
nearly
Chris
shot
heard it, but
himself
was
picking
working.
up
Wait,
a-
like, man, people being productive tonight. I love it. Yeah. That's my boy. All right. Oh, yeah. So, because I wanted to go back and just watch this totally anticlimactic moment one more time. So, for people who missed it, this was like at the beginning of the episode here where Brian here was given the whole intro and talk about deconstruction, talk about his background and like building stuff and all that. But and he's like, "Oh, I'm going to use a jackhammer on this little Lego house I was talking about earlier. And it's supposed to be this big, like, yeah, tough man with the jackhammer, but it ended up just being this."
Dealing with in this series called Rock Solid.
And they're like, that was not nearly as impressive as they were probably hoping it was. But yeah, I just love that so much. In fact, just one more time. And then I swear we're moving on.
Solid.
Like,
You really got into that dirt, Brian.
Yeah, I just love that sound, the way it ended, like, I concur, jackhammer. Same, as it were. All right, so back, I said 5:13. I remembered. Did you?
Now I did.
I was talking to the chat, or you. Like, yeah. Anyway, yeah.
Okay.
That's good. That's
right. Good. Okay, but he wasn't jackhammering through the Legos. Like, if you heard it, there was no plastic, and that Lego house was already apart. I think there was maybe
like the flat piece was like maybe still on there, but yeah, the whole rest of the house was
no, don't fuck up Legos, man. That's for dogs to do on accident. Don't do it on purpose.
All right. Anyway, so back to Paco here. I don't even remember what he was talking about, but yeah, well.
If lying exists, then
like nobody likes being lied to, Steve, the lighting guy.
And I'll tell you why. Listen to me, son.
Yeah,
I'll tell you why.
And no one likes being lied to. If lying exists, then truth must exist. But there are some big things standing.
Again, I don't think that actually follows. Again, anyone more familiar with philosophy and logic and stuff, let us know if that follows. I don't think it does, but yeah. Like, yeah. He did break that green flat piece. Like, okay, go back and watch it one more time. Hey, for you. Because we appreciate you being here. And we know you're going through
For
some
some
shit.
reason, fucking up the green flat piece hurts me more.
Yeah, I know. Those are special, man. Like, because like with the little pieces, if you're jackhammering the little pieces, they're probably just coming apart. And like,
Some of those
actually
green platforms are not made anymore. Those green
Yeah.
plates, they're not manufactured anymore. So he might have fucked up a collector's item.
Oh yeah, speaking of like, no one likes being lied to. Yeah, that was dead on eye contact with someone. Oh, you know it. You know it. All right.
Damn,
So this
was that his wife? Did he just accuse her of having an affair? Like,
all right. So one more time for Flint and Steel, which actually that just sounds like a cool phrase. For Flint and Steel.
that does. That sounds like we're going into battle.
Yeah. So again, like if you want, remind me your real name. I know we heard it at one point, but or if you don't want to, totally fine. But
John Doe.
anyway, all right, here we go. One more time.
Called Rock Solid.
The Majesty.
Oh!
Put something wrong.
I don't know. That's real close. He definitely nicked it. Like, it's not totally usable anymore, but like he didn't at least go like straight through the middle.
Yeah, and Kip woke up like, yes, Kip, this is part 1. Because we're doing a series. It's part 1 of 4. This is going to take us all damn month. So
I don't know how to act.
yeah. Yes, this should take us all the way through the month of January. It's a 4-part series on deconstruction. Yeah.
And
But let's get back.
well,
Yeah, but let's get back to Paco. And I think we need to see this one more time as well. So
Exist. And no one likes being lied to.
you person over there. I swear, this is some of the most
wait,
unintentional.
I think that's the old camera angle. I think he's looking at the previous camera angle. So he was about to say this to us, and then they switched to the other camera.
Yeah, they didn't tell him.
I didn't lie to you, Paco. Change the camera angle.
If lying exists, then truth must exist, but there are some big things standing in the way. The first real big thing that stands in the way of us experiencing real truth is our need to be right.
What's wrong with being correct?
Okay, if needing to be right is standing in your way of truth, you're doing something horribly wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, so unless he's meaning the need to be perceived,
Yeah, that is
being
different.
right, or the need to
Think you're right, feel right.
yeah, the need to think that what you already believe is right, which is hilarious because that's essentially what they're doing throughout this entire series, is teaching us why these things that they believe are right, no matter what everything else says.
No, but they don't. They don't. They just like insist it's right. They don't really explain anything.
See, Kip gets it.
No, you missed it. That was said.
Yes.
Almost
Unironically.
Yeah.
Yeah, unironically. So,
And that is the correct tone you have typed with.
yes. Yeah, that's one of my favorite explanations of that style of typing. Is someone says like, "Oh, you can't hear sarcasm through writing," and someone like types something like in that. It's like, nope, you totally can.
Imagine sarcasm and dial it up to insulting.
That's what that is. All right, so
Way of us experiencing real truth is our need to be right. This is where we hold our facts and hold our beliefs and hold our bullet points so tight that we're just trying to win an argument at all costs. And for these folks, the truth really becomes a list of do's and don'ts absent from any kind of human experience.
oh, who was he talking about here?
Wait, this is like a combination of a straw man and a false dichotomy. You've
It's a
leveled
false
up,
straw
son.
man dichotomy. Like,
He's like, it's either this extreme or this extreme, and no, it isn't. Also, those two extremes don't exist.
Yeah, yes. Again, to go back to Brian, but you have to destroy in order to build, but also don't destroy.
But do destroy Legos.
Yes. Like a man. After pulling your back out. No. Oh, so it's got Marin is like lurking and listening. Kip's doing neither of those things. So Kip is like being obvious but ignoring us. That's that's actually kind of hilarious. Like I'm envisioning Kip that like just in my house, like literally just like standing right next to me, but just like with his back towards me, and he's just like making a sandwich. But he's like very purposefully like in frame.
But
like,
in his defense, that is how he handles like the like pseudo experts.
Are you saying we're pseudo experts, Matt?
No, we're chuckleheads. He's already made that clear.
That's true. That's true.
And that is, right. we are.
Yeah. Also, thanks Kip for sharing our clip for on New Year's Eve. That was appreciated. And we do know you, but we talk to you anyway.
Let me just say, uncontextualized rules have no real value in life. But when we hold them so tight, when we hold these rules so tight.
Hold on, what's a contextualized rule? He's using terms he's not describing.
Yeah, so I want to back him up a little bit because I feel like this whole thing, I feel like this is another example of he's like saying a bunch of things that aren't, I have no idea what he's actually saying.
First real big thing that stands in the way of us experiencing real truth is our need to be right. This is where we hold our facts and hold our beliefs and hold our bullet points so tight that we're just trying to win an argument at all costs. And for these folks, the truth really becomes a list of do's and don'ts absent from any kind of human experience. Let me just say.
No, I don't think it does.
Yeah. So here's something I wanted to point it out. So,
God, this is all terrible.
So now that remark led to an instance of one of my personal favorite things, which is some good old fashioned Christian infighting. Because in the comments on this video,
fun.
So pull these. So first of all, you actually see this is actually me. This is the comment I left 4 years ago.
Damn, they left it up. They deleted mine one time. It didn't show up.
I got 3 likes. I said, was anyone who has deconstructed or is deconstructed involved at all in the making of this series? No. Like, that was my question.
No.
So this person's says, like, so quoting Paco here, the truth becomes a list of do's and don'ts absent from any kind of human experience. It sounds like you are saying there is no absolute truth. So when I said that taking God's name in vain was blasphemy, that wasn't truth because I had no human experience. Do you even listen to yourselves? Like,
very good, very good.
Yeah. Oh, that's par for the course. That's yeah. Here's the thing. It doesn't. So that headache is well deserved.
And it's,
sorry, that sounded like I was blaming you for the headache, but it makes sense that you have a headache.
This might be, but it just occurred to me. This might be by design. They always do this. It's because their goal is to spin people around in a circle enough times until they feel comfortable. Like it's not really to say anything. It's just to take people people are having an issue and their job is to just like gently turn them back in the direction they came from, but like convince them it's somewhere new.
Had a headache since you loaded the video. Imagine how I felt like all day. Like I watched this like twice today.
Also, imagine,
including like times where like there were multiple times during the video where I had to back it up because I was like, wait, it sounds like he didn't actually say anything. Did I miss something? But then I rewound it back like, oh no, he just didn't say anything. So.
Also, imagine being somebody at this church really going through it, right? Like they're in deconstruction and they're like, I'm wrecked, right? And then they watch this, and then just like, are you fucking with me? Are you?
Oh, and it gets even better in like one of the later episodes in the series. I think it's the third one where Brian, like the guy from the intro, who like totally manually jackhammered those Legos, goes into the reasons why people deconstruct. And that may have been the one that pissed me off the most. So you can probably all guess why. But Kip with a good question. Maybe it's a Scotch night. I mean, when is it not a Scotch night? First of all, really? They just finished editing a video I've been working on for a month. Ooh, well, I'm looking forward to this video. But also, nice. I mean, it also depends. Like, do you still have that insanely large bottle of Crown? Maybe you need to finally slay that demon. Just saying.
And I know people wear cowboy boots in Canada, but Alberta. Maybe you can get like a handle mug in the shape of a boot. Drink your Crown Royal out of that.
Yes, Alberta, Canada's Texas, or so I hear. So, also, I'm sorry that you have a Texas. That's got to be rough.
Yeah, you can have ours.
Oh yeah. So here's the thing: if you want to watch these videos, they are difficult to find.
Almost by design, because they went poorly.
Yes. Now, because if you go to their website usually like they have like all their sermon series still on there, like, and they link to the YouTube videos.
The link for this one does not work.
Yeah, but I will say, like, for this series, they had like the online version, which is what we're watching, but they also had their like live, like on the weekend in the actual building during the services version. And I remember for a while they actually had both, because that's how I like was watching them. But then they took down the online ones, but just left the service ones. I don't know why. They weren't really better, but anyway. But if you want
the in-person version of this one, imagine this longer and more drawn out and delivered to you by a wine mom.
Yeah. Now, so maybe what I'll do later, I might go, if I remember, I can go back in like in the episode description for this one and leave links for all 4 videos if people do want to watch them. So check back for that, I guess. Because I know I saved them on our YouTube channel. I saved them on a playlist, but it's a private one, just for like videos that we're going to be watching. Where is it? Anyway, like I said, if people are wanting to watch, if you are wanting to watch ahead, let me know, and I
got to mute for a second.
Yeah, I can put some links in the description for you. But all right, so I don't even remember what bullshit we're talking about now. So let's hear this again.
List of do's and don'ts absent from any kind of human experience. And let me just say, uncontextualized rules have no real value in life. But when we hold...
So, from
what is he even saying?
Much of the Bible, then?
Uncontextualized rule. Like, what is he? I've never heard anybody say that. What does that mean?
Yeah. Well, let's let him cook, I guess.
Hold them so tight. When we hold these rules so tight, the search for truth just becomes another talking point in our grenade that we throw across the bow in culture wars, and never really listen to any other sort of information, just spewing facts back and forth. And
what's wrong with facts? What's wrong with facts?
Ooh. I could go for some sausage.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to clip that. Oh, you mean that thing where you like try to use but can't find things on it? Yeah. Which, speaking of the clip we made for last week, which was Dr. Kip on our show explaining the book of Job for us from his book, which he apparently writes those now. I hope people noticed and appreciate that I subtitled Matt at one point because I wanted to make sure people heard it. When Kip was struggling through his iPad, Matt had a thing. I don't know if you want to share now what you had to say, or if you want to tell people, "Oh, go watch the video," and then you'll see what Matt had to say.
Under my breath, I just went Canadian angry, and he's like, "What?" And I was like, "Nothing."
And then I specifically chose a very childlike font for that as well. So, Yeah. Who throws grenades across the bow? Yeah, again, like he's mixing so many metaphors. I feel like he's completely lost.
He's been fishing in Florida.
Perfect. So, anyway.
Struggling to find the perfect example of this. And then I saw some of the comments on a few of our YouTube videos and, bruh. Don't go check it out yet. Wait till I'm done then, and then explore however you want. Here's a question to ask yourself if you find you are holding on to the need to be right. If the holding on to the need to be right is standing in the way of you experiencing real truth, ask yourself this question.
Yeah. Now, again, it's like they're so close to making good points so often here. Because yes, not just actually being right, but the feeling of like I need to be right all the time in all the things that I think. Yeah. Like, yes, that can be a legit hindrance to you actually finding out what is true and actually being correct about shit. But
if it's a defense mechanism, that's when it's a problem. But if you're trying to find out, like, you want to actually be right and not just think you're right or be seen as right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but the thing is, like, what's that phrase? Like, every accusation is a confession. I mean, that's essentially what this series is. Is like they are wanting to hold on to their version of the truth because they want to be right about Jesus and God and the Bible and their version of Christianity, that is hindering them from finding the truth. So when the people are tired of holding on to these things that they want to be right about and let go of that and actually deconstruct. So the people that they're not outright saying it, but essentially vilifying, the people who are honestly going through the deconstruction process, like that's what they're doing is like they are letting go of these things that they used to hold on to so tightly, wanted to be right about so bad. They're like, look, fuck it. Like, I don't care what's right. I just want to know what's right. I'm going to examine all of this shit. I mean, that's what we did. So, but
it's like part of their brains get it because they are saying the truth, but like their perspective is off.
Mm-hmm.
Like shift that perspective. It's like they have the right idea, but you just gotta like turn them this way a little bit. You know?
It reminds me of like that one scene from that episode of Boy Meets World. I think it was when they were in high school.
That was a good show.
No, it wasn't when they were in high school because Mr. Feeney was still a teacher and not the principal. I remember Corey and Sean were giving a presentation like on like countries of the world or something. I don't remember exactly the topic, but I just remember they had like a map of the world and they had like their like pointers where they were like pointing at different countries. But they would like to be dramatic, like would like not even look at the map, but just say like Guatemala and then just like slam their pointer. But Mr. Feeney was standing next to him, like because they never actually pointed at the country, so they'd be like Guatemala, and Mr. Feeney would be like, he'd like move their hand every time. It happened multiple times, and it was fucking hilarious. Anyway, Boy Meets World, one of the greatest shows ever.
Topanga was intriguing. I do remember that.
Yeah, I mean, there have been entire like videos made about like Topanga and how like for everyone like in our like general age range, it's like probably one of, if not our first like crush as far as like celebrity people go. It's like, can confirm. So, yeah. Anyway.
When was the last time you were wrong? See, I'm always right.
Today.
I mean, I was wrong when I thought I remembered just how bad this series was before I rewatched it again today. So, ooh, now this is interesting. When I turn the chat feature off, my TV conceals your guys' faces. Are you saying that's a good thing?
Oh, you have a stupid smart TV, I guess.
Like,
I don't know how to resize.
Yeah, speaking of which, because I know we can show it, but I'm like, what would that look like? Oh,
same thing. My word. Well, we might as well. We're down
so
there.
You do have. Oh, so you can see our names now. Oh, so you did put your pronouns in. Cool. Or was that? Do you just leave those in because I put mine in?
Oh, I just kept yours. I didn't even remember that was a thing we could do.
Yeah. So that was one of the reasons. Like, I was disappointed that like it wasn't showing our names because like it gives us that option to put like a subtitle or whatever in there. So I was like, oh, I'll just put our pronouns in because hey, that's a thing like straight cis people can do too, you know. So, but yeah. Anyway,
Yeah,
well, I'm glad you at least have to think about it, Kip. Like,
think about what?
Whether it's a good thing that the chat hides our faces or not.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
well, here, like, because I'm just such a nice person. Here, if you turn it on, then you can cover up Paco. Hey, and there's our names now.
Look at
Why
that.
the fuck are they? Why the fuck are they on there now?
I forgot who I was.
Like, yeah. Anyway, so people are curious. These are our pronouns, and also feel free to share yours in the chat because like that's one of my things. Like even beyond the whole like being accommodating with like just my whole life, I've always been real big on calling people what they want to be called. Whether it's like using nicknames they want, avoiding certain names they don't want, you know, I love being able to refer to people how they want to be referred to. So anyway.
That reminded me of when I finally got a uniform with my name on it at the printing company. And like everybody made the joke, oh, I know who you are now. Because like I'd been working there for like a month. And there was only like 6 people in the back. And so like our shirts had our names on them, but like the only people who ever saw us was us. And so it's like,
yep. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, same thing. Like I remember I used to work at an Amazon warehouse, and like we all had our name badges. There, it made a little more sense because there was like hundreds of us in there. But for some reason, I was like the only person in the entire damn warehouse who, on their name badge, their name was in all caps. So everyone was like, "What's special about you?" I'm like, "I have no idea."
Wait, was it Tommy or Tom?
It was Tommy.
It's even weirder. It's like Tommy.
I'm very like aggressively whimsical. So, okay, not about covering our face. That thing about last time you were wrong about something. Well, thanks for not being all about us, Kip. And then, but to answer that question, I do not.
Yeah, Dr. Chip.
Oh no, that was talking about like Kip calls one. Hey, like. So, Merritt, like at least according to my headcanon, and Kip has not disconfirmed this, his full name is Kipward. So, at least that's how it is in my head. All right. So, anyway. So, yeah, also people, let us know, like chat, let us know. Do you like us on this side? Do you want us back where we were? Do you like to be able to see our names and our pronouns and such so we can be all hip and part of like the woke cult? Yeah, also, the reason I like this over there, because, like, my monitor is over here, so it looked like I was actually looking at him. So, yeah, I'm just going to put it back. Screw what y'all think. This feels better for me. So, all right. Okay. Let's go.
Right, in my own mind and with my own tribe. And if you're never wrong, you probably have limited context, because we can win all the Twitter beefs, have all the right facts.
No, it probably means you're wrong and you didn't notice. Doesn't mean what he said. We're technical.
I mean, you can't prove that.
One of the guys who worked at that printing company, his press helper called him Squidward, and he was the human Squidward. He was always poking his head around, going like, "Oh, it sucks so much." I'm like, or telling us about his he was a caver, and apparently like caving people are like real perverts. And he'd be like, "Yeah, you did this thing, and like all these chicks were like real hairy," and it's like, "Shut up."
Oh, no, don't scare him away, Maya. Like you'll confuse him. But Maya, glad you're on. Because so you probably didn't see at the beginning of the show. go back and watch it later if you can, like, because I just wanted to express, given all the recent drama and whatnot's going on in the YouTube space and things like that you were involved with, like, I just wanted to let you know I appreciate all the efforts you're doing as far as like helping people in appropriate manners and not helping them in ways that they aren't asking you to help them, and dealing with the bullshit of all the people who are mad at you for not being mad enough, apparently, even though you know more what you're talking about than they do. And but
you're doing a great job of being a person.
Yes, and keep it up. And we're looking forward to being on your show next month. Yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, such a nice moment. I got a mustache hair caught on my tongue. Anyway,
no.
Yeah, I know, that is literally the worst. But sorry, Maya. Like, in all seriousness, like, love you, appreciate you. Thanks for all you do. Like, not just like your content and your channel, which is great, but also just what you do for the community at large. It's greatly appreciated. And what you've been doing in this particular situation. Thank you for stepping in, doing your part, and not doing what's not your part.
Hold on. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, I laughed while you were saying something heartfelt. Wait, wrong thing. I was told that I'm being a drama queen who loves being divisive. It said somebody who does not know the meaning of those words.
Yeah. Literally any of them, perhaps. So, oh, and the video I saw changed my life. Sorry, I just felt like reading that super dumbly. Anyway,
wait, this person who said that you're being a drama queen who loves being divisive. No, what they're actually saying there is they're saying that you made them realize that's what they're being, and they're mad at you about it.
Yeah, it's that whole
projection.
Yeah, every accusation is a confession.
Yep.
For some people. So, speaking of which, back to Paco.
All the right bullet points and never really experience truth. Now, the second big thing that gets in the way of us experiencing truth is our fear of being wrong. See, if one group's holding on to the truth so tight, holding on to their values, holding on to their rules and their do's and their don'ts and their bullet points, this group is scared to hold on to anything.
False dichotomy. Also, that's not a separate thing. It's kind of just the flip side of the thing he already said.
Yeah, because why are people holding on to what they think is true? Because they're scared of being wrong.
And why is this image of people holding on to something? Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. It's like they're holding on to this holy butter churn. He's holding on. And sometimes he goes like this. And then sometimes he moves his hands apart when he does it. And I'm like suddenly the butter churn isn't a thing anymore. Became ethereal.
Like there is no butter churn.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's a magic trick he's doing. Whoa. Where is it now? Back to Paco.
Well, if your thirst is to break up the community, you're doing a shit job. and I mean that with full sincerity, and keep it up. All right. So, all right.
The calmest person in the argument is usually not the person being divisive.
Yes.
Or the person who's wrong.
Yeah, and I will say, the first I heard about this whole dust up and kerfuffle or what have you, so I just, as my personality, whether it's the autism or whatever, I just hate conflict. Maybe it's largely because it's people having big emotions and I don't understand people or emotions. So this is just all kinds of no. But so when I first heard about it, it's oh no, more drama. Especially being someone at least for the purposes of our channel and our show and stuff, relatively new to the community, as it were, which also side note, love being in the community. Y'all people are awesome. Love how we've been received and interacted with. It's been fantastic.
Yeah.
But
honestly, it's the community it's the kind of community we thought was the one we had.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Yep. But now we actually have it, so that's awesome. But yeah, it's oh no, there's drama and yeah, but then hearing like you bringing it up, and I'm like, oh no, what? Like not like as in I'm like was like upset with you, but like, oh no, what's going on now? Like I don't want more drama. But then hearing he's like, oh, the fuck, but then but then like going back and like listening to like you on like with the Kentucky Atheist and like the things you've put out there, it's like, oh no, you're actually like compared to like the other bullshit, especially like being like extremely like level-headed and reasonable about stuff. So thank you for that. But yeah, anywho,
Dr. Kip is thirsty for scotch.
Ooh,
in the chat.
Yeah, I do too, but I don't have any. No, well, I do have bourbon. Maybe I'll get to that when my beer is done.
Memories of when your wife was in labor and we went out for scotch.
Yes.
Left the women folk at home to deal with that.
Well, it was important work. They approved of it, by
Correct.
the way. Yes. So
Aaron was definitely giving me like, "Are you sure?" Looks like.
No, here's the thing, like, because like, and it's also for those who don't know, it's my ex-wife, but at the time, wife. She was actually like legit totally fine with it because she's also a fan of like the good whiskey. So and she wasn't like she had like just started like the contraction. I think like she was in the place like I don't think this is happening right away. So yeah, if you guys want to go out and get some celebratory scotch, and she's like, I may want some too soon at some point.
We did drive to another state to get it.
Which sounds like a big deal, but like we're in Cincinnati. It's literally just right across the river.
It's like 10 minutes away.
Yeah. It's basically the greater Cincinnati area, but anywho.
But I like how if you leave out certain key information, it makes this sound terrible.
Yeah. So thank you for that. Like, and good. I'm glad you do. You better feel appreciated. Fuck damn it.
Or we'll have to tell you you're being divisive.
How dare you not acknowledge my appreciation that you're the problem?
How dare you not agree it's all about us? And what I think should happen with this situation.
But
have you considered I'm right? Cool.
Yeah, die mad, bitches. All right.
One group never wants to contextualize. This group is like, I will continue to contextualize if it means I don't have to actually believe anything. What happens is
right, because the people who don't commit to any like specific belief system, it's all about them being non-committal and being afraid of like, or it's just people who like take an honest look at all the different belief systems I can talk and paradigms and constructs that people have come up with and realize, okay, it seems like none of these is actually completely true. So I don't want to commit to anything because I know like not only does like human knowledge in general keep changing and advancing and evolving, but even myself as a person, I keep changing. This is something I've recognized in myself. This is why even for a while after actually being an atheist for a good amount of time was still hesitant to refer to myself as an atheist because like knowing how often I change my mind, I don't want to like lock myself into a certain position. But after a while I was like, fuck it. It's where I'm at. If I change later, that's fine. But this is where I'm at now. But yeah, but him framing it as anyone who doesn't belong to a certain definitive belief system is like, oh, they're just afraid of commitment. It's like, fuck you, dude. Like, yeah.
I'm an atheist, but like, I would probably also say that like, if somebody's a believer, they would probably be confused because they would think I'm talking about God.
Yeah. But, ooh. Small. I love the irony of putting small in all caps. Are you trying to tell us something there? It's like it would have been better if you put it. It's almost like you put it in quotes. It's small.
It's just two fingers of scotch, but these are very fat fingers.
These are Andre the Giant's fingers.
It's like two bratwursts of scotch.
See, I don't think there is such a thing as too skeptical. Also, especially when it comes to like what you're going to be building like the foundation of your life on, then hold that shit up to scrutiny, man.
Yeah, please do. Also, has anybody else ever noticed, like in a TV show or a movie, when somebody is drinking whiskey, it's a lot of whiskey? Like you'll be like politicians or diplomats in a movie or something drinking like 3 fingers of whiskey, you know, and like, fuck, son, you're gonna be drunk in a minute. Or they're all alcoholics.
Right. But that does remind me of like one of my favorite evenings of drinking ever. So it was my cousin's wife, or I refer to as my cousin-in-law. I don't know if that's an official term, but that's what she is.
Probably like something removed. I don't know.
Yeah. No, but anyway, it was like a big gathering of the cousins. And we're meeting at her parents' house. I don't remember why, but anyway. But like I remember like her dad like had a pretty good like liquor stash. But like she like didn't really drink much, like didn't really know, but she's like, "Oh, my dad has this." And like me and like some of the others like, "Yeah, that sounds great. I'd love some." So she got out like the glasses, the pour, but she didn't know like, okay, you have like this big glass, but you only like fill it, for a couple of fingers.
Yeah.
In her mind, it's like, "Oh, this is a whiskey glass." So you just fill it up, right? So she like handed us these tumblers. There's like probably like at least 6 ounces, maybe 8.
It's the kill me size.
Yeah, and she just like topped them off. And I remember like, especially like me and my younger brother, like we got them and we just turned like, "You are our favorite bartender ever now." So that was a good night.
Also, she has no idea how much that costs. She's like, "Here's $50 of whiskey."
Yeah. So, Slitton Steele says, "I still tell people I'm an agnostic atheist." I mean, well, that's where you're at. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I heard somebody say, like, especially when it comes to questions of like God's existence or non-existence, like if we're all honest, we're all agnostic. It's like no one actually knows. So, but also good on you for understanding that agnostic and atheist are not completely different things. They're just like two
and
things
thereby informing these people tell that they are.
Yes.
Not the same,
indeed,
but also one is descriptive of the other.
Yeah. See, I'm probably borderline what some people might call a Gnostic atheist or strong atheist, because I am comfortable saying I think or I believe that there is no God. Like it's not for me it is slightly beyond I just lack the belief. I actually do honestly think there is no God.
But you also acknowledge it's possible you're wrong.
Right, exactly. Now, because like people say,
would somebody consider a strong atheist or not?
Yeah. So, and some people say that that's the more like dangerous position. Well, because now you have the burden of proof. If you're making a positive claim that there is no God, you got to prove it. It's like, no, like the burden of proof, like, yes, it goes with the person making the claim, but only in as much as they give a shit whether or not other people agree with them, which I don't.
No, but you can't, you can't prove a negative though. Like all you can show is evidence that keeps showing that God is not necessary.
But you can prove some negatives, and I think it depends on on like the nature of the evidence you would expect if the thing was true.
Okay, I can see that.
Yeah, because like this is an example I use a lot. Like I can prove that there is no hat on my head because the nature of what you would expect if there was a hat on my head, you are seeing none of that, or even like bigger scale things. Like I can prove to you that no tornado ripped through my neighborhood yesterday because if you look outside in my neighborhood, you see zero evidence of a tornado having ripped through it. So for me, if we're talking about a God, especially like in the Christian context of like what we should expect to see if this Christian God is real, we see like almost none of that. So that's why I'm comfortable saying, I'm pretty sure this God doesn't exist.
So if Kip is an agnostic Canadian, does that mean he's not sure he exists? Or he believes that it's not possible to know if he exists? Because that's true. It's not possible for us to know we exist.
But just for the periodic, like out of context comment. Gonna throw that out there. All right, but yeah. So, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah,
really good.
Oh, for sure. But Also, does bratwurst remind anyone else of eggnog, or is that just me?
No.
Because I think they actually do have nutmeg.
Do they? Oh,
I
they
think that's
might.
one of the spices. But
just
anyway,
not very much though, because that otherwise you'd be able to really like taste it. Nutmeg is super overpowering. Also, if you smoke it, it'll make you high and really sick. I read a story.
right. So yeah, so Ember saying
And
like,
maybe
yes,
kill
can
you.
prove a
Don't do
negative.
it.
Yeah. For example, if you want to prove the Earth isn't flat, just show it's a different shape, and that is proof the alternative is entailed. Yes. So I think when people say like you can't prove a negative, I think they're thinking of things in like much larger scale and like much like wider application or whatever. Like, because if you're saying that
That's
like
true.
this thing does not exist anywhere in all of reality, it's like, well, since we can't actually see or detect or measure all of reality,
Yeah.
then that's hard to say. But again, with the nature of the claim of the God of Christianity or of the Bible or whatever, if that's real, then to me, you should expect to see something. So the fact that I don't, that makes me very comfortable saying I'm pretty sure this God doesn't exist,
Yeah, and I
or
think
really any God for that matter. Or I'll say I am. Here's something I am very convinced of. I am convinced that there are no gods who give a shit whether or not we think they exist. That I'll just say that. Assuming that calling them a god means they have the capability of letting us know that they exist because they're that powerful.
Yeah. Also, like, if there were like a lot of gods with like, it's like a vast degree of hierarchy, you know, like if you could be the god that's in charge of like toenail fungus, then like, yeah, that these toenail fungus god is like really trying to convince like a certain amount of people that they exist with the toenail fungus. And
right? I wish they'd stop.
Yeah. But you go to get up to a certain scale where you're like, is there an ultimate prove there's an ultimate nothing? It's like, nope, can't do that.
All right, but here's the real question. Do you dip your bratwurst in eggnog? Not yet.
Ooh, but what if you had a bratwurst and you marinate it in eggnog for a while? Poke some holes in it?
Also,
then you grill it.
Like, that might be fantastic. But also, I'm wondering, is dipping your bratwurst in eggnog, is that a euphemism? Because that sounds like that could be a euphemism.
Yeah, that's a sloppy time, though. I don't know what's happening in that euphemism, but it's not messy.
Correct. But something I will speaking of eggnog and things I actually would recommend, put eggnog in your coffee. And
also,
like instead of cream and sugar, just like pour some eggnog in. Fucking fantastic.
Also, this is what I did. I did it with vegan eggnog because I can't have dairy and eggs. Anyway, you put some bourbon. You get like at least 4 ounces of eggnog, 2 ounces of bourbon, right? Get some blood orange bitters in there, and a pump of hazelnut simple syrup. Stir it all up. Put some ice in there. Sip,
Wait,
sip,
you do
sip.
what? You stir it all up? How do you spell that?
Stir it all up. You stir it all up, and you can drink too many of those in a hurry. It makes it taste really good.
But please eat. Take care of yourself. I don't know how ingest this was, but you know I don't want. I'm going to err on. Yeah, I'm going to err on the side of taking things seriously like this. But yeah,
find something you can tolerate. It doesn't even have to taste good. There's something like you can tolerate and eat a little more than that than you think you can.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
from personal experience.
Yeah. Oh, but this is how. Thank you. I think that actually might. That actually looks very accurate. That's impressive.
And I did slur that on purpose too. Because it's all one.
It is better that way.
Because the stirring it up, it's like trying to stir things in like a rocks glass.
Which
weird.
It reminds me of what, like, one of my proudest parenting moments when my daughter was young. She was like preschool, something like that. Like, she wanted oatmeal for breakfast, and she wanted something in. I don't know if it was like cinnamon sugar, raisins, whatever. I just remember, like, it was like early in the morning, like getting her ready for preschool. I was like only half awake, so and she was in a mood, as toddlers do, not her fault, just happens. So I remember like making her oatmeal, and she's like, I want this in it. I'm like, fine. So I put the thing in it, and then I like stir it in, and she's like, no, I wanted to stir it. So I'm like, so I just like stirred the spoon the other way and said, there, I unstirred it, and it fucking worked.
Kids are dumb.
Right. Okay, good to know. You're not that bad, but
yeah.
And I'm also glad you have people.
Yes.
So yes, but also just so you know, we can be those people if you want. Yeah, reach out anytime, my friend. So, but good to know. Good to know. Thanks for updating us. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So, all right. It's like we care about y'all. I know, like, as Matt said, like this the way this feels, it's almost like we're just like a group of friends, like playing podcast. Like, it's like the way we're like, we just happen to be like the host, and like you all are like playing chat or whatever. But it's like, and we just feel like this is just friends hanging out, and we love that. So thank you all. Yeah, I feel like I don't thank you all enough, like, for making it feel like that, even for us. Like, this is, yeah, it's fucking amazing. All right.
Yes.
All right, are we done with me being mushy and ready to get back to this mush?
Sure. Paco mush.
It's like, well, I didn't ask you, Kip.
Yeah, this looks like Kip is trying to do an empathy.
Oh, good job. Good try. This is Canadian for empathy. You added ham. That's
I have a story too.
Oh, well, I'm glad. Like,
But,
I mean, I'm not saying I didn't think we were chill vibes, but I was not expecting that. But I like it. So
yeah, I like that.
yeah, kind of like the way I feel about like our show is like, it seems like there's a lot of people like in the community who are like aware of us, but like they have like much bigger channels. But like we're like, I had a good analogy for it the other day, but I've like completely lost it now. But
We're the after party.
yeah, that was one way to put it, which is also good. But
we're the small group of their shadow.
Yeah, it's almost like we're like, oh, it was like it's almost like we're like the Statler and Waldorf, like, to the Muppet Show. It's like y'all are like the Kermits and the Fozzies and the Miss Piggies out there on stage, and we're the ones kind of hanging back. Like, not that we're making fun of you, like Statler and Waldorf are. It's like, it's not in that aspect, but it's like, yeah, we're just still here for whenever y'all want to come hang out. But oh yes, kid stupidity is hilarious. I have two. I should know. I worked at a Dairy Queen years back and had a kid ask if hot fudge is hot. I told them it would be a pretty funny thing to call it. Fudge was good. That is true.
It does cool down pretty fast once it's on there. But
I will, we'll let you know, like, stuff like this is not limited to children, as I'm sure most of you know. So this is something I don't think I've talked about on the show before, but like my very first job after graduating high school, not high school, after graduating college, like legit, I shit you not, was working at a county fair, like as a food vendor. Like that was my first paying job after graduating college. But
oh yeah,
I was working with a friend of mine. We were at a stand grilling pork kebabs. Also, that for people who know me and know how much I love grilling, like that summer, like, or that week and a half or whatever, is where I developed my grilling prowess. Like largely just because like learning how to keep a charcoal grill like going for like 12 to 14 hours, like nonstop. But
That's impressive.
but then another friend of ours, he was like working in like a dessert stand, and one of the things they had was cheesecake on a stick. This was Matt, Dan, not Danny, but Dan, like
right?
Weird, yeah, Papa Smurf.
Stealing everybody's ladies.
Yeah, Sarah, if you're watching, you know who I'm talking about.
Mentally stealing their ladies, not actually.
Right.
Yeah.
He was. Yeah. Anyway, so he was working in this dessert stand, and one of the things they sold was cheesecake on a stick. And so he was telling me and our other friend Gabe, he's like, guys, I just had this customer come up because he was on like lunch break or something, and they actually asked me, so what's cheesecake on a stick? And he's like, all right. So he's like, it wasn't super busy. So I went ahead and I said to the guy, oh, well, why don't you just like come on up in the truck here and I'll show you. So he invited the guy in. Like he came in the back, looked at like in their cooler, and he said, and I tried to say it in like the like sarcastic, demeaning way possible. You see, it's cheesecake on a stick. That is still just forever like one of the funniest things to me. But yeah, thanks for reminding me of that, Flint and Steel. That was good times. Also, this might be like call Webster like now and say like this is your word of the year right now. That like the dictionary people like hampathy. Yes. Yeah. And hey, I am too. Like to be honest, I'm like. Also, I'll be honest. I'm not the biggest fan of cheese. Like it's basically if it's not pizza or mozzarella sticks, I'm really not into it. But yeah,
it's like eggs and dairy, and then even more dairy.
Yeah, because like it's like with cheesecake, like I don't necessarily like dislike it that much, but I'd rather like just have cake. Like you can keep the cheese, and it's
a pie. It's a pie. It's a cheese pie. Yeah. It's in a crust. There's no layers. Like, it's a pie. Stop calling it a cake. Also, I like cheesecake, and I can't have it because dairy makes me depressed.
Yeah, dairy depresses me, but for different reasons.
Also, cheesecake on a stick, one of the more American things I've ever heard. We do junk food really well.
Yes, and then we
streamline that shit.
Like whatever it is, like take whatever concoction you want, and then we deep fry it, and that's county fairs. Which also, speaking of which, one of the most hilarious experiences I had working at this county fair, we met these ladies who were there working at the fair. They were from Romania. But they were working at the fair, like I don't remember if they were working like for like the games or another food vendor. I don't really remember. But they were there, like working at the fair was their international co-op. I'm like, how? Like, why? But so my friend Dan, who I was just talking about earlier, he said like we were talking about like just how weird this was, and he was saying is like how bad we felt that like this was their experience of working in America was just like working county fairs all summer. Yeah. And so Dan was like, I feel so bad because like I want to tell them like, look, like I know like this is all you're seeing and this is your experience in America, but like I want to let them know like, look, this isn't really what America is. Like it's more than that. Like this isn't it, but it actually kind of is.
Yeah, by landmass, it absolutely is.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. But yeah.
Yeah, like most of rural America is what happens when you turn Scotch Irish up to 11. Like,
right? I mean, that's me basically.
Like the deep fried food, that's apparently really Scottish.
Oh yeah. But hey. I am what I am.
Dude, I would love to have a 3-day weekend where like the first day of the weekend I eat like a lot of like fried cheese sticks. and then like the other 2 days, I'm just really drunk, so that I don't have to suffer as much. The aftermath.
Man, that actually sounds awesome. I might do that this weekend. Anyway. Oh yeah, so we're watching a thing. Speaking of depressed.
Continue to rationalize, continue to contextualize. I call these the what if, what about people.
Hold on. Sorry.
Group never wants to contextualize. This group is like, I will continue to contextualize if it means I don't have to actually believe anything. What happened?
Oh, so these are the people, like, he doesn't use these terms, but like in other circles, we might refer to these people as being too skeptical because like they're just questioning everything. Because like, yeah, because how dare you fully question something that someone's expecting you to build your entire life on? But like,
but also later,
how dare you?
Yeah, but also later, questions are great.
See, that's what they say. But yeah, we'll get to that.
Yeah,
like
not every.
Yes,
not,
now here's
questions
something.
Welcome. Answers are not always welcome.
Right. Now here's something we can agree on. Pie, way better. That is correct.
Yeah, good fruit pie, or pecan pie,
or like my daughter loves to make pumpkin pie.
Yeah,
it's
those are also
fucking
good.
amazing. But pumpkin pie, but you got to put a healthy amount of whipped cream, and by healthy amount, I mean incredibly unhealthy. Like,
yeah, and you got to have a good spread of spices in there too.
Yes, yes.
You can't just do the cinnamon. You can't just do the nutmeg. Like you got to do the allspice, the cinnamon, the nutmeg.
Oh yeah, allspice is key. But yeah, basically, like I put enough whipped cream on my pumpkin pie, so it looks like it's ready to like reside over a session of Parliament. That's basically what I'm going for.
Like a pompadour of whipped cream, which is not what people wear when they do anything in Parliament. But for some reason, my brain put that member of Parliament in a pompadour.
I'll allow it. All right.
As we continue to rationalize, continue to contextualize, I call these the what if, what about people. And I understand why this is so popular right now in our culture, because committing is not easy.
Hold on. What's not easy?
Popular right now in our culture because committing is not easy.
Oh, so all these people who are like have all these questions and want to analyze things, they're just afraid of committing.
They're just pussies, is what you're saying.
That's. I couldn't have said it better myself. So, whether or not this is what you were talking about, I don't care because it worked for my purposes. So, thank you.
What? Why did misinterpretation say Greenland and Canada, kid?
Oh,
wait, I'm told. No, you know why? Because NATO has already said, okay, fine, but like you do realize we'll invoke Article 5. Like just because you opt out by attacking us doesn't mean that the rest of us aren't going to be like, yeah, we're still going to do that.
Yeah.
Also, invade. Okay, doing anything in Greenland, you're going to need more than just special forces because Greenlanders will resist. And there's a reason why they did only special forces in Venezuela, and that's because pulling off anything substantial in Venezuela is going to be extremely costly / impossible. And Iraq, Afghanistan Part 2, and they all know that. And so, like, Trump might think he can do something with Greenland, but there's no reason to because they already host all the bases we want them to, and the Trump just said, no, they're not mine yet. Sure, useful, not mine.
Yes, but fantastic question here. Why did he look super uncomfy after saying that? Yeah.
Because he knows it's bullshit.
Yeah. And also, Kip, please confirm. I mean, y'all Canadians, you're all the same. You know what's going on up there with all of you, right? Sure. Anyway, so yeah, so all these people who
wouldn't have that, you know that.
Yeah. So basically, all right. So here, basically, we're framing healthy skepticism as being afraid of commitment, is what we're being told here. So let's continue with that.
Fit it into popular norms. That's a little easier. quick, easy solutions rather than really digging for truth and experiencing it is a lot easier. Here's a question to ask yourself.
Wait, hold on.
To help you determine if
he said something earlier. Can you back him up a little bit?
Yeah.
Just the beginning of this part we just watched.
I don't know where that is. We'll see if this is it.
About people. And I understand why this is so popular right now in our culture.
There or earlier?
Okay, no, this that reminded me. He's talking about it's so popular in our culture, but like people who are deconstructing, the reason why it's so hard is because it's not popular for our peer group. Like, this is how you get unpopular pretty quickly. Right. So he's looking at it like, it kind of sounds like when he's talking about people who are deconstructing, it sounds like he's also talking about people who didn't believe in the first place at all, like secular people in his mind. And it's easier to go with what's popular, but from this perspective of the people who are deconstructing, they are not going in the direction of what's popular for their peer group. Like, this doesn't work as a description of what's happening.
Can confirm. Yeah, because this whole thing is remember, like, being framed as in Christianity, and not just Christianity, but their version of Christianity, like, this is the happy, safe place to be. So, like, we're feeling bad for all these people who just can't be here. So there must be all these problems, whether with them or with their circumstances, that are keeping them from being here in this happy place where we are.
It couldn't be our problems keeping us from them.
Right. Or just the fact that, like, where we are is just a bunch of bullshit that doesn't make any fucking sense, and the people who are intellectually honest with themselves realize that and don't buy it. That can't be it, though.
No.
Like, it's like, no, they're just afraid of commitment, and yeah.
Wait. Is it that the person's afraid of commitment, or is it that the person sucks that wants them to be committed to them? Like, maybe you just suck. Like, why won't you commit to me, secular people / deconstructing people? Did you ask if you suck? Did you reflected on that?
Yeah. Well, but that's impossible, you see, because their side is Jesus. And
Jesus is the way, the truth, so
what
they think Jesus is can't be wrong.
Yeah.
Culture, because committing is not easy. Fitting into popular norms, that's a little easier.
Right, because there's one thing I know about America, especially right now. Christianity is not the popular norm.
It isn't. But that is certainly the narrative.
Yes, that is a thing that people say. That's for true.
Okay, this really works.
Quick, easy solution.
Do you remember when Norm Macdonald would say something on Weekend Update, and then he'd say something like, "Or so the Germans would have us believe." I was going to respond to that about. I was just going to use it to respond to him if Christianity is the dominant thing in America, like, or so the Germans would have us believe, and that works too well. Bunch of Nazi boys.
Yep.
Solutions, rather than really digging for truth and experiencing it, is a lot easier. Here's a question to ask yourself.
Again, this is a whole because this, again, he's not necessarily using the words, but he's definitely, like, at least alluding to, like, certain tropes of, like, people who leave the faith and, like, deconstruct or whatever, like, they're just looking for the easy way out. Like, they just can't commit, they can't deal with all the rules and, like, being submissive to God and, like, all this bullshit. It's like, which, again, this is why I left that comment on this video of, did you actually talk to anyone who's actually gone through deconstruction? Because here's the thing, like,
we know you read the comments, Paco.
Right? So, because here's the thing, and all my, like, I have, like, talked with and interacted with so many people who have gone through, like, deconstructing their Christian faith. I have yet to meet a single fucking person who said, "Oh, and this was the easy way out." Have you, like, anyone?
Nope.
Like,
or
because I know I won't go into it all here, but for people who know me and like things that I've gone through, like since, and the things that it's cost me, to no longer be a Christian.
It reminds me of it reminds me of how like people who come out, like as queer in some way, and if people they get the same kind of accusations. I think where people like you took the easy way out.
Yeah, especially now because they're saying things like being queer, being trans is the popular, trendy thing to be. It's like, oh yeah, have you talked to a person in that community? Have you asked them how trendy they feel? Like,
it's fucking absurd.
Yeah, this is why it's for these exact kinds of people I coined the phrase "go fuck yourself with a brick." That's
I blocked that out because
that's all graphic. I got. Yeah.
No, I'd heard you say that before, but I had blocked it out.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, that's descriptive.
It's like it's the best I can do.
There's no comfortable way to do that. That's
yeah. Good. I'm glad there's no comfortable way to do that. Anyway.
Help you determine if the fear of being wrong might be standing in your way of experiencing truth. When was the last time you stood up for something, even though it wasn't the popular opinion? Like, when was the last time you went against the cultural grain?
Wait, this...
Again, ask anyone who's, like, actually deconstructed, and they'll say, today. Like, multiple times before breakfast. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Isn't he supposed to be answering, how do we know what truth is? Or something? Wasn't the name of this video? How did that get turned into...
Yeah.
What about you? Maybe it's your fault. Do you suck at these things? I bet you do.
Okay. Flint and steel, good point. What did the brick do? All right. That's fair. That's fair.
Brick's
Thanks for calling me out on And I'm going to assume that that's what Kip is talking about. I do that a lot. It's like, where are you getting your bricks? That's what I want to know. And are you okay? How are you continuing to ride your bike?
Why am I thinking of monkeys? I literally don't know.
Oh, talking about going against the grain. The Lord of the Rings is boring as fuck. Okay.
Right.
That's going against the grain. Yeah.
Don't watch the Hobbit. Yeah. Okay. Don't watch the Hobbit then.
Okay, but here's the thing, Kip. Like, if you're hoping this removes the stigma like that people may have of you like being a nerd, if that's what you're trying to like cast off here, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. Too much other evidence to the contrary here, my friend. So, but good effort. I appreciate it. But just embrace it, man. Just embrace it. It feels better that way. Unlike the brick. This feels better.
Poindexter dropped in the chat and flexed.
Okay, so I'm going to assume that Ember's talking about Paco here, but it's also funny to pretend she's talking about Kip.
It's like, it wasn't there. Help me.
He's like, I didn't know what to do. They told me it was there. She said, are you even in yet? But, yeah.
Does the phrase hot dog down a hallway mean anything to you? Throwing a hot dog down a hallway.
Or is there any tread still left on the tires? All right.
It's throwing the hot dog down the tunnel. That's what makes me laugh the most.
Yes. That was a brilliant moment from Family Guy for anyone who doesn't know what we're talking about. Good old Stewie. That was amazing. All right. Anyway.
Because if we're going to have a life built to last, we've got to be okay with going against the grain.
Right. Which is why that's what it takes for people to be willing to deconstruct. Like, do you not understand this? Like,
also,
I feel like
sometimes it happens before we're willing.
Right? Yeah. Because again, this is a common thing that I ran across. And again, this was our experience. Like, this was not like intentional. It's just like we both just happened to come across like different kinds of ideas and like, wait, what? That's a thing? Like, we weren't like looking for it. Like, I was happy as a Christian. Like, where I was at,
just trying to learn more about God, like get closer to God, and then it's all too much.
Yeah. Now, I would say like an experience I had that was maybe like the closest you could possibly get to like construing it to being me looking for a way out. Because I will admit, like, because this is really more like in retrospect, but like looking back on my experience as a Christian, there were a lot of times where it just didn't make sense, but I felt like it just had to make sense. So I was trying to make myself think it made sense. So when I started hearing these ideas of like, oh, all those things that you thought are real about Christianity and you were told to believe, those don't actually make sense. It's like, oh, what? So like, oh, but tell me more. What? Like, but then like the more I kept going, it's like, oh, you can actually question things. Great. Again, not knowing it at the time, but basically the process was, I'm autistic, so now you've told me to question one thing, I'm going to question all the things. And then so that's where I am. So yeah.
So don't question all the things. Thou must assume Jesus.
Right. Yeah. Question. Yeah. But yes. Yeah. Flint and Steel puts it well here once again. So
remember that one person who always went with the cultural norm? Remember how fantastic their life was? Remember how sturdy they were under pressure? Remember how much courage they had? Me neither.
I could probably think of lots of people who like went with the cultural norms and like all that shit that he just said.
And we're fine.
Yeah. And we're like super successful. I mean, like Taylor Swift comes to mind. Like, no, I'm not like dissing her or anything, but like Taylor Swift essentially is a cultural norm right now.
The people who can afford to do what's popular tend to do pretty well.
Yeah. It's like, but it's and so often it's actually the opposite is true. Like the people who are countercultural and don't go with what everyone else is doing.
You mean like Jesus?
No, but what I'm saying is, but in a lot of circumstances, those people end up being forgotten. Because like, I mean, I know in the circles that we like run in, probably like who have done like the serious deconstruction and looking into like the things in like church history and everything. It's like we know of people like Marcion, who very much went against like the cultural norms and like was labeled a heretic. But most Christians nowadays, like who do they remember more, Marcion or Paul? Like, who do they remember, Marcion or Billy Graham?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, we remember the people who go with the cultural norms. That's in a lot of cases, that's how people get remembered. Like Paco, what the fuck are you even talking about?
He doesn't know. Look at his face.
Yeah. I mean, yes, there are also a lot of like important historical figures that we remember because of how they deviated from the norms and like made like different like new discoveries or were controversial or whatever. But there are a lot of people like that's why history doesn't remember these people, because they went against the norm.
They were right too early.
Like, yeah. Or they were right and were never recognized as being right. Like,
that's true. I was thinking something specific.
Yeah. Also, like, again, like, what kind of standard is he presenting here? Like, is the goal to be like, oh, I'm going to be someone who's remembered? It's like, I don't care.
No, he's all over the place with his point.
Yeah, because here's the thing, like, I mean, it's not that I don't care about being remembered, because yeah, obviously that would be great. I'd love to be remembered, but that's not my motivation when it comes to like forming my beliefs about reality. It's like what I want is to be intellectually honest with myself.
Yeah.
To me, that would be the easy thing. Well, easy in some circumstances,
autistic.
but right? And I would say, like, as far as like my popularity, like, okay, especially like for people who don't know my story, like, one of the main catalysts for me losing my faith was, ironically enough, surviving stage 4 cancer, like a little over 4 years ago now, 4.5. So it's
That's
like,
about
yeah,
when this video came out.
But this was maybe a year after that. I don't remember. Maybe it was 21. I don't remember. Anyway, so yeah, that's right. Yeah, so that would have been 21. But so I had stage 4 cancer back in 2021. Went into a remission, like complete remission, was like completely fine in September of that year, and by late October, I was basically an atheist. But coming from someone who, like, their entire life up until that point had been a devout Christian, like, in what world is seemingly miraculously surviving stage 4 cancer and then losing your faith? Is that the popular, trendy way to go? Like, and I'm not saying like this to like puff myself up and like, yeah, I was being very intentionally like countercultural and like bucking the trends and norms and stuff. Like, no, I couldn't help it. This is just what fucking happened. But if you want to try to tell me that I did it just for like the being popular and taking the easy way, like,
but that you don't know that. Like, Tommy doesn't know that's why the other person does.
Yeah. Again, reference my earlier suggestions of what you can do with a brick. But so yeah, because to me, like the easy, like popular way out would have been to just like hold on to the faith. And so I could say like, oh, look what God did for me. Like, how fucking easy and how awesome would that have been?
You'd be real popular.
Yeah. And again, and don't hear me as saying like anyone who does that, that's why they're doing it. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, for anyone who wants to try to tell me that what I did was like the easy way or the thing that was trendy or would have given me more like popularity and clout or whatever, like, I honestly, go fuck yourself with a brick isn't strong enough for how I'm feeling about that right now. But
yeah.
So yeah. And Paco looks like I just told him to go fuck himself with a brick. So he's like, what?
I think I would probably just, if somebody said that to me, it's like my context or like perspective on them saying that. Like, I don't know. Like, my face would probably be like showing some version of, I think they're ridiculous. Like, they're wasting my time. Like, not even like necessarily mad. Just like, what are you even doing? I'm real disappointed in you.
But yeah, Christianity was the social norm for centuries. It's like they would literally burn you at the stake, not only for just not being Christian, but not being the right kind of Christian. Like, it was super entrenched in the everything, at least in like Europe and like that part of the world.
You know what I learned is the Roman Catholic Church got control of a lot of Europe by forging a document. Like, this document showing that they had some leader gave them control over a certain area, and I guess because like document verification just didn't exist. Like the church found an exploit, they found a glitch, and
yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Wait, one more thing.
Mm-hmm.
This came out in 2021, and they're addressing deconstruction. So this is the aftermath of COVID. People couldn't go to church, which will trigger deconstruction in a lot of people if you need that weekly programming to keep it all going. And so this whole thing of like accusing people of doing what's popular, bitch, it was COVID. Nobody gave a shit about what was popular. Most people did leave their house. Like, and if they did, they went out in what they've been wearing for 3 days. Like, it's like, this is so tone deaf.
Yeah. It's like Tone Deaf, the series. It's like, yeah, I'm talking about you, Paco. Don't look at me like that.
Oh, you scared and sad.
Yeah. Right? It's like I think we're at 89. We actually dipped down to 88 like a week ago, but then back up to 89. So I don't know what happened there. But,
I think we say a lot of words YouTube doesn't like.
Yeah, but here's the thing, like as much as I would love to like get more subs, honestly, like if we like all of a sudden became like super popular, I would not know what to do.
Right. Yeah, if it doesn't happen gradually, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah. But also like at the same time, I kind of feel like we might just go like, for those who are familiar with guy on YouTube named Charlie, he goes by like Moist Critical or Penguin Zero.
Yeah.
Mostly talks about like video games. What I love about him, he's like one of the most like popular people on YouTube, like, millions of subs. But when it comes to like the actual like production value and like stuff in his channel, like he does nothing. It's like he doesn't make thumbnails. He doesn't like have music or title screens or anything. It's literally all of his like YouTube videos are just him on screen, just like talking about stuff or playing video games. Like, so I feel like that, like, I mean, we already put more effort into this show than he does. So, but I feel like if we ever became that popular, like, don't expect more than what you're seeing right now, except maybe like, I don't know, like a few more like video clips like this one.
Ellie!
He was always a rather stupidly optimistic man. I mean, I'm afraid it came as a great shock to him when he died.
I mean, we do more of that probably, but
nice.
But yeah, don't expect us to change if we ever become super popular. But and also don't expect us to become super popular if we change. So, haha, that sounded super profound in my head. But
I think it was almost.
Okay. Well, then I overshot. All right. Here we go.
If you want a rock solid life, you need truth you can stand on.
Again, that is actually correct.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he keeps talking.
And Jesus makes a bold claim about truth. He says, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
So if you're not free, really, it wasn't the truth.
But is that really bold, though? To me, that just seems intuitive.
Right. Sounds like a fortune cookie.
Yeah. It's like
lucky number 67.
Dead body. Oh. And Kip just summed up our show. Thank you. All right.
Spoiler alert. Truth starts.
You already used the spoiler alert joke in this video, like what feels like hours ago, but it was only like probably like 10 minutes, like during the lady with the crappy quality voiceover. She's like, spoiler alert, we're not talking about a house. Like, oh, no shit. Like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Funny that.
Having a more accurate picture of reality will have that effect on you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I said, it's like, yes, Jesus was correct in when he said, "The truth shall set you free," if he actually said that.
It literally feels like being more awake.
Yeah.
Like they think they're insulting by calling people woke, and I know I'm missing the point, but
yeah,
it is amusing to me. It's like, you're awake, ha 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 ha. You should be asleep like us. I know it's not what they mean, but I like that it's funny.
but yeah, this whole like, well, totally forgot what I was talking about. Maybe that's how two guys can keep in double-digit subs. Anyway,
Nice.
Strikes again.
Bold claim about truth. He says, "You will know the truth, and the truth."
Oh, that's what I was going to say. Yeah. So if Jesus actually said the whole like, yeah, the truth will set you free. Like, yes, it's correct, but ironically, it set me free from him. So like, epic self-own. Way to go, J-Man. No.
Will set you free. Spoiler alert. Truth starts with Jesus.
Why? When does spoiler alert become the new period?
Yeah, and also like, this is just good old-fashioned bullshit presuppositionalism.
It's
like, truth starts with Jesus. It's like, how do you fucking know?
It's not an answer, and also this is just repackaged same old shit. Like, if people are having a struggle of a time in deconstruction, and you're like, here's what you need: more of the same old shit.
They're driving me to another beer, Matt. It's getting serious.
Wait, I have more beer too.
More Bat Squatch. Because Bat Squatch makes about as much sense as anything this
I'll be right back.
jackass is saying. All right. I can somewhat relate with that look. Life.
He does make excellent faces.
Mm-hmm. And my pause game is on point tonight. So
we'll get back to Paco in just a second.
Oh God. Except, like, so this is Kyle here. He's going to tell us the tithe, and I'm like, fuck that. All right.
But in that little,
so how do you know it's truth?
Hold on. In the little bit of Kyle that you saw, isn't he just the most puntable human being? doesn't he come across like that? He's probably like a great guy, good to his wife and his kids. I'm just saying.
Yeah. What? Again, like, in my experience, being at this church, a lot of these people, they seem like, outside of the context of Crossroads, a lot of them probably really cool people.
Not saying I want to hang out with them and shit, but
yeah, there's plenty of cool people that I just want to have nothing to do with, just because we don't gel, we don't mesh, whatever. But
their drummer, the worship band drummer, was actually pretty cool to a point.
Yeah.
Like, if you stay away from certain topics, super cool.
Yeah. Again, like in my time, like volunteering, like with the sound team, I had some interactions with him. Yeah, super cool dude.
Way older than he looks.
Yes, that too. But for as like high of a position as he had, and like as talented as he was, and how much clout he had around him or whatever, like super down to earth. Like friendly with everyone he interacted with. He wasn't like, "Do you know who I am?" He's like,
he was from Norwood. You can't be from Norwood and be like, "Do you know who my dad is?"
It's like, no. So, anyway, but yeah. All right, but back to Paco.
So how do you know it's truth? Well, truth is verified. Verified.
And again, his premise here is Jesus is truth. So it's like, so how? But
he's going to verify it. He's going to be his own stamp of approval by rising from the dead, which only proves he can rise from the dead. doesn't prove he's anything else.
Right, but this is all assuming that we can, like, never mind that it's not even complete consensus among people who know what the fuck they're talking about, even that Jesus even existed. Like, now we're not mythicists, like most of it, like, again, like neither of us are experts in any relevant field. So for me,
I'll say
like,
the Gospels are myths, but
yes, I say like pretty much everything we have written about Jesus is highly mythologized. And I'll say not because I have any expertise, but only because when in doubt, I just follow the expertise of like the consensus in the field, especially if it's about a matter that I really don't care about, which, you know, I really don't care whether or not Jesus actually existed. But even people like who aren't Christians, who are scholars, say like, yeah, there probably was a dude. And like, okay, but actually, ironically enough, one of the things that makes me a little more convinced that he was real was because the way he's mythologized is the type of mythologizing that people of that time period would apply to real people, but they just wanted to elevate those real people to a certain like elevated status, you know, apotheosis, you know, Greek translation fables, Roman cultic myths, all that. So, yeah. Now, I don't know what word you're talking about, but yes, that's probably
by verified.
Yeah. 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 But how do we know it's true? Well, yep.
But it's verified. You can verify it.
2 minutes if you're lucky. Or if we're lucky. I don't... Anyway.
And you verify it with fallacies.
Yeah. But I promise you this, it was 2 minutes in heaven. What?
Not just by the tastemakers and the creators, but verified outside of those opinions. Picture it like this.
No, verified with measurement and facts. God damn it, you're bad at this.
Right, but yeah, I'll agree with Kip. Yeah, the existence of human Jesus is historically mundane. Yeah, just like saying, yeah, Muhammad was a dude. Whoever the guy was who became known as the Buddha, like, yeah, also, that was a
Jesus
dude.
was just the apocalyptic preacher that lasted.
Yeah, because Constantine's mom said so.
And right place, right time.
Yeah.
For like the religion to do something.
Yep. And lots of killing. Lots of killing to make it.
Right, but that's how you know it's true, because you're verifying it.
Because like people were willing to kill for it.
So. That's how you know it's true. Nobody's ever killed anybody for a bad reason.
So why would you? Never mind all those Islamic terrorists. Like they're all just wrong about everything. But yeah.
In a different city with your significant other. And it's time to eat. So you want to go on a date in a different city outside of those opinions. Picture it like this. You're on a date in a different city with your significant other.
Okay, significant other. See, again, this goes back to like how poorly like written and performed a lot of this stuff. So just remember, like, you're on a date with your significant other. Maybe no one else will care about this distinction, but this is something that stuck out to me, so I'm making you all care about it too. So.
And it's time to eat. So you want to go on a really fancy date, and your spouse goes, "Listen, if you take me..."
See, right there, he's like, more like, wait, what word did I use? It's like he couldn't even remember what fucking word he used literally 2 seconds ago.
Maybe
when he said
nobody
significant
did
other.
This.
Yeah, which again, so much of this. Because, like, again, for those not familiar with Crossroads, most of what they do, like I said, if you can say nothing else about them positively, like, they are good at production value. Like, they script things, they focus group the fuck out of everything. Like, everything's done by committee. Like, they are super, like, intricate. And like we said, they have a lot of very skilled people doing this stuff. So, like, usually just on a production value level, this stuff is usually pretty top notch. But this whole series, just the way it's so sloppy like this, it just totally smacks of like they just got super scared about deconstruction. Like, we got to get something out there now. So they're like, Paco, here, stand here in this room and talk. We'll give Brian Tome a jackhammer to destroy a Lego house. It's like, what the fuck are we even doing?
Or a lot of people were contacting them, or people were talking to like leaders and whatever, like asking a lot of questions, and they're like, fuck. Maybe if we do this one series, we could just ignore them because we'll have already answered everything. Like maybe we won't have to do our jobs as actual pastors if we just do a series and we can just refer everybody to the series with questions.
Right.
You know, for the sake of the relationship that you're having.
Exactly. Yeah, Sean McDowell did say the kill for a lie apologetic is vastly exaggerated or something like that. It was close. Yeah. Turn the sound off. He looks like he's in a rap battle. That's well. Here, I'll play it. I'll play it for a few seconds with it on mute. We'll see if that actually works.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
That's good. Thank you, Kip. Well, and congratulations to you for being someone so white and Canadian for knowing something about rap. That's impressive, almost.
Her spouse goes, listen, if you take me to Applebee's one more time, this will be our last date. So you do what any sane person would do. You jump on Yelp and you see a spot that says Joe's Falafel Shop. And you think to yourself, thank goodness, because I would never be able to spell falafel properly.
Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha.
Pause for laughs.
Because falafel's a weird word. Sorry.
And Joe's Falafel Shop has a 5-star rating. So you click through and you see that there's only one review. And the review is by a guy named Joe Falafel. That probably wouldn't be a very valid review. And in the same way, if your truth has not been verified by something outside of your own knowledge and expertise, you should doubt it to be true.
Did he just do a racism with the whole like Joe Falafel? I mean, maybe.
To be fair, I don't think falafel is Indian. I think it's more Arabic.
Yeah.
But maybe he thought he was making an Indian joke. That's possible.
Yeah. Isn't his heritage Cuban or Dominican or something?
I honestly have no idea.
My point is,
yeah.
there's like a certain like amount, there's like a certain like regional racism where like you can be somebody who's not white, but like you're close enough to America or something where you're like, right, but I'm not Indian. Those guys are weird. Like,
yeah.
It's like, this is funny. Now we're both white. Like, I don't get it. When people, I don't.
Yeah.
I find it confusing when people of color will. I'm not saying he is a person of color, but like when somebody like who is also a victim or maybe not a victim, a target of racism. When like when you're like racist about somebody else who's also a target of racism, and you're like, do you not realize?
Ooh. Sounds like he's getting ready to mount a case for external evidence or hostile testimony. This ought to be good. Most of that is true. You kind of like lost it at the end there with that last sentence.
Right, but his version of external evidence is still subjective.
But let's God. Well, he is if we keep him on mute, which is honestly very tempting at this point.
He might be dancing to a beat in his head while he talks, because like he is kind of like, could we put a beat behind it? Like, how would that work? Would it be like Dark Side of the Moon, Wizard of Oz shit?
So BS, get on that. All right.
Way, if your truth has not been verified by something outside of your own knowledge and expertise, you should doubt it to be true.
All right.
Which, again, yes.
In most cases, unless you are a foremost expert on a thing.
Yeah. So yes, that's true. So again, but here's the thing that they're missing. Like, this is the logic that people who deconstructed and maybe even deconverted like we did, this is the logic we were using when we were examining Christianity. So close.
Oh, by the way, the beer I'm drinking right now is Bell's Two-Hearted Ale. Costco around here had a 24-pack for $32, which is $8 a 6-pack, essentially. This is like $13 a 6-pack around here usually.
Yeah, for a damn good beer too.
Yeah,
that's
an old giant brick of it.
You can't afford not to.
That was what I thought. Also, it was just awesome to see a case of it in existence. By the way, that Two-Hearted Ale is the gold standard of an American IPA. Like it has become like the definition of the style.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that and Stone IPA. But they're like different enough, but they're basically like there's
like the floral and the piney citrus.
Yeah, as far as like American IPAs go, like the Two-Hearted, that's more towards like the floral, like aromatic end. Stones is more the like earthy, piney end. But both. Yeah, but you're totally right. That like the Two-Hearted Ale is just iconic at this point. Yeah, but yes, of course.
Our Christian fraternity in college did a screening with the yep. That was so it's not as cool as you think.
It was a Christian fraternity as well.
Assuming you thought that was cool BS. I just realized, no, you probably nope.
Yes, this still supports deconstruction. If you aren't an expert on the Bible, don't trust it.
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing from the beginning. Like, you should deconstruct, but deconstruct what you should deconstruct and build it the right way. So this is all like deconstruct, don't deconstruct talk. And I will not explain when to do either. Except trust Jesus, because he is the answer.
Because it's Sunday school is always the answer.
Truth needs to be validated by many for it to be valid. And
see, it needs to be validated to be valid.
Validated by many. But a lot of people can be wrong.
Yes. A lot of people used to think that, one, the earth was flat. The sun actually moved around the earth.
Right. It died every night and came back to life in the morning.
Air was magic. Like there's
a reason why like breath and like wind is like associated with gods a lot, is because that's a thing we didn't understand. We didn't understand that like the stuff that seemed to be nothing is actually a fluid and has currents and shit. And
and like has mass and like all this stuff.
The proverbial fish that doesn't know it's in water.
Mm-hmm. God. But
Paco.
But he's going to set us straight. So, by many. How many? See, Kip, now you're being too skeptical. You're asking too many questions. You're just being hard-hearted about this now. Like it's almost like you just want the easy way out, and you just don't want to believe anymore because you just want to sin.
When you think about how this applies to Jesus, the existence of Jesus, his claims, and all of his life has been validated historically, scripturally, and experienced by thousands.
What, so you're telling me Jesus' life was validated scripturally? Holy fuck! That means
what you
absolutely
call
nothing.
If you're talking about scripture being Old Testament, no, it does not. Talking about New Testament, well, of course it would.
It's like, okay, and so speaking of Dr. Kip's favorite book series, The Lord of the Rings, I mean, that validates Frodo canonically. Like, like no shit. The book that talks about a dude thinks the dude was real. Like,
also, Jesus really has Jesus been proven to historically be a fact? Like
proven? No, because
no,
also
it seems like
really
probable, but not proven.
Yeah, because also that's not how history actually works.
Right.
It's much like science in that way.
Yeah, even if it's written down, it's just all we know is that's what they wanted to convey.
Mm-hmm. Like history is probabilities, and it seems probable that there was a dude, but yeah, we can't be sure.
Recent history in the United States is the false version of history is taking hold in certain people's minds. Like there are people who thought like they remembered Biden being in office for certain things that Trump did, like for like parts of COVID. Like they associate Biden with lockdowns. Like what the fuck? Like this, that literally didn't happen.
Right. Yeah. So, see, I have heard this. Like, yeah, Kip, he's basically Richard Carrier. That's what I heard.
I forget who that is, but I know that's an insult.
Richard Carrier, he's basically like when you think like Jesus mythicism, he's like the dude nowadays.
Oh, he's kind of like an absolutist. Like, yes, that is. He was a myth.
Well, no, to his credit, the way he puts it is I think what he puts it as basically like a 1 in 3 chance that Jesus really existed. Like he doesn't think he did, but he is not putting it in absolutist terms. Right. Now, there is a lot of other areas where the dude's full of shit, apparently, when it comes to specifically, as you know, ask Dr. Kip, like, you know, his understanding of Hebrew and how it works and relevant forms of Judaism and whatever. But if Kip wants to go into that more, so, now, I don't know what this is, but this is actually right in line with early Jewish views of Scripture. Events and figures took on special meaning if they could somehow vaguely bear a resemblance to anything in the Hebrew Bible.
You know what?
But
the modern nation of the Israel does the same thing. Events and figures took on special meaning if they could somehow vaguely bear a resemblance to anything in the Hebrew Bible. The whole thing of like dominating Judea and Samaria, just same descendants of the like not the same, two groups, both descendants of the same group, both descendants of the Canaanites. Like, one is like, no, you need to leave. Like, you're damn near the same people.
Right. All right, but if y'all remember nothing else from tonight, Cosmic Sperm Bank.
Cosmic Sperm Bank.
I think that's what Paco was talking about. So everyone, like, as we go back to Paco, just remember, take everything he's about to say in the context of Cosmic Sperm Bank. So, all right. Oh, correction. So Carrier will publicly say that on the high end, there is a 1 in 3 chance that Jesus existed. In his published study, and here's the thing about his published work, the fact that it failed peer review means that it passed, and that's actually better.
Right, because he's going against the grain.
Right. Right. He said the low end at 1 in 12,000, which is just idiotic.
That's not even useful. Like 1 in 3, sure. We like nobody assumes he believes like 1 in 3, right? That's like kind of like I'm just gonna say a thing to convey what I'm thinking. The 1 in 12,000 is basically the same thing, but it's pretending to be scientific or more accurate using a round number. Like I don't a 12,000. I don't know.
Yeah. Wait. So am I supposed to be mad at Maya now that Kip is talking to us? I mean that does upset me, but I'm not sure I'm ready to like channel that anger at Maya. Like, what did she do? Like,
I think
it sounds
she's
like a
catching
you.
enough strays these days.
Yeah, this sounds like a you problem, Kip. But, or should I say Kip word? No. Oh, this is true. Carrier is on that big brain 200 IQ logic. Smooth brained idiots are just jealous that you can't keep up. I mean, that sounds accurate.
It's not about the wrinkles. They used to think that was a thing, but it's
right.
Apparently not. Some people do have really smooth brains, and they're not stupid.
Yeah, you wouldn't get 1 in 3 from his public talks, and the stuff he says is public. Hey, I got you, Ember. So you are allowed to be very sleepy. That's cool, but I get you anyway. So maybe it's because I am also sleepy. Who knows? All right. So it looks like Paco's counting things. I forget where we were at.
Bet you he's not.
And I almost care. Almost.
Secondly, truth encourages questions. Now,
Remember earlier the what if, what about people with all their questions? Truth encourages questions, but it has limits. Don't test the truth too much.
So is this a form of acceptance? This feels like a healthy place to be. Yeah, channeling one's anger at me is a time-honored profession among YouTube grifters. Well, I guess I'm not a YouTube grifter then. Cool. If you're grifting, hating me is your final form.
You're not an easy target. Normally people would do that to like somebody that like everyone can agree is, I don't know. It's such a weird group of backwards people that would think Maya is a problem. Yeah, I don't see how there's enough people for a grift.
Yeah, I don't get it. Because again, with this whole like situation that like we've like alluded to, it's like apparently Maya's crime is not doing a thing that a person who was going through some shit didn't ask her to do. Like, that's basically my impression of.
Well, you're not violating the person's wishes. You should, not take no for an answer.
Yeah, or you should take no as an answer for yes, is what. Yeah.
No means
yeah.
Yes.
So speaking of
every hero ever.
Right. So speaking of accusations being confessions. Yeah, it was when grifters accuse others of grifting. Like, for example, I tell my audience money they give me is for me. Where's the grift? Where the money they collect goes.
It's like he claimed it was going to orphans and shit. Like, also, no shame on no. I'm not trying to cast aspersions.
For sure.
It just sounded funny to me.
Right. God, we love you all. If I haven't said that enough.
I used to get real upset when anyone would ask questions about what I knew to be true. If I thought it was true, why would you even question it? Well, I realized quickly that had nothing to do with the truth. That had everything to do with my own insecurities. Mm-hmm. See, truth is not threatened by question.
Right. So
it's almost like those people who get like super insecure when you like question things about Jesus or like whether God is real or whether all this Christianity stuff is bullshit or
and they just tell you like, have you met Jesus?
Yeah.
Have you tried Jesus? He said he's the answer. Well, that's super vague, man. I have specific questions.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, like in my experience, like no one ever gets upset when I like question Jesus. Like that never happened. Like that never happened with literally every group of people that I ever brought that up with. Like, yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Yeah.
That's why I'm on my third beer.
Yeah, what came to mind was The United States is learning just how much the rules don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Like I knew they didn't, but like, no, they don't.
Yeah. What I learned is just fuck. Oh, but here's what Maya learned. I mean, who am I to disagree with the patron goddess of woke bitches? So, hope I got that title correct.
Hold on, I'm not. I gotta say something else to get that on my head. Like we all know this stuff in the United States isn't gonna work out for the people in charge right now. Like it can't. It's not possible. This is all just a big dumb charade we have to go through now. It's not gonna work. It's not even working now. But this is the last hope for enough people that we gotta play this out.
Yay.
The Democratic Socialists fucking won the mayor's race in New York City. America's city. Like it's like the cultural capital of the United States. It's fucking over. just give up and walk away. And fewer of you will go to prison. Like no, we gotta wait until enough voters age out of the population.
God, fucking damn it. Yeah. Okay, patron saint of woke bitches. I know goddess is in the title somewhere. So, yeah,
patron saint of woke bitches.
Well, that's what she
That's
goes
a t-shirt for the channel right there for her.
Yeah. But fucking hiccups. What's the things? I don't like breathe upside down. Like
something that used to work for me was swallowing water, but like putting my fingers in my ears before I did it.
Or like drink water backwards. I don't know.
None of these things scientifically work, but one of them is your placebo.
So try them all. All right.
Speaking of not trying them all, Paco.
The queen goddess of awesomeness. That's what it is. Yes. That is true. I mean, can't argue with that. I mean, prove her wrong. So. Doing your Hebrew streams. Yeah, but honestly, who watches those? It's like,
I forgot those were a thing. I kind of want to now.
That was also one of my proudest moments, like being in the comments of someone's stream. It was like Kip and Dr. Josh on something talking about like their streams, like learning Hebrew and stuff. And they're like, yeah, for us. And all the three people who will be there. And I commented like, so Kip, Josh, and who else? But then Josh replied, and Jesus.
Oh, we gotta leave room for Jesus.
Yep. All right.
That selfish cuck.
I don't know why, but that was a perfect transition back to Paco here.
And if you're in a spot where the authority, the truth in your life doesn't invite questions, run. I don't care if
See, this is what you call performative. Where they're trying to say, oh, we welcome questions. Because they want to be like, oh, if they don't allow for questions, that's a dangerous place. You need to get away. It's like,
this is them pretending not to be fundamentalists.
Yeah, because here's the reality, and this is like from experience, like being like heavily involved in this church, and it's not just this church. This is like goes for so many other Christian churches, other religions too, probably. But they'll say, oh, we welcome your questions. They're totally like allowed. And it's awesome that you have all these questions. They're like, we'll wrestle with all this stuff. But it's your questions are welcome insofar as you let us guide you towards the correct answers.
Mm-hmm. Got to surrender that free will to us.
Yeah, because like here's the thing: bring your questions, and we will give you the answers, but don't question our answers. That's essentially what a lot of this boils down to, from experience.
And questions are welcome, but answers are not always. Yeah, like there was certain. Okay, that Midrash thing with the Storyform Life shit group that we had at Crossroads. It was a Midrash in very sarcastic quotes. However, there was an answer sheet for the Midrash.
Yeah. So Kip knows. I mean this like insulting comment notwithstanding.
Right. But that's more than 3, isn't it?
Yes. Like right. It's like I feel seen, but also personally attacked, but also fuck you. All the above. But yeah, I mean, you know Hebrew things like Midrash usually comes with an answer key, right? Is that how that works?
So that's apparently how discuss everything, but guide the answer to a particular conclusion.
Right. That's Crossroads' interpretation of how Midrash is supposed to work. Let me know if that's correct or totally fucking wrong, like I think it is. But I mean, you're the expert, I assume.
And once again, it's white people LARPing as something they're not. America.
Yeah. So
Americans pretending to be native.
God fucking damn it. Yeah. But also,
that reminds me, real short. I do want to point out, like, when people are super upset about like what Israel's doing with Palestine. Like, I think we also, sure, it is completely. We also need to realize that we're not done doing that to Indigenous Americans. Like, we're like, that's horrible. Also, we're the future version of that. Like, the stuff that they're doing, like we did when we expanded west. We're like, it's mine because I'm building shit. Like, like, and you didn't have shit here, so and you matter less because you're basically animals. Like,
see, also, Kip. See, here's the thing: like, we're not weasels in a trench coat, so you can't tell us what to do. So there, because to reference something else, like, so I'll reference the video. We're not going to watch it yet because I like to tease you.
That's just what I was going to say.
It's like this is just edging. That's basically what our stream is.
I was going to say that also, and then I chose not to because it felt weird.
So thanks for letting me say it. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
But with this whole like this, so he's trying to present this whole attitude of, oh yeah, please bring your questions. Questions are awesome. We love it. Like, to
but not reference, if you're questioning your sexuality or gender.
There's that, but also to reference, like when Kip was on our show like several weeks ago talking about the Book of Job. You want to say like God welcomes your questions? Fucking tell that to Job. It's like, how did God respond when Job like came with the audacity to ask him like, hey, you know all that like shit that you allowed to happen to me, even though I've been like totally faithful to you? What gives? Like, you know how like my family died and I'm like covered with boils and like all this like,
yeah, and then God responded by basically fucking Job's mom in front of him.
Yeah, he's like, how dare you? So this whole narrative of like, oh, God welcomes your questions. Like, well, depends on which God we're talking about, I guess. But yes, astrophysicist weasels. And don't worry, Maya. Like when you have us on our show, I'll remember. Like, the weasels love to be recognized as being astrophysicists. I will remember that. And
also,
Matt,
Flint and Steel handling our light work with a no in response to Kip about getting back to the video.
Yes, thank you. Laser weasels. I love that as a comment in and out of context. It works both ways. I appreciate that. All right. So, well, now that no one is telling me to press the goddamn play button, I'm going to press the goddamn play button because fuck y'all.
It's a church, a friend group, or anything else. That is not a healthy environment. Truth is not intimidated by questions.
Again, my experience says otherwise, but so here's
not intimidated, but it is threatened, which is the same fucking word.
Oh, so basically what he's admitting is all the stuff that they're saying isn't actually truth. Because every time we've questioned it, they felt threatened. So therefore, it must not be truth.
No, they're not threatened. We're just a threat.
Right, because that's different. Right.
The ownership is different. The blame is different.
God. So, bring your own whiteboard. All right. No, here's what I'll do. I'll bring my own like whiteboard that's actually like on an iPad or other device that I don't know how to use, because that seemed to work well for you, Kip. So, yeah. That seems to be the standard. All right.
Now, full disclosure, I have reached that point where something happened on my iPhone, and I need to ask my son how to do a thing.
That's a good modus operandi right there. Yeah. Because like just like ordering Kip around like isn't good enough, but when you can also order Kip around and piss off the weasels, then it's like that's living. That's living, my friend.
I appreciate the weasel's sense of humor. The deadpan absurdness where he goes on like a little like it's like painting with words. And it's all just nonsense. But he's doing a deadpan, and it goes on maybe for a little longer than you would expect. So when he's done, some people go, "Hey, yeah," and then they just move on.
Right, with just the right amount of spite mixed in there as well. It's a thing of beauty.
It's like he reaches a point where he realizes maybe he's talking too long, and then he keeps going out of spite, and then ends it.
And whiteboard. So, well, okay. Was it before you had the chance to draw good shit, or before you figured out what the fuck you were doing? I don't know. I felt like it was up there for a while. So,
I mean, we're not saying you're bad at Pictionary, but that was slow.
Yes, we're not saying you're bad at Pictionary, only because we feel like that goes without saying. So. And it's just redundant, and we hate redundancy. And we hate things that are done that don't need to be done because it's repetitive. We hate those too.
We see this play out in the life of Jesus over.
Did anyone else enjoy like watching in real time my brain trying to remember what the actual definition of redundancy was and turn that into a joke and like floundering at it? And I was cracking myself up during that whole thing, but
I'm not saying I wish it didn't happen, but it did hurt a little.
You're welcome. Yes. Okay.
And over again. In the book of John, specifically from the Bible, Jesus is on his way to the cross. He's on his way to be tried.
And in the book of John specifically, he's on his way to the cross. I don't know what the fuck he was doing in the other Gospels. But
yeah, they didn't really talk about it. And so he's saying specifically, kind of like pretending like the other Gospels also said this, but maybe they didn't because maybe John is the only one who did. But let's pretend like they're
court that was crooked
synonymous.
And be strung up on a cross to die. And before he does that, there's this interaction he has with his closest followers called the Last Supper. And during the Last Supper, Jesus does this ceremonial foot washing to serve the people around him. And then he goes on and he says some really beautiful, powerful words that he's calling his shot, right? He's saying, this is about to happen. All of the stuff I've been saying to you is about to go down. And in the very middle of that, Thomas, one of his earliest followers, raises his hand and goes, I got a question.
Music.
And in the middle of all of that.
Music just started. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah.
This is where we shift into the emotional appeal.
Yeah. So pay attention to where he's going with this, because this is one of the sections of this video that really stuck out to me as far as wow, you are really saying nothing here.
Yeah, the bullshit.
You're trying to make it sound like something. Yeah. Fair point.
I mean, it's generally the order.
Yeah. Yep.
And it goes, I got a question. And in the middle of all of that, Jesus stops to address the question. Here's how it reads in John 14. Thomas said to him, Lord.
Yeah. So again, he's presenting this whole scenario as something like, whoa, this is amazing that Jesus would do this incredible thing.
Answer a question. He was their fucking teacher. He answered questions all the time. What's the big fucking deal?
We do not know where you're going. How can we know the way? Jesus said to him, I am the way and the truth and the life.
Okay, let's
no one comes to the Father.
You know what I realized?
No.
I hadn't realized before. Whenever this happens, where like one of the disciples is being dumb, and not getting it, maybe Jesus is a bad teacher. More than one of his students was super confused about what the hell was going on, and they've been with him. Was he just speaking in vagaries the whole time, saying nothing?
Yeah. It's here's the thing,
and then he gives them what I imagine is the same non-answer he's been giving all this time, and why he's so fucking confused.
Yeah, and Kip, back me up on this. But here's the thing, with the upbringing I had in the church, so if you're reading through the Old Testament, the super religious, the prophets, the priests, your Daniels, your Isaiahs, your Samuels, they're all the people who are being the most strict and in their adherence to scripture and what God is saying about not just what's going on now, but with the prophecies and what's to come. They're the heroes. They're the ones who get it. They're right in line. But then as soon as you turn to Matthew, and it's now New Testament time, and the whole narrative is Jesus came and he was totally the Messiah, but all the super religious and strict and adherent Jewish people didn't recognize him as the Messiah because he didn't fit their expectations, because he wasn't this political leader and all about military conquest. And oh, now where the fuck would they have gotten that idea from?
Yeah, shouldn't they know? Shouldn't they be the experts in what the Old Testament Messiah was going to be?
Yeah, because it's as soon as the New Testament flips, it's all of a sudden all the people who are the most adherent to what the Old Testament actually says about what the Messiah is going to be. Now all of a sudden they're, can you believe how stupid these people are? It's
it's inherently anti-Semitic.
Right? So yeah, so it's almost
Did I say Semitic instead of Semitic?
I don't know.
Oh, that.
But but it's almost because we're almost taught Jesus totally subverted all the expectations of what the Messiah was supposed to be. It's oh, you mean all the expectations that God himself laid out in the Old Testament of what the Messiah was supposed to be? So it's almost as if,
kind of sounds like a him problem.
Yeah, but also in very realistic terms, it's almost as if there was this guy who became super popular named Jesus, and he had this following, and they were just convinced he was the guy, he was the Messiah. But then he got killed, and they had to like due to all their cognitive dissonance and all like what the fuck's going on, we thought this was the guy but we were super committed to it, but now he's dead. Like just all this like post hoc rationalization they were going through. So like, oh, here's how he really was the Messiah, and how everything we thought the Messiah was supposed to be was actually wrong. Like,
you know what that means? That means Jesus spent a lot of time convincing them that reality was different than it was. So for them to be confronted with the reality of him dying when that's not what they expected to happen, and and it's that earth shattering that their brains can't handle it, and instead, like, do mental gymnastics to try to explain like why he was actually correct. Actually,
yeah, you just don't get it. So,
because the alternative was too destabilizing to them. He fucking brainwashed them. It sounds like.
Yeah, because like literally, like think of what like modern day Christians, because like this is what I grew up in, and I'm sure like very similar to how like Crossroads would view this sort of thing. Like think of how like arrogant it is to say for like modern day Christians, like all you like super religious Jewish people who are like the experts on what the Old Testament actually says. Like, how can you not recognize Jesus as the Messiah? Like, are you fucking kidding me?
Oh, wait, hold on. There's Flint and Steel. I mean, Jesus' canon name is freaking Josh.
Yeah, Joshua, yeah, Yehoshua, yeah.
These dudes are following a stoner.
Yeah. I'm the way, the truth, and the freaking life, dude. No one like comes to the Father except through like me.
Yeah, was that honey fermented? Like what? B.S. Lewis says, "We'll get him next time, guys." Jesus.
Probably, yeah. All right, so I'll back up a little bit. So Paco here is presenting this whole like Thomas bringing this question to Jesus, like, oh, this is some like amazing like radical thing that Jesus like was totally being awesome for rolling with here. But really, let's listen to how this actually plays out.
And in the very middle of that, Thomas, one of his earliest followers, raises his hand and goes, I got a question. And in the middle of all of that, Jesus stops to address the question. Here's how it reads in John 14. Thomas said to him, Lord, we do not know where you're going. How can we know the way? Jesus said to him, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Now, I want us to notice two things here. First, Jesus doesn't scold Thomas for raising his hand and asking the question.
What a good guy. What a good fucking guy.
Okay, so the whole premise here is
like the manners bare minimum.
Yeah, it's like because like the premise he's trying to establish here is that God, like, bring whatever questions you have, like tough questions are awesome. God will take like so, but as his example, he's using this totally unremarkable instance of like Jesus saying this super mysterious thing, and one of his disciples saying like, basically, what?
We don't know where you're going, and he's like, but I am the way. I am where I am going.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that's so awesome of Jesus to like say something that makes no sense to the people he's talking to, and him being God should know that it doesn't make sense to them, but regardless. But
I'm having hella deja vu right now, by the way.
Ooh, I like it. But it's apparently so awesome of Jesus to answer this question by letting them know how awesome he is. Like,
yeah.
It's like, so literally, like Thomas, like it looks like in context, like he's literally like just asking for directions. He's like, no, like you're telling us you're going to go somewhere, but we don't know where that is. Where is it? But Jesus is like, dude, I am the way. And like, oh, that's so great of him.
I imagine Thomas going like, right, but if you were to answer my question.
Yeah, so let's just say, like, leaving here, which way do I turn once I get to the main road? like,
He's like, where are you going? I that's messed up. It's like, where are you going? And he says, I am the way that I'm going.
Yeah. And here's the thing, Paco will get to this, but he won't actually get to it. So we'll let him cook here.
Come to the Father except through me. Now, I want us to notice two things here. First, Jesus doesn't scold Thomas for raising his hand and asking the question.
But why would he? Like, why is that the expectation that Jesus might scold him for asking a question after he says something super mysterious? Why is that considered amazing?
The bare minimum is holy. That's what.
Yeah.
Jesus isn't like, Thomas, right now, in the middle of my incredible talk, in front of my friends, you're going to stand up. What? No.
See, he doesn't even like, that wasn't even like an actual thought. He's like, because like this whole like, oh, really? In the middle of my thing, you're going to, but then doesn't say the thing that he's going to do because there is nothing that he's doing.
Jesus is this Prince of Peace that people think he's like the best guy ever. He wasn't a total asshole. My word.
Amazing.
Of course not. Like, that's not who that character is. Trying to polish a turd.
Jesus stops and answers Thomas's question. And secondly, Jesus doesn't just claim to know the truth. He claims he is the truth.
The audacity of it all.
Yeah, and that's not arrogant at all.
No, that's how you know it's true.
Yeah. Because, again, that's the whole premise. Because for people to remember, like, the title of this video is, how do we know what's true? And his answer is like, well, Jesus said he's the truth. So there.
No one's ever done that.
Like, what are all your questions for? Why are you doubting this up? He literally just said he's the truth. Why don't you just believe him?
Well, why don't you have faith for your faith?
Mm-hmm.
You just have faith to have faith.
Right?
No shit.
Yes. How dare you, like, teach them things? Like,
how dare they expect you have answers?
Yeah, fucking God is portrayed by Morgan Freeman forbid.
Yeah.
He is the God.
Jesus made these claims, and then he goes to the cross. And he fulfills these claims. When he dies, he's buried.
Yeah. Oh, and then he goes to the cross as if he had a fucking choice. Like, oh, good for you. You got executed by the Romans who loved executing people. Like
again, something they did to the people who were giving their bare minimum to society. At least in their opinion. Not saying it was just every time.
Right. Oh, yeah,
just,
for sure.
They were definitely saying, or any time for what the torture it was. But
yeah.
They were like, we have dubbed you bad at enough things.
Or bad enough at the one thing.
Yeah. So. That one thing was super important. You were bad at it.
Yeah. Up on the stick you go. So.
And 3 days later, he comes walking out of the grave. It's called resurrection. Which leads me...
Oh, thank you for explaining that.
For the new people.
In which, again, so this is one thing that Crossroads does a lot that in actuality is pretty cool. Like, they don't make assumptions about like what people understand about Christianity or theology or the Bible. So like when they at least try not to just like say certain like Christian phrases or words and just assume that everyone knows what they mean. Like to the point of like, even if like in a sermon, even if it's not about Moses, but they'll just like bring up Moses as an example for something. They'll say like Moses, oh, who was this? And then just give like a brief like 2-sentence explanation of who Moses was. Okay, that's cool. Like for people who aren't familiar with the Bible, that's cool that they're like trying to bring them in and not just assuming that everyone's on like the same page that they're at. That's cool.
It also feels very much like a corporate slideshow.
That too. Yes. Oh, good callback. Thank you, Spooky. Coming in clutch. You see, it's Jesus on a stick.
Yeah, I had
my friend
something, but it included Jews on a stick, and that was not good.
Well,
somehow better when I say it now.
And Jesus technically was a Jew on a stick.
Yeah,
but
yeah, or on a tree.
Right.
Depends what they mean by tree.
Yeah,
like timber.
That is true.
Tree, actual tree.
Yeah, but I'm also a bit of a mereological nihilist, so like nothing is anything.
But if Jesus was hung on a tree, does that mean Judas was also hung on a cross?
Ooh.
And also fell over and bowels.
He hung himself and he fell headlong, which is not the same thing.
He just really wanted to get hung. Put that noose around its neck and dove head first at the ground.
So what you're saying is Judas was well hung.
No, not that part, but that the part before that was a great dystopian Red Bull commercial. Somebody downs a Red Bull
and they
head first hangs themselves. America! At this point, like, America's hanging itself. The best we can do is do it head first.
Oh, God, I don't believe in.
YouTube algorithm, why do you hate us so? It's a mystery.
Oh, it hurts everywhere, but I love it. Okay.
To my next point. Truth caches.
Next point, has he made any points?
Yeah, he's
like you have to have a point before you can make
bust at it. Like he missed the side of the barn.
The broadside even.
Yeah.
In on the claims.
Ooh.
Truth claims can be evaluated depending on the outcome of the claim. Jesus claimed to be the truth, and he wasn't the only person making these claims in his day.
The outcome of the claim? What does that mean? The claim isn't a prediction.
Well, it can be, I guess, but I don't know.
Sloppy.
There were other people who claimed to be the truth, who claimed to be all the things that Jesus claimed to be.
Careful now.
And one thing they all...
Yeah, it's almost like a lot of the things that were written about Jesus were common tropes.
You're dancing on the edge of deconstruction, pal. Look out.
So close.
have in common is they all died. Mm-hmm. The one thing that sets Jesus apart from all of those is Jesus rose from the grave.
No. At least one guy said he did.
Yeah. Also, people rising from the grave or appearing to people after they died, that was a common thing. Like, people said this about Caesars or like other important figures at the time. Like, that's literally where, at least from my understanding, and this is my view on it, this is where the gospel writers got these tropes of Jesus rising from the dead and appearing to people afterwards and ascending into heaven. These were all things that had already been written about other people. They're like, oh, we want our dude to be on the level that people are using these things to put their people on like a higher level. That was the what's the word? The scandal of Jesus is because like all these tropes about like people seeing someone after they were died, like watching their body like ascend to the heavens and like healing people. Like these are all things like people were saying about like Caesars or other important figures.
Right.
Scandal.
But the first Christians were the only MAGA Romans to take the propaganda seriously.
Yeah, well, but that's the other thing. It's actually, from what I understand, it's unclear if like the early Christians like actually believed that like they saw Jesus and they rose, or that was just like later interpretation.
That's what I mean. Like I bet most people did think that was just the case. But in the same way that right now in our country, where you have like members of fucking Congress saying like wacky shit that just isn't true about January 6th, and like. Sure, most people see that and they know that's a troll, right? But there's some core MAGA who think that like it was just a bunch of grandmas on January 6th that were taking like an unauthorized tour of the Capitol. Like that's not what happened. But there are some people who believe that's true. And it's probably the same thing with like the beginning of Christianity. Some people are probably like, yeah, I totally rose from the dead. And like most people are like, yeah, no, but it's clear you need that, and we're on the same team.
Right. Yeah. So from my understanding and my view on it, like I'd recommend looking in. There are several like scholars have like done work on this. I'd specifically recommend people like Dr. Richard C. Miller, Robin Faith Walsh, Dennis McDonald. But basically saying like all these stories about Jesus, again, like rising from the dead, appearing to people after he died, ascending to heaven, like miracles, healing people, like these were common tropes already entrenched in like Greek and Roman culture. Like, so when you had someone who like died, but you wanted to venerate them and like elevate them to like deific status, you would have people tell these stories. That's why, like, literally, like at the funerals of Caesars, like people would stand up like, oh, Caesar appeared to me like yesterday in this place or whatever. So the scandal,
kind of like an expression of the feeling that person isn't dead to them.
Like, Orb is like, this is how awesome they again. Yeah, like this is how awesome this person was. Like this is why they're like not just a regular human. Like they can do this stuff after they died, you know, that kind of stuff. So the scandal with Jesus, and like again, from my understanding, the way I see it, like the reason like what his followers were saying was so like controversial and scandalous, it wasn't like, because like Christians say, oh, people just hated them because they were preaching Jesus's message of like love and forgiveness. And so like, no, they were taking these tropes that this culture had reserved for like the best of the best, like the elite, like the highest in their society. And they were applying it to their like backwoods hick cult leader, street preacher dude. And they're like, the fuck is wrong with you? Like, they're like, no, our dude is cool too. Like, yeah, whatever. Up on the cross, dude. So, yeah, that's my understanding of it. But yeah, but he's like, no, like, it's so amazing that like people believe this about Jesus, so it has to be true. It's like, no, dude, this was like mundane shit. But they were just, applying it to the wrong dude, so the people in power got mad. That's where the persecution came from, at least in my understanding. But
and his movement is the only movement that continues to expand to this day, continues to
define expand, because shrinking heavily in many parts.
Also, like, is Christianity really the only expanding religion right now? Like, is Islam not expanding?
Probably.
Speaking of specifically in the
atheism is expanding faster than any of them.
Right, but also speaking of the Christian deconstruction community, like you tell me Buddhism isn't expanding in certain areas as well. But yeah. Anyway.
Show people truth to this day, thousands of years later. And if that isn't true, then none of this matters. If Jesus doesn't get up out of the grave.
Correct. Yeah.
Also,
none of this
weird flex.
Right?
Like showing how fragile it is. Like this thing that nobody can prove isn't true. This is all a waste of everyone's time.
Right. Also, this was a couple minutes ago, so probably missed you. But thanks for hanging out, Flint and Steel. Hope you're doing well.
Get up on that stick. No, the other stick.
Yeah. But Flint
Jesus
and Steel
did have that beloved disciple.
Yeah, but in all seriousness, seriousness, I can words.
You can words with the serious.
Yep. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I don't know if you're still seeing this or if you see this later, but yeah, hope you're doing well. Yeah. Hope you enjoyed your time here and we were able to provide some sort of levity or support or whatever we can do.
Seems like you'll be well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I believe so. Yes. But also
getting up on that holy butter churn that Paco was into earlier.
It's like, yes, Jesus to Thomas. Yes, finger the holes. No, not those. The other one. But he'll actually get to that later.
The finger banging of faith.
None of this even matters. All of this is in vain.
Yep.
Lastly, and most importantly, truth runs toward doubt. You see, when Jesus comes out of the grave and he starts to show himself to his earliest followers and starts to say, see, it's true. All the things I said, it's true. I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. I did defeat death. But what happens is some people...
That isn't what he did.
Oh, good. Glad you saw it. And I hope you see this too. We still think you're awesome. Aha. Take that.
Let the eyelids win.
Yes, indeed. Good night. And thanks for hanging out. Yeah. Always good to see you. So. All right.
Paco's still saying things.
Yeah.
People still had some doubt. I know what it's like to have doubt. And in John chapter 20, we see this interaction with...
Yeah. Even though it says in the book, I think it's in the book of James, it says like, you must have faith and not doubt. Right. So I don't know where these Christians are getting off saying like doubt is a good thing and it's welcome. Like when their scriptures literally say, do not doubt.
Right. But Jesus welcomed doubt, or at least didn't piss all over it. So yes, but no.
Yeah. Because Jesus also said, like, because as much as they love to paint Jesus as this like super accepting, like, come to me as you are, kind of, in some cases. But then there are other times where Jesus said shit like, if you're not for me, you're against me, and he was like super black and white and super religious. Like as much as like the Christians love to say, oh, it's Christianity, it's a relationship, not a religion. It's like, okay, but tell me how you relate to Jesus. Oh, okay, things like prayer, reading the scriptures, attending church services, tithing, communion, fasting. Those are all religious practices. So you're telling me it's a relationship, but every way I relate to this person is through religious practices. So if anything, it's like a relationship with a religion, which almost sounds worse.
Yeah. And what relationship refers to a text like people refer to a law book?
Oh, right. Yeah. Because like that's the thing. Like I like to think I have a wonderful relationship with my children. And that means like I don't ever actually like talk to them or hang out with them or show up. And like, no, I just like I wrote them a bunch of letters like years and years ago. And then I gave those letters.
Didn't. Like I had other people do it.
Here's the thing. Like, so I had so Matt, that's what I did, right? I just told you some things to write down about me. And then you gave those to my kids.
Sure.
And then you told my kids, oh, and if you don't believe everything in these letters, your dad, he's going to torture you forever if you don't believe everything that's in these letters I'm handing you. So,
but he won't do it. It'll be like this other guy who you got to wonder, is he employed by my dad?
Yeah. And you wonder that, and it'll seem confusing. But the thing to remember is like through all this confusing stuff, just remember the key thing is, when you're being tortured, it's your fault. That's the thing to remember. So like
That's the one eternal truth.
Right. And they wonder why I don't believe this shit anymore. It's
No, you're just bad at faith.
good. That I wear that as a badge of honor. I am bad at faith. Apistifism for the win.
Jesus and Thomas again, where Thomas's doubts get addressed. John chapter 20, verse 26. 8 days later, his disciples were inside.
Yes, here's another thing that Jesus does for Thomas, which I'm told Jesus doesn't do for people, which is specifically address their doubts and answer them and give them empirical evidence. I'm told Jesus doesn't work that way, but I'll let Paco read it.
Just that one
and Thomas was with them. Although the doors were locked.
What's that?
Just that one time. And you got to take this guy's word about what Thomas experienced.
Right.
Yeah.
Jesus came and stood among them and said, "Peace be with you." Then he said to Thomas, "Put your finger here. See my hands."
No, not there, Thomas. Okay, there, but not now, later.
And put out your hand and place it in my side. Do not disbelieve, but believe. Thomas answered him, "My Lord
solved.
And my God."
Do not disbelieve, believe. Cool. Problem solved. Why didn't I think of that? Jesus.
Yeah. I almost feel like, so Thomas answered him, "My Lord and my God." But it doesn't say with what tone or inflection that he said that. So he said, Jesus, "Do not disbelieve, but believe." And Thomas said, "My Lord and my God."
My Lord and my God. He just,
I mean, yeah, my God. Yeah, that's a common exclamation when people are fingering holes.
Also, this is answer to people who are deconstructing in a way that's bad and you shouldn't do is the answer is, have you considered believing? So
Right.
Jesus.
Now, why is this a thing? Why is this important in the search for truth? Well, because just 8 days prior to this, Thomas was doubting heavy. This Jesus that he loved so much and that he built his whole life around had died. And all of the doubts that would come with that, where the thing that you built your life on is not there anymore, all of that started to whirlwind in Thomas's mind and in his life. And maybe...
Yeah, so it's almost like you might, after the fact, start to come up with different rationalizations and ad hoc things.
Yeah,
try to make sense of it.
Cognitive dissonance sounds terrible, Paco.
Yeah, right?
You're in a spot where it feels like your life is a whirlwind and maybe you're doubting heavy. Well, Jesus does for Thomas what he wants to do for you as well. You see, Jesus tells Thomas...
Well, if he wants to, then why doesn't he?
Oh, yeah, where's my evidence?
Yeah, because I'm told by Christians nowadays that that's not what God does. That's not how he works.
You gotta faith it till you make it.
But I'm read your fucking Bible. Jesus disagrees.
Also,
Thomas, in your doubt...
You are welcome for the stream.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And thanks for being here. We super appreciate it. And also, all the people who are still watching. Also, in case anyone has noticed, my hopes of making these episodes shorter died about 2 hours ago.
You know what? I really think our autistic subconscious has decided has both of them have collectively decided how long the streams will be, and there's no avoiding it. It's just not done until it's done, and it's been decided.
Ooh. It was a really interesting Christian band called Scattered Very Good Few. Interesting name. They had a song called Look in My Side.
Didn't say which side.
But you're welcome. No. Yeah,
it could have been look in my butt side.
I know it's a pipe dream, Ember. I mean, if you think your tangents are bad, whew. I'd say I'd like to challenge you to a tangent off, but that could.
Our streams are more tangent than anything. It's a tangent in search of a stream.
See, see, Spooky, this is smart. Yeah, miss the first couple hours because that's where we're still just getting warmed up. So, scattered few. I have heard of them. So I don't I don't know if I ever actually listened to them, but the name rings a bell.
Isn't that like a cooler version of The Remnant?
Yeah. They're like, we're the scattered few. They probably had a lot of like photos. It's like, yeah, we're the scattered few.
Yeah, it sounds pretty. How old has this been? That sounds very Generation X.
Yeah. You are impressed. So.
Come here, let me show you. Let me show you what happened. I'm really Jesus. This is where the nail went in as they strung me up on the cross.
He's a wrist guy.
He says, Thomas, let me show you the piercing in my side from the spear that they hit me with when I was on that cross. You see, Thomas, this is true. What you believe is true. And your doubt is welcome here.
Wait. What you believe is true. It sounds like Thomas may not have been believing. So doubting makes your belief true.
Yeah.
Where even is he at this point?
Yeah, see, because here's the thing. This whole thing he's going through right now, like, this is a perfect example of what happens when someone doesn't actually understand what they're reading. Like people like him, like, don't understand, like, why this story was put in there. Also, it's only in the Gospel of John, which is not unimportant. But it's because this story was specifically put in there as a polemic, like, against, like, I don't know if it was like the Gnostics or people who were like followers of, ways of thinking like what you see like in the Gospel of Thomas, which are all about like Gnosticism, which is like knowing for sure or whatever. So this story was, from what scholars are saying, like who actually know what the fuck they're talking about when they look at the writings of the New Testament and whatnot. It's like this story was put there in the Gospel of John as a polemic, basically, like against like these people who were like following like more like the ways of Thomas, and like that's why Jesus says in this story, it's like, yes, like Thomas, like you have seen and now you believe, but then almost as the way I've heard it described, it's like the way you're reading the story, it's almost as if like Jesus, if there was a camera, it's like Jesus turning to the camera to say, oh, but blessed are you who have believed without seeing.
Yes. Yeah, that feels accurate.
So it's like this whole story was invented probably like to prove a point, like a very specific point in a very specific context in that setting against a certain group of people and trying to combat what they were saying. But now people like Paco and like Christians writ large basically is like, oh, what can we learn from this story? Like, this story wasn't written for you.
Yeah, that's a very Western thing to do. This like indigenous religions have been looking into like Native American religions, and a lot of them are very much based in reality, hardly religion at all, and they have like negative feedback loops that prevent people from developing their like own mysticisms and like asking, even wondering the question, what does this say to me right now?
Mm-hmm.
It's like it was more about where do you fit into what's already happening,
right?
Like, what is you in the now?
Yeah, so bear that in mind. Like with so many, like I feel like pretty much anything that you read in the Bible, you just got to take with, this was not originally written with me in mind.
Man, that's some cognitive dissonance for white America, though.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, not sorry.
Right. Just
see
saying,
previous.
Gonna ruin their day.
See previous instructions involving a brick.
And Jesus meets Thomas right in the middle of his doubt.
This isn't.
You see, truth.
Man, it's almost as if that's literally all I'm asking Jesus to do.
It's not. This isn't even that big a deal. It just get off Jesus' sack.
Truth is more than just abstract rules, more than just experiences. Truth is Jesus. And if we go to him, he will give us himself, which is the way, the truth, and the life.
Ah,
Now, remember.
don't give me you. What are you doing?
Now, here's the thing. Like, remember, this is supposed to be in the context of discussing deconstruction.
Sure.
But this sounds like just the most like generic, basic gospel presentation.
Yeah, because that's the answer.
Yeah, so basically what they're telling all you people who grew up with the gospel presentation and you're wanting to deconstruct it, have you considered the gospel? It's like...
No, I mean, but like really considered it this time.
It's like either they have no idea what the fuck they're talking about, or they do know what they're talking about, and it's fucking insidious. Like, those are your options.
I was watching Apologia's New Year's event with Shannon Q.
Yes, I watched that today.
And he was talking about,
yeah.
Somehow they got on the horrible topic of if God told him to sacrifice his daughter when he was a Christian, would he have?
Yeah.
And he was like, I would have thought about it. And that had to do with morality didn't have anything to do with suffering and preventing suffering. Like it just like didn't matter because whatever God said was what was moral, and suffering just wasn't considered.
Yeah.
But I remember that. Like that's so like in their view, what God says to do is moral and suffering is irrelevant. So it's kind of like they know what they're doing, but it matters so little if it's causing harm. Like they haven't thought about it. So I remember when I was talking to that healing deliverance prayer thing that I was trying to do, just to make them tell me I wasn't welcome, to give them that bad memory.
Yeah.
Because I had been there longer than the people who were telling me I couldn't be part of it anymore. I knew that messed with them a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That was part of it. But when I told them like I didn't want to, it was a requirement. If people come in and they're like, I'm gay, and you're supposed to tell them, don't be gay. And I said that I didn't want to hurt anybody. And that pissed one of them off. And I think that makes more sense hearing Paul say that about like it was an irrelevant thing. Like you.
Yeah.
It's like I was saying, but have you considered purple? Like that's just me wasting their time to that person.
Yeah.
It's like they say like clearly like they're like LGBTQ people are killing themselves like because of the kinds of things we do or don't do and like say don't say, and like I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to hurt anybody, and that was a problem. Because following Jesus, it means you got to hurt some people. Said Jesus never. Did he?
He may have said that at some point, but he also may have also said the opposite at other points. Like it depends which gospel you're reading.
The holy yes and no.
Right. It's all mysterious. So
This process is not easy. It's not easy to build a faith that lasts. It's not easy to build a rock solid foundation of truth. But let me tell you, it is.
But shouldn't it be easy though? Because like if Jesus is so obviously the truth, and he wants us to have a life built on him and have a rock solid foundation, like shouldn't it be easy to at least just have that in place? I mean, yeah, and then sure, yeah, you can say like from there, like actually living it out, like in your day-to-day life, like once you are like fully like firmly like believing in the truth and everything, like yeah, actually acting it out in your day-to-day life in this present world or whatever, like yeah, that can be tough. But when it comes to just actually believing this shit and like knowing what's true, if this God loves us and wants us to know what's true, why did he not make that easy to just know what's true?
Because that wouldn't be faith. It would be science. And faith is important.
But is it though?
No, but that's how you know what you can't prove.
Right?
If you want to know what you can't know is true, faith it.
Yeah, it's like you said, faith it till you make it. Yeah. God. Yeah,
you know what? Why is there's this thing called religious delusion, and it's basically faith turned up too high.
211. Yeah.
Like it's doing the same things we did, but like this time the bad way. You think there's demons. You think people are demon possessed, and then you think like you can say magic things, and then it happens. And like, basically, it's bad if it's not in the bounds of a particular religion. Then it's fine.
Yeah.
If you're making up your own religion, and now like the god of elves is telling you about sherbet, like that's not okay. You're not fine.
That actually sounds great, though.
There's an old book, and a Dr. Kip knows about it. Then,
yeah,
it's real and it's fine.
Yeah, and I hear he hates that book too. But this is the test to see if he's still awake. Like, for some reason, like in the past like 15 minutes, like our viewer count actually went up. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you people. But like more people are joining in now. But
yeah, I think new people are impressed. They're like, what is this big event that's happening that they're talking for 5.5 hours? Joke's
Clearly,
this seems to happen every week.
All right, well, let's see if we can finish this video. Like, we're getting there. We're so close.
So worth it. It's easier for me to hold tight to my talking points and Bible verses and witty comebacks. It's so easy for me to be like, nope, I'm not going anywhere near any of this.
But But in his context, what's wrong with holding tight on the Bible verses? Isn't that what we're supposed to do?
No, they're not fundamentalists, though. You see, this is them believing they're not fundamentalists,
right? And they'll tell us that's wrong by quoting Bible verses, right? Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Or the whole like, what's he saying now?
But they drink beer.
It's so easy for me to.
Oh, that's true. Some of them.
Yes. During service now and
You're like, nope.
I know, which is
look out.
Now here's a pause. I like this.
Wow.
Points and Bible verses and witty comebacks. It's so easy for me to be like, nope, I'm not going anywhere near any of this.
By the way, that last freeze frame was Paco pitying the fool.
Which again, I fucking hate this framing of like, oh, it's the easy way out to say, oh, I'm just not going anywhere near it. I'm just not going to believe it. Like, dude, just fuck all the way off with that. With a brick. But
when I put all of those things away and I meet Jesus, everything changes.
Hold on.
So when you just...
My brain punched up the brick fucking thing. It's like skull fuck yourself with a brick.
I approve this message. You heard him, Kip. I know that's not what this comment is referring to, but I'm taking artistic license with your comments. So, yeah. So what's he saying now?
I don't remember.
Way. And I meet Jesus. Everything changes.
Hold on, back.
Not anywhere near any of this.
Oh, yeah.
But when I put all of those things away.
Yeah, so basically just ignore like your actual intuitions. And like your skepticism and your desire to actually like question and scrutinize things.
Bury a part of yourself from yourself.
Right. Yeah. Put all those things that like in literally every other aspect of life we value as like super critical and important as far as like trying to figure out what's real and how you should conduct yourself and all that. Yeah. But in this instance, just put all that aside. Just put all that aside. Even though God gave you this brain with those like intuitions and thought processes and whatever, but just put this all aside.
And I meet Jesus. Everything changes.
Okay, but here's the problem. I haven't met Jesus. So what am I supposed to do?
This is like the Hallmark Channel version of conversion that they preach, but I don't think anybody's really experienced. It's the caricature of being saved. It's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's the experience that everybody tells you you're having.
Yeah. Yes. So here's. Well, I'll let him go a little more, but I have so much to say about this. But
when I ask Jesus to meet me where I am, in my doubt, with my disbelief, with my questions, with all the things I need verified, Jesus always meets me there.
Okay, what does that actually mean, though? When people say Jesus meets me where I am, what are they actually talking about?
No matter what happens, Jesus was there, and it was on purpose.
Yeah, because in my experience, it's like they're told, like, oh, Jesus, like, love your doubt. He'll meet you where that you are. He'll answer your questions, like all this stuff. But then when I say, like, okay, well, I have all these questions and I feel like I don't have answers. And like, I've been asking Jesus about all this stuff, but I haven't heard anything. The response is, oh, well, you can't expect answers. That's why it takes faith. So it was at that point where I just got like called bullshit on the entire thing and said, fuck it. I'm gone. But
I'm getting receipts on this whole project.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, they talk a big game about Jesus meeting you where you're at and answering your questions and like taking your doubts and your concerns and like satisfying all this stuff, but again, what are they actually talking about? What does that actually look like for someone like me who has questions and has come to God and Jesus or whatever, like so many times in the past with my questions and heard nothing?
Well, whatever you want it to look like, it's that.
Except, but when it wasn't what I wanted it to look like, they tell me, oh, well, you just had the wrong expectations. You're just like expecting God to be what you want him to be. And I'm like I literally have no expectation other than him convincing me.
You shouldn't
in whatever manner
that.
he sees, but in whatever manner he sees fit. Like, you know, I'm leaving that open to him. Like, he's welcome to convince me however he wants to try to convince me. I'm just saying he hasn't yet. So,
yep.
Sounds like a him problem. Those are the exact places where he walks alongside us and he's gentle with us. And I've seen this play out in my own.
Okay, but what does that mean? He walks alongside you.
And he's gentle. Jesus is a gentle lover.
Yeah, well, that's, yeah.
Like, over and over again.
Over and over.
You see, if
over and over. He's a gentle lover. Over and over again.
It's like, well, good for you, Paco. But speaking of being hard, wow, I didn't get hard enough. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Take a snapshot of me as a kid.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Do you remember this part?
The worst things to say next.
Yeah. But do you remember this part? Okay, so everyone, like,
I blocked this part out.
People who are still on with us. Okay, this example he's talking about, like him as a kid versus him now. Let me know if he actually says something. I mean, he's going to say a lot of words, but do they actually mean anything? Because I had to watch this. This is the one part I rewound and rewatched like multiple times to try to figure out what is he saying here. Is there anything here? I still got nothing. Let me know if you hear something. Yeah, let's experience this together.
And over again. You see, if you were to take a snapshot of me as a kid and show who I was, it would look way different. And if I were to
again, it's like, was this
way
scripted at all?
What?
Yeah. Again, this is one of those, like, was this literally the best take for this? Like,
do they have a big donor who like really wanted them to do this? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
You see, if you were to take a snapshot of me as a kid and show who I was, it would look way different. And if I were
okay.
I was looking at his face while he was doing it, and he's like, and show, fuck.
Okay, so what he's saying here is, let's hear this again.
You see, if you were to take a snapshot of me as a kid and show who I was, it would look way different.
Correct.
And if I were to
Okay, so this is what he said. If you would take a snapshot of me as a kid and would show, it would look a lot different.
Take a picture and show that picture, it would look a lot different because you're a kid, Paco. And you're an adult now.
No, but different than what? We don't know.
Yeah,
that's where faith comes in, because it's a mystery. So take a picture of him as a kid and show, it would look a lot different. But let's see where he goes from here.
If I were to take a snapshot of my life now and show myself as a kid, I'd be like, there's no way. There's no way. Because you know why? Because I thought.
But if he shows himself now to himself as a kid, and even the way he worded this didn't really make sense, but I'm assuming that's what he meant. Yeah, let's hear that again.
Is he making this up as he goes along?
I'd be like, there's no way. There's no way. Because you know why? And show who I was, it would look way different.
Right.
And if I were to take a snapshot of my life now and show myself as a kid, I'd be like, there's no way. There's no way. Because you know why?
No, I don't know why.
I don't even know.
So if I were to take a snapshot of myself now and show myself as a kid, I'm assuming he means like show this picture of himself now to himself as a kid. The kid him would say there's no way. But why? After multiple times watching this, I am still completely unclear why he wouldn't believe it as a kid, like what he is now as a snapshot.
I don't think anyone wrote this. This feels like an ad lib here. Like,
yeah, or it feels like they wrote something, but he just forgot, but was just trying to like hit like all the key words.
Oh, but this is the more genuine version, so we'll go with this.
Right.
And show myself as a kid, I'd be like, there's no way. There's no way. Because you know why? Because I thought my life would crumble and continue to crumble. And I often think the things that I love about my life, my marriage, my family.
So he said, so from what I gather, what he's trying to get across is like, oh, so apparently his self as a kid would not believe how awesome his life is now.
Because it was shitty.
Because him as a kid would have assumed that everything would just crumble.
What a fucking childhood you had. I feel sorry for him.
Yeah, for real. But
and continue to crumble. And I often think, you know why? Because I thought my life would crumble and continue to crumble. And I often think the things that I love about my life, my marriage, my family, my calling, my faith, I often think that at some point they're going to crumble too. And I can easily think that that's true, and I could easily think that Jesus is upset with me and doesn't want to be near me because of my doubt, and then I end up in a cycle in a whirlwind, and then things just start to crumble.
I thought he was getting close to like a profound thing where he's like, yeah, like that could all fall apart. Like it's none of it's permanent. Like it's all fragile. That felt like he was getting close to like accepting reality.
Yes. Children look different than adults. Makes sense. Yes. But okay, so we'll let him finish here, but it got to a point where I was like, to me, it struck me as he realized he was getting lost in like his own like metaphors and buzzwords or whatever. So he felt like, oh, okay, the good way to wrap this up is to just slow myself down. And then that'll sound so profound. But like, listen for that, because I'll just back up. Like, tell me, like, what is, like, please, someone tell me, what is he actually saying here?
At some point, they're going to crumble too. And I can easily think that that's true, and I could easily think that Jesus is upset with me and doesn't want to be near me because of my doubt, and then I end up in a cycle in a whirlwind, and then things just start to crumble and crash all around me.
That didn't follow.
Yeah, so
he jumped from maybe that's true to maybe Jesus is mad at me.
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, I don't know if he grew up Catholic, but yeah, that would surprise me. All right, so one more time.
My faith, I often think that at some point they're going to crumble too. Calling. I often think the things that I love about my life, my marriage, my family, my calling, my faith, I often think that at some point they're going to crumble too.
Why?
And I can easily think that.
Why do you have to think that?
That's true, and I could easily think that Jesus is upset with me and doesn't want to be near me because of my doubt, and then I end up in a cycle in a whirlwind, and then things just start to crumble and crash all around me.
Okay, but what does, okay, that's an understandable like sentiment. Like you can believe that like because of your doubts, like Jesus is gonna forsake you or whatever. But what does that have to do with like what he was like as a kid versus what he's like now?
He has some stuff he's working through.
Well,
and
clearly.
I'm very happy for him that at least during this time, Crossroads had a therapist on retainer, basically, for staff, free of charge. What does that say about your establishment?
But don't you just need Jesus? Isn't Jesus the best therapy? Come on.
No, the best therapy is a Christian counselor.
That's like the worst possible option.
Yeah.
Of like between like just Jesus, an actual therapist,
yeah,
or a Christian counselor. That seems like the worst possible option.
No, that's where therapy is a vehicle to drive you closer to Jesus. Because that's the best therapy.
All right. Oh, but anyway, so as confusing as all of this rambling is, just pay attention to when his speech slows down.
It's profound.
Because that's where it's really making a point.
Gotta hit home.
Or is it? Yeah.
And then I end up in a cycle in a whirlwind, and then things just start to crumble and crash all around me. The only way I can have.
And he made that face, like I could totally tell, like in his head, he's like, "Yeah, nailed it, fucking nailed it,
brought that puppy home."
Hope for the truth is trusting that Jesus is who he says he is, that he is the way, he is the truth, and he is the life. And if I start...
How is that the only hope for truth, is that Jesus is the truth?
When in doubt, don't.
Perfect. But but again, like, are they talking about deconstruction here or not? It's like, because again, he's like, the only hope for truth is to trust that Jesus is the truth. Only if you've already presupposed that Jesus is the truth. But if you're actually deconstructing, like, that is the point of deconstructing this stuff, is to figure out, is Jesus actually the truth? Yeah.
Yeah, that is definitely some like rap battle, but
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Let's back him up and mute it and
but
see that.
But like the track, hold on, but the track it is like Mr. Rogers' intro style jazz piano. You know?
Right, so
what did you know that like every intro to Mr. Rogers was not the same song? It was a melody played by a world-renowned jazz musician. And it was never the same song.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's amazing shit.
All right, so I have him on mute. So let's watch this like in that spirit. Oh, he is owning somebody right now. I think he just owned my doubts.
Yeah, he did.
They were completely destroyed. He's like, yeah, what up now, bitch?
It's like, doubts. Have you met Jesus? What?
What exactly? That's my thoughts.
The only way I can have hope for the truth is trusting that Jesus is who he says he is, that he is the way, he is the truth, and he is the life. And if I start there,
so if you start believing that Jesus is the truth, then
he will be.
You've hindered yourself from actually discovering what the truth is. That's what you've done. Like, presuppositions don't get you to truth.
But you can have good feelings, he says, with the presup about the truth.
Like, cool.
It'll feel like freedom, Tommy.
Yeah,
Don't
you know what else?
Things to feel like freedom.
And yeah, you know what else felt good? Like, before I found out I had stage 4 cancer. That felt pretty damn good compared to finding out I had stage 4 cancer.
But that truth set you free.
Well, fuck me then, I guess. That's
solved it.
Perfect.
I solved cancer.
Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful.
the rest of my life starts to build out from that foundation. And when the chaos of life hits and the turmoil of life hits and frustrations happen, I can stand firm, knowing that anything else can crash around me. But my relationship with Jesus, my relationship with the truth can stand firm.
That makes you feel better. Your whole life, like your family, your wife, all that could crumble, but I still have Jesus. It doesn't really work.
Yeah, like what do you have? Like, when you say you have Jesus, what does that actually mean?
It means you have the faith that Jesus is Jesus. They can't take that from you.
Right? Yeah, even though that has been taken from so many people, but never mind that. But
they've really had
it. But that's what I want to know. Like, from like whether it's Paco or like any Christians, like anyone who would say all this stuff may crumble, but I still have Jesus. Like legit, I am being completely serious. Like, what does that actually mean? What do you have?
A lack of self-resilience.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, so speaking of people who I mentioned before who feel like, I just can't get through life without my faith. I have to believe in God. I have to believe in Jesus. Otherwise, there was no way I could have gotten through all this bullshit and stuff that I have made it through. But here's what I tell those people, because That's like the criticism we get a lot. It's like they call us things like, "Oh, evangelist for atheism." Like you're trying to take people's faith away. And like, what if they need that faith? Like, first of all, I'm not trying. Even if I was trying to take someone's faith away, it's like how do I have that power? If you believe this stuff, and if I just say something and it makes you no longer believe it, is that me taking away your faith, or is that just you hearing new information and changing your mind? And isn't that what we're supposed to do? But here's the thing. I have told to people who have told me, it's like, I just don't think I can make it through all this stuff. And I couldn't have made it through all that stuff. I have made it through without believing in God. And like, okay, what I love to tell these people is like, okay, but here's the thing. If there is no God, all these things that you never could have thought you would have made it through without him, you did. It's like, how is that not empowering? Like, so yes, if like people want to tell me like, and as if it's a derogatory thing, like you're such an evangelist for that, like, goddamn right, I'm an evangelist for that. Like telling people that they can do shit that they didn't think they could do. Like, yeah, fuck yeah, I will evangelize that shit all day long. Be mad. I don't give a fuck. Like,
yeah. At the same time, I also think it's important to remember, like, not saying we shouldn't wreck people's shit, faith-wise, but like, several people, many, who knows, like, that could be what's happening. It's like we're kind of like wrecking their life with the truth. So like.
Right? But hey, like, do you believe the truth will set you free or not?
Yep.
Do you believe the truth, whatever the truth is, will set you free? Or do you only believe that what you already think is the truth will set you free?
Yeah. No, I know.
Yeah. Well, I know you know.
Yeah. It's just.
Yeah.
It is wrecking people's world.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a fake world. So I don't feel that bad. But like, but we've also been there.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the way I've heard it put is like, hope in something that isn't real hope.
It's like if somebody is in a relationship and you're like, okay, would you want to know if your partner is cheating on you? Would that matter to you? If yes, same should apply. You might want to, you should probably want to know if your God is real or not.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's the ultimate question. Like, in the way, like you've asked it, it's like, if what you believed is wrong, would you want to know?
That's a sneaky ass question, I think, because
yeah,
of course, who's going to answer no? Most people, like, their brains are going to automatically answer yeah. They're like,
yeah,
I just undid a thing.
Yeah. So that's basically like the question is like, do you want to believe what's true, or do you want what you believe to be true?
Same thing though, Tommy, because Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life.
Oh, that's right. My bad.
Because he said. Well, a guy said he said.
Yeah. Well, at least Paco said. So maybe we should let him continue because he apparently knows what's up. So.
And all I have to do is trust in him.
Ah.
So what does this mean for you? Well, you will always find what you're looking for. If you're looking for a set of rules, you'll find it. If you're looking.
Okay. Well, for a while I was looking for God and didn't find him. So.
This is garbage.
Yeah.
For a reason to bend the rules, you'll find it. But if you're looking for truth, it can be found in Jesus.
Yeah, so that's basically another way of saying, like, oh, so if you lose your faith, then that means like you meant for that to happen, and you wanted to lose your faith, and that's why it happened. Because that's what you were looking for.
Who's this altar call for? It sounds like he's talking to people who don't know the gospel yet, right now. But like, this has been pretty much all targeted most of the way to people who already believe. And now he's reaching out to the people who are deconstructing, who already believed. He's gonna call them to the altar now. Like, what the hell? Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, dude, I don't know.
But have you heard Paco do it? Maybe that's what it was.
Right? Yeah. That sounds.
Have you
like
seen Paco fault. Do it in front of fake concrete? Have you?
My bad.
Jesus wants a relationship with you. He wants to give you this truth. He wants to give you the kind of truth that will set you free.
Well, then he's welcome to do it anytime. I'm still waiting. So again, this is something I want to ask someone like Paco. Like, in your mind, when you say Jesus will give this to you, what do you actually mean by that? What does that actually look like? What does he actually do? What does he give me? Explain this to me.
Too many questions. You're one of those what if, what about people now.
God.
All you got to do is ask him. Oh. And you don't have to have it all figured out.
As if all of us haven't done that a billion times before.
That's all you got to do. If I had just thought to pray.
Man. Man.
Well, too late now.
Guess so. But let's let him continue anyway.
Before you ask him, you don't have to deal with all the verifying. You don't have to deal with all the questions. You don't have to deal with figuring out the claims mean what they mean. You don't have to worry about the doubt. Bring it all with you. He says, bring it all to me. I am the way, I am the truth, and I am the life. And he wants to give you that truth so you can build a faith that lasts.
I gotta build my
That's
faith.
exactly right. Jesus is the living truth.
That's exactly right, guys. Jesus is the living truth. I am the most puntable person ever. I'm super pumped about everything that's happening all at the same time.
Yeah, so this is Kyle. He's just here to wrap up and tell us more about like what Crossroads is doing at this point, like 4 years ago or whatever.
Yeah, he was in charge of it. Yeah, also, we know you just heard about Jesus. Have you also heard about how awesome Crossroads is? And
yeah, so but that's enough of it.
He was the guy kind of in charge of, I think, the Anywhere online version.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah.
He used to be the experience director. He was the guy in charge of all of the things that happen during a service to orchestrate a response in the audience.
Yeah, because you can't just let people have experiences. You got to direct those experiences.
Nope, can't leave it to chance and the Holy Spirit.
Nope.
We have 4 services to do. 1 on Saturday, 3 on Sunday. It's got to be the same every time.
Mm-hmm. Because the Spirit works the same way every time, but only during these time slots.
Spirit works in repetitive ways.
Oh, that's fucking awesome. Man, might have to just end it there. I can't think of a better thing. But man, people are still watching.
Good on you, people.
Yeah. Can't tell if I'm impressed or sad, but
I need to eat things and watch a little TV and go to bed. Yeah, I have to paint shit tomorrow.
Ooh, yeah, and I have to hit buttons on a computer tomorrow that
for money.
Yeah, and other people's money too. So
this kind.
Yeah, the buttons I hit determined what money other people get as well or don't get. So
good thing you're highly trained.
Yeah. And also I get to push buttons that tell other people whether what they're doing is what they're supposed to do or not. Or
That does
do
feel
this
good,
again.
though. Yeah. Do it again, but better.
Yeah, that's only like maybe a half hour of my day is doing stuff like that. But yeah, it always feels good. So yeah. But yeah, so this was so in case people felt like, this was long, but it wasn't long enough. And that's also what she said. And they're like, man, I want to hear these guys talk about this series that this dumb church is doing about deconstruction even more. Well, you're in luck. And also, apparently didn't read the show description or what we've said about the show all the way leading up to it, because we know, like, you should know, like, this is just the first episode in a whole series. So we're going to do this 3 more times. Because they did this 3 more times.
It kind of gets
you
worse.
got to deal with it. Yeah, and we had to deal with it, so now you got to deal with it. So that's what we're doing for the month of January. It's our first ever series. Welcome back, everybody. I know you missed us. We missed it too. So yeah,
spooky. Recommending people not show for the first couple hours.
Thanks / fuck you. Oh,
that's Spooky's job.
Yeah.
Well, apparently Bryce has not left.
Yeah, and also Bryce, thank you for your companionship.
Yeah.
Whether you were like active in the chat or not, just knowing you were here, that's awesome. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yep. Nice what I have to listen to on and off as I wrap up my night. Well, cool. We're glad to be here. So
we're wrapping up our night too.
I know. Wow, what a coincidence.
But it's morning.
We kind of suck at wrapping up nights then. Anyway.
No.
So
wrap it up.
So
hard it's morning.
Yeah. So if you enjoyed this, be sure to tune in next week. We'll be covering part 2. I don't remember what part 2 is. I just remember it also sucked. So
yeah,
but I think it's Kyle. So the guy.
Wait, I think that's the one I saw. Where I was like, "Oh my god, I'm triggered." And I sent him an email where I accused him of gaslighting, and he was like, "I certainly didn't do that." And I was just like, "I can't handle you." Because you did.
Yeah.
I just told you how you did, and you responded by going, "I didn't do that." Cool. Awesome. Good talk.
We're going to listen from the start and fall asleep. Well, it works for Kip, apparently. So
yeah. But also we keep him awake because he often responds after he's fallen asleep. So
yeah. So maybe he's like, it's like sleepwalking, but like sleep chatting. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah.
Only the smartest people can do that.
Right. Well, thanks for having us on for a while, Bryce. Appreciate you as always.
Yep.
And everyone else, thanks so much for everyone who was like watching, whether you're in the chat tonight live or if you're watching this later. Especially if you are a Crossroads person, Crossroads adjacent, or whatever, like we'd love to hear from you too. If you have thoughts, if you want to talk with us more about any of this stuff, like, yeah, we're open to it. Like, yeah. What is sleep?
Amber was not sleeping.
Yeah. Haha. Way to go.
I think we're in the same time zone, so yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, thanks for sticking around. And so come back next week. We'll be taking on part 2 of this series and then continuing with part 3 and 4 for the rest of January. Also, remember, speaking of after January, was I speaking of after January? I don't know. But anyway, on February 8th, which is a Sunday, for people who follow Maya Atkinson and her channel, Bad Science Sunday, we will be on Bad Science Sunday on February 8th, which is a Sunday for Bad Science. So I'm looking forward to that. That should be so much fun.
Be there for Bad Science.
And us. So, but speaking of us, if you like us and what we do and you think, hey, other people might like this too, or hey, other people might hate this, but I hate those people and I want to piss them off. For whatever reason, send us their way.
Tune in next week. It might be shorter.
But yeah, so maybe we can grow to have enough people to have fundraiser buttons as well. Or maybe one of these days we might even like start a Patreon. But I feel like at this point, like I wouldn't even know what to offer like for our patrons. Like I almost feel like if anyone was actually willing to be like a member of our Patreon, they'd be like, "Oh, what's our benefits? What rewards do we get?" I almost feel like we was like, I don't know, what do you want?
I don't know. What was Jesus selling? Can we sell that too?
But yeah, so if anyone's interested, let us know. Maybe we'll set that up. But like I have no idea what we would offer. I know we had ideas.
Life. We'll offer that. Seems to work.
But I'm trying to remember back in the old days of like the audio only 3 Beer Gospel podcast days, back when we were at least ostensibly a Christian deconstructionist podcast. I remember we were talking about possibly having a Patreon. Like, what would it be? Like, either releasing like our failed recording of the first episode where it only recorded my end of the audio and like you were on video but like silent, or the part of our intro episode where I cut out you talking about like your history of all your ex-girlfriends, or pictures of like my gross tumor I used to have. And I just loved your response, like this, because this was the best we could come up with for like patron benefits. You're like, is it endearing how much we don't care? And I think that's a good summation of all that. So, but yeah, if anyone has any ideas, like if anyone wants to be a patron and has ideas of what they actually want from us, let us know. I mean, because if people want to give us money, I'm not going to tell you no. So I'll be willing to accommodate. But anyway, but if nothing else, yeah, just the usual stuff like watching, commenting, liking, sharing, subscribing, all that stuff, you know, or as the good old Creaky Blinder says, like that smash button, and which cracks me up every time because that's just my kind of humor. So, but yeah, I think that's all I got for tonight. So yeah, see you next week. Thanks for coming. Happy New Year, everyone. Thanks for welcoming us back. I'm proud of doing this for 2 years now. So yeah, having so much fun. I'd be doing it whether or not y'all were here or not, because we were doing it for quite a while when y'all were not here. So thanks for being here.
Was not this long though.
Yeah, that's true. So basically the long episodes, that's basically your fault.
Yeah, I blame the victims.
So it's like, well, hey,
that's what I learned tonight. Eventually. But no,
I think we are wrapping. I think we are actually wrapping up now, though. So, but thanks, Maya, for hanging out. Always good to see you. Yeah, I think that's all I got. So take us out, Matt.
May your things and stuff be forever with your people.